Chapter 1 Broken System. It's been 12 years. It's been 12 years. Uchiha Zhenlong was walking aimlessly in the city. The city is surrounded by all kinds of pedestrians, some are going to work, some are studying, and everyone is busy with their own lives. No way, isn't that a junior high school student? He can actually dunk. Yes, he looks like a junior high school student. His physical talent is too explosive. You are new here, right? That guy is called Aomine Daiki. Don't be fooled by his small size, he is the strongest in our area. When Uchiha Zhenlong passed by an outdoor basketball court, he was attracted by the noisy sounds inside. He slowly turned his head and saw a young man with green hair and dark skin jumping high and dunking the basketball into the basket. Hey? Aomine Daiki? Just like in the anime, she is a basketball genius who can dunk when she is only in junior high school. Uchiha Zhenlong looked at the scene deeply and said deeply. Seeing a junior high school student dunk in real life and seeing it in anime are two completely different concepts. After crossing over to this world, Uchiha Zhenlong has been playing badly and has never had a real one-on-one match with others. Now that he saw one of the protagonists in Kuroko basketball, the fighting spirit in his heart slowly rose, and he wanted to have a one-on-one duel with Aomine Daiki. Aomine Daiki seemed to sense the aura of a ferocious beast. He turned his head sharply and stared at Uchiha Zhenlong. Who is that person? Why does he exude such a dangerous aura? Aomine Daiki stared at Uchiha Zhenlong and invited him, "Brother, are you interested in a duel?" He actually took the initiative to invite me. Uchiha Zhenlong didn't expect that Aomine Daiki would take the initiative to invite him before he even opened his mouth. Does this mean she knows that I'm very strong? Okay. Uchiha Zhenlong smiled and walked into the court. Since they have invited me, I certainly won't refuse. This is a good opportunity for me to try out the abilities I have gained by ruining the system. Hey? When did a kid who can play ball show up in our neighborhood? He probably doesn't know how to play basketball, does he? He just happened to come here. But it's interesting that he actually wants to play with Aomine. There were bursts of conversations around, and some people seemed to be wondering where Uchiha Zhenlong came from. At the same time, they also didn't believe that Uchiha Zhenlong could really beat Aomine Daiki. After all, Aomine Daiki conquered them with her strength. Uchiha Zhenlong doesn't care about the gossip outside the court, because he knows that he is very strong now. How many balls? Aomine Daiki asked with a smile. Hit 5, in a row. Uchiha Zhenlong replied. Aomine Daiki frowned after hearing this. Continuous? So confident? Or do you think little of yourself? Okay, I'll listen to you. Aomine Daiki casually threw the ball to Uchiha Zhenlong. To be honest, Aomine Daiki was very interested in the fighting spirit that Uchiha Zhenlong had just exuded, and he couldn't wait to fight against such a person. Okay, then I'll start. Uchiha Zhenlong took the ball and prepared to start. Hey wait, don't you want to warm up and change your clothes? Aomine Daiki looked at Uchiha Zhenlong in confusion. The reason is simple. Uchiha Zhenlong is still wearing casual clothes and his shoes are not basketball shoes. Can I really fight myself one-on-one like this? The more Aomine Daiki looked at Uchiha Zhenlong, the more he felt that it was not reliable at all. He began to feel that Uchiha Zhenlong was only good-looking but useless. Well, no need, let's just leave it at that. Uchiha Zhenlong said indifferently. Since you are so persistent, let's get started. Aomine Daiki's tone also became flat. In his mind, he now sees Uchiha Zhenlong as a player who is good-looking but useless and likes to brag. Even though Uchiha Zhenlong's aura just now was very strong, in Aomine Daiki's heart, Uchiha Zhenlong's aura of strength might just be something he happened to possess. Hey, can this kid really play basketball? Why do I feel like he's here to watch? I also feel that his outfit doesn't look like what a player should wear. Well, some have seen it. This kid is going to be completely defeated today. I hope he won't be traumatized by this. Uchiha Zhenlong observed Aomine Daiki's position, which was a body length and a half away from him. Let me go? Do you think I'm a rookie? Uchiha Zhenlong smiled helplessly. It seemed that Aomine Daiki had looked down on him. However, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, his equipment was indeed a bit amateurish. He tried to fake a shot, but when he saw that Aomine Daiki had no intention of jumping, he asked, "Are you sure you don't want to defend?" Seeing that Aomine Daiki still didn't move, Uchiha Zhenlong no longer hesitated, and threw the basketball out with his right hand. The basketball drew a beautiful arc in the air. Brush! The basketball went into the net. It was a three-pointer. Hiss, this shooting action, I miss it, he really knows how to shoot. There were a lot of people there just now. I take back what I just said. This kid has something. I just don't know how he can fight Aomine. Aomine Daiki's expression changed slightly. Guess? No, that was not a guess. The pitching action was very standard and the shooting speed was extremely fast. This is not a move that a weak person can do. Nice shot. Aomine Daiki stood up and applauded, staring at Uchiha Zhenlong with fiery eyes and said, "Come on." He threw the ball to Uchiha Zhenlong and stuck his body to Uchiha Zhenlong to prevent him from shooting three-pointers. Seeing that Aomine Daiki was defending him so closely in order to prevent him from shooting a three-pointer, regardless of whether he would break through, he said again, "You are too close. If you defend like this." Before he could finish his words, Uchiha Zhenlong took off instantly and rushed forward like a flash of lightning. What? Aomine Daiki looked at this scene with surprise, and he immediately reacted and wanted to chase after Uchiha Zhenlong. Collapse. The next second, the sound of a basketball being dunked into the basket came from behind Aomine Daiki. At the same time, Uchiha Zhenlong's voice could be heard from behind, "But you will be passed by in one step." Nobody. What did he just do? He dunked it, man. How old is he? I smell a future star. Stop sniffing it, I just farted. Password. Just now, after passing Aomine Daiki, Uchiha Zhenlong rushed to the basket at high speed, jumped up with his left foot, turned in the air and dunked the basketball into the basket. So strong. Aomine Daiki stared at the scene blankly, he didn't expect that someone of his age would suppress him. Interesting, so interesting. He was getting more and more excited. It was so hard to find a peer who could suppress him. He would give his all to this game. At this moment, he exuded a special aura, like a wild beast hunting prey. Hey? It's already wild now. Uchiha Zhenlong looked at the scene with interest. He didn't expect that Aomine's wildness had already been acquired during this period. Come on. Aomine Daiki's eyes were sharp, and she kept her eyes on Uchiha Zhenlong's movements. Quite interesting. Uchiha Zhenlong looked at Aomine Daiki with interest. Currently, Aomine Daiki no longer sticks to Uchiha Zhenlong in defense, leaving a very small space. The space is very small, which makes it convenient for him to jump at any time. This position can not only defend against shots, but also against breakthroughs. It is a very standard defensive posture. But, can this posture really defend against Uchiha Zhenlong? Chapter 2. On the court, Uchiha Zhenlong held the ball with both hands, stretched out his right foot suddenly, pretended to release the ball with his right hand, and made a tentative step. Aomine Daiki was staggered by the tentative step and he took a step back slightly. It was at this step that Uchiha Zhenlong seized the opportunity and jumped high quickly. A fake pitch. Aomine Daiki knew he was tricked, and he quickly stepped forward to block the shot, but Uchiha Yuri's height and shooting speed were too exaggerated. As soon as he jumped, Uchiha Zhenlong had already thrown the ball. The basketball drew an arc in the air. Brush. 3 points into the net. It's 3-0. Aomine can't be shut out, right? I don't know, but looking at this situation, it's really possible. Awesome, so awesome. Damn, the speed of attack is too fast. The score was now 3-0, and Uchiha Zhenlong's consecutive goals made him feel tremendous pressure. Before this match, Aomine Daiki always believed that no one of his age could beat him, and even adults could not beat him so easily. Now, the sudden appearance of Uchiha Zhenlong made him feel emotions he had never felt before. For the next goal, we must not let Uchiha Zhenlong score. With this thought in mind, Aomine Daiki focused her attention, staring at Uchiha Zhenlong's movements. Uchiha Zhenlong didn't pay attention to Aomine Daiki's actions. He quickly raised his hands and made a shooting gesture. Shooting? Aomine Daiki raised her center of gravity slightly. No. It's a fake move. The next second, Uchiha Zhenlong suddenly lowered his body and rushed to the right of Aomine Daiki. Aomine Daiki quickly adjusted her posture and followed Uchiha Zhenlong's movements. Caught up? Interesting. Uchiha Zhenlong saw Aomine Daiki following his movements and a smile appeared on his face. Come on if you can keep up. Bang! Uchiha Zhenlong suddenly exploded the ball and tried to shake off Aomine Daiki by accelerating with the ball. Aomine Daiki did not give up, and kept her body close to Uchiha Zhenlong, not losing her defensive position at all. I have speed too. He roared and began to speed up, blocking Uchiha Zhenlong's attack direction. Uchiha Zhenlong smiled slightly and said, speed doesn't mean strength. What? When Aomine Daiki was confused, a huge force came from her chest. Bang! He felt as if he had been hit by a car. His body was pushed back several steps, leaving a vacant space. How is this possible? How can the power be so strong? Aomine Daiki retreated all the way to the basket, holding his chest in disbelief as he felt the pain from the collision. Uchiha Zhenlong did not stop. He knocked Aomine Daiki aside and then used both hands to hit the basket. If this is all you have, I will win this match. Uchiha Zhenlong said calmly. He exerted force with his left foot and jumped high. Aomine Daiki under the backboard saw Uchiha Zhenlong trying to dunk over him. He roared angrily, and jumped up with both legs, trying to block Uchiha Zhenlong's dunk. His right hand blocked Uchiha Zhenlong's dunk path. Uchiha Zhenlong knew that even if he forced a dunk, Aomine Daiki would not be able to stop him. But, it is not necessary. Uchiha Zhenlong was seen changing his movements in the air, suddenly retracting his raised hands, and his body passed by Aomine Daiki and then buckled backwards. Bang! Pull the lever with both hands behind your back. What? Aomine Daiki watched this scene in amazement in the air. He actually forced himself to change his movements in mid-air. Is this really something that people of the same age can do? Ah! What the hell? It's deducted just like that? This is too horrible. It's 4-0 now. It looks like Aomine is really going to be shut out. Who? A beautiful figure ran from outside to the court. Ade! Ah! The pink-haired girl called out Aomine Daiki's name, but when she saw Aomine Daiki standing there in silence, she stopped. It was the first time she saw Aomine Daiki in such a state of disarray. She turned around and asked the passers-by around her. Hello, may I ask what happened here? The passerby was asked by Momoi. It was the first time he saw such a beautiful woman and he immediately became nervous. Ah! That's it. The passerby told the story. When the pink-haired girl heard the number, she covered her mouth with one hand. Ada was actually suppressed. Aomine Daiki, it's 4:0. If this is all you have, there's no need to keep playing. Uchiha Zhenlong said casually while spinning the ball with his fingers. You know me. Aomine Daiki raised her head sharply, looking at the scene in disbelief. He knows me. Not only does he know me, he also suppresses me. But why haven't I discovered such a master before? Of course I know you. You are quite famous on the street court. What? Do you want to play again? Uchiha Zhenlong asked. Beat? Aomine Daiki's eyes were filled with fighting spirit, and there was a faint blue light flashing in her eyes. Zone? You're already standing in front of the door. Uchiha Zhenlong watched the scene calmly, and then threw the ball to Aomine Daiki. What do you mean? Aomine Daiki caught the ball and asked in confusion. I'll give you a chance, otherwise you won't be able to touch the ball. Uchiha Zhenlong waved his hand indifferently and got into a defensive position. Aomine Daiki was no longer humble. He leaned forward slightly, and his whole body was as quiet as a cheetah before hunting. Which way to go? Left or right? Aomine Daiki analyzed Uchiha Zhenlong's position and simulated the breakthrough scenario in her mind. The left side will be blocked, the right side will be intercepted, and there is no way to break through. He suddenly came back to his senses, and his whole body was instantly soaked with sweat. Why? Why can't I break through? Damn it, now is not the time to be absent-minded. If I can't break through, I'll just shoot. Thinking of this, Aomine Daiki jumped up suddenly. Just waiting for you to jump. Uchiha Zhenlong jumped high and blocked Aomine Daiki's shooting path. Damn it, how could he jump so high? He's going to be blocked. No, I must score a goal. Snap! A flash of blue lightning flashed across Aomine Daiki's eyes for a split second, and his body slowly fell backwards in the air. Zone? Isn't it true that Aomine Daiki doesn't bloom at this time? Uchiha Zhenlong was watching the changes in Aomine Daiki in the air and was very confused. Shouldn't Aomine Daiki's zone open after it blooms? How could it open on the first day of the new year? Chapter 3. Hey, hey, hey! Is he not affected by gravity? He's almost flying. Look at what Aomine is doing. He's almost parallel to the ground. No, are these two people human? Aomine Daiki's entire body was parallel to the ground, as if she was lying in the air. A layback jump shot in zone mode. Uchiha Zhenlong watched this scene calmly. At present, Aomine Daiki has not completely mastered the formless shot. I guess it was a move he had to make. For Aomine now, this move would not allow him to score a goal, let alone from outside the three-point line. Aomine Daiki threw the ball towards the basket with all her strength. The basketball passed over Uchiha Zhenlong, which was an extreme shot. The basketball hit the back edge of the basket and bounced high. Go in, you must go in. Satsuki Momoi watched this scene nervously, clasping her hands tightly together. Go ahead. Aomine Daiki roared, wanting the basketball to go into the basket. Uchiha Zhenlong watched this scene quietly, still wondering why Aomine Daiki, who was only in the first grade of junior high school, entered the zone. Ding, ding, ding. Brush. The basketball bounced high 3 times and finally entered the basket with difficulty. 4-1. Got in? Was that lucky? Uchiha Zhenlong was stunned. He didn't expect Aomine Daiki to be so lucky. Who? Aomine Daiki was breathing heavily, and he felt that his body was as heavy as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. Come again. Aomine Daiki stood up with difficulty and wanted to continue the game. Ada! You can't fight anymore, you will get hurt. Satsuki Momoi rushed over and tried to dissuade Aomine Daiki. No, I'm in good shape now. Aomine Daiki said stubbornly while shaking her legs. Not zone? No, it's definitely zone. It seems that in the desperate situation, a crack in the door was pushed open. Perhaps even he himself didn't realize it. Uchiha Zhenlong was impressed that Aomine Daiki's talent was really strong. She was the first to blossom and could even withstand pressure and grow in desperate situations. Such talent is truly terrifying. He came back to his senses, looked at the stubborn Aomine Daiki, waved his hand and said, "You should take a rest, your current condition is not good enough for you to continue the competition." "No. It's not easy, I finally found such an opponent. If I can't compete with him, what's the point of playing basketball?" Aomine Daiki said stubbornly, he didn't want to give up such an opponent. The game can be played at any time. The health is the most important thing. The victory or defeat does not have to be decided now. Uchiha Zhenlong said casually, "And tell me, you are in such a state now, let alone playing basketball, can you walk? Then where can I find you next time?" Aomine Daiki raised his foot tentatively, and found that he really had no strength left, so he asked unwillingly. The black-haired boy in front of him looked absent-minded, but his strength was truly terrifying. Wearing casual clothes and without any warm-up, he suppressed me to the point where I had no chance to fight back. This is the first time I have met someone my age like Aomine Daiki. If Uchiha Zhenlong hadn't given him the offensive opportunity, he might have been shut out. I don't know, let's just take it as it comes." Uchiha Zhenlong really didn't know where to meet Aomine, so he just said casually. "Excuse me? Do you have a school you want to go to?" Satsuki Momoi interrupted. "No." Uchiha Zhenlong replied. Because the school season has not yet started, Uchiha Zhenlong has not decided which school he will go to. "Then how about you come with us to Teikō?" Satsuki Momoi smiled and extended her hand to invite Uchiha Zhenlong. Uchiha Zhenlong was slightly stunned when he saw Momoi extending her hand. It has to be said that at this stage, Satsuki Momoi has already begun to show ambitious intentions. Teikō? The Teikō basketball team is full of top players, including Akashi Sejuro, Atsushi Murasakibara, Midorima Shintarō, etc., who will join Teikō soon. It is an era of future miracles. If you enter it yourself, it will indeed add a lot of fun to the boring days. Uchiha Zhenlong stretched out his hand and shook it with Satsuki Momoi, saying, "Well, I'll go with you." "Really? Then we can challenge him one-on-one every day in the future." Aomine Daiki said excitedly after hearing what Uchiha Zhenlong said. If Uchiha Zhenlong entered Teikō, she could challenge him one-on-one every day in the future. "Let's talk about it later. You are too weak now." Uchiha Zhenlong shook his head and said helplessly. "Humph. This is only temporary. Sooner or later I will defeat you." Aomine Daiki responded. "I'm looking forward to it." Uchiha Zhenlong responded with a smile. "Then see you when school starts." Satsuki Momoi said with a smile. "Good. The system opens my panel." Uchiha Zhenlong checked his system on his way home. Host, Uchiha Zhenlong. Age, 12. Height, 180. Weight, 70 kilograms. Wingspan, 192. The tanking continues to improve. Looking at my panel, there are only bare data and no skills. He knew that skills were no longer important to him because he could already integrate the skills into his body and any movement he made became a skill. And as long as you keep playing badly, your data will continue to improve. Chapter 4. Time flies, and soon it's time to go to school. A breeze blew up, bringing with it the intoxicating fragrance of an unknown flower from afar, but it also blew the cherry blossoms off the branches. Countless cherry petals danced in the wind, like pink gauze floating in the wind, making people wonder if they were in a dream. On both sides of the campus, many clubs are calling out, hoping that new students will join their clubs. Uchiha Zhenlong walked aimlessly on the path, admiring the cherry blossoms. Admire the various seniors and classmates on campus, and the green hair that suddenly appears in sight. Wait, teal hair? Ryu. Aomine Daiki was jumping and waving in the distance, shouting Uchiha Zhenlong loudly. Passers-by around were attracted by Aomine Daiki's shouting. Momoi stayed quietly beside Aomine Daiki with a helpless smile on her face. Why is this idiot here? Uchiha Zhenlong seemed to have made some kind of decision, and turned around and left without any hesitation. Hey! Why is Ryu running? Aomine Daiki looked at Uchiha Zhenlong, who turned and left in confusion. He was very confused as to why Uchiha Zhenlong turned around and left without any hesitation when he saw him. Maybe it's Adatai. Momoi looked at Aomine Daiki speechlessly, and the people around them all stared at Aomine Daiki and Momoi. An expression similar to that of a monkey at a zoo. Let's go. Momoi pushed Aomine Daiki away from the venue. I don't want him to continue to embarrass himself. In the afternoon, Uchiha Zhenlong walked into the basketball club alone. What came towards me was a head of green hair. Why is it you again? Hey! Ryu, what a coincidence, we meet again. Uchiha Zhenlong looked at Aomine Daiki speechlessly, wondering why he was everywhere. Ryu, let's have a one-on-one duel. Aomine Daiki looked at Uchiha Zhenlong with a fighting look on her face. Let's talk about it after we join the basketball club. Uchiha Zhenlong said casually. First, we will conduct group tests. Only one team will be able to participate in the official competition as a regular. A voice was heard at this time. I heard that almost no one can pass the test and enter the first army this time. Really? Then the best you can do is the second army. It's so difficult, then let's aim for the second place in this test. Come on. After hearing that they had passed the test and were able to become members of the first team, the other members thought about the difficulty of the test and started chattering about it. Hey, Ryu, do you think we can make some progress? Aomine Daiki said carelessly. Although he said so, he was actually not worried about the test data at all. Uchiha Zhenlong glanced at Aomine Daiki helplessly and said, You can come in. After the afternoon test, the teaching assistant walked up to everyone, took out the list and shouted. Now let's start announcing the group list. Starting from the third service, the students whose names are called stand in front of the third service coach. Number 2, Nobuo Sato, number 4. Number 31, Kuroko Tetsuya, and the above students. In the crowd, a boy with blue hair, slightly shorter in height, who seemed to have no sense of existence in the crowd, was secretly feeling sad. He recalled the oath he and his friends had made, and reluctantly ran to the ranks of the three armies. Next, the list of the second army will be announced. Great, I'm in the second team. Several contestants in the crowd expressed their relief. Number 14, Kuroki Dai. Number 35, Yagi Masao. Finally, announce the list of the first army. Did he just say one army? No way. There were bursts of surprise in the basketball hall. They didn't expect that there was an army among them. Number 8, Aomine Daiki. Aomine Daiki, who was standing next to Uchiha Zhenlong, had a smug smile on her face. Ryu, do you hear me? I am an army. Yeah, I heard it. Uchiha Zhenlong said casually. Number 11, Midorima Shintarō. Number 23, Atsushi Murasakibara. Number 29, Akashi Sejuro. Number 7, Uchiha Zhenlong, and the above students. No way, they are an army. Is it so strong? Need I say more? They must be very strong. Students who didn't join the second army this time should work hard. Yes. Kuroko Tetsuya stood in the crowd, feeling sad. The next day. Assemble the troops. Now we will have a group confrontation. The first graders will face the second graders. Hey, Ryu, let's play against the second years. Aomine Daiki said excitedly while standing next to Uchiha Zhenlong. The sophomores in the first team are equivalent to the main force of Teikō Junior High School, and are also top-notch in the country. Their selection is extremely strict, the capable ones are promoted and the mediocre ones are demoted. The strong prey on the weak. Under this system, the strength of the second grade of the first army can be said to be extremely strong. But even though it is such a strong team, Aomine Daiki wants to confront them head-on. Blue team, point guard, Akashi Sejuro. Shooting guard, Midorima Shintar. Small forward, Uchiha Zhenlong. Power forward, Aomine Daiki. Center, Atsushi Murasakibara. Both parties are in position. Beep. The competition officially begins. Atsushi Murasakibara and the sophomore senior jump ball. As soon as the ball was thrown up by the referee, Atsushi Murasakibara jumped straight up and lofted the ball behind his own goal. Is he a monster? The sophomore center who was in charge of the jump ball with Atsushi Murasakibara looked at the scene in front of him with a dazed look on his face. He jumped with all his might, but the guy opposite him was like a rocket and snatched the ball away in an instant. How come that first grader jumps so high? What a high jump! Hey, Ryu, did you see that? That purple-haired guy is jumping so high. Aomine looked excited. He didn't expect that there would be such a strong player among the first-year students of Teikō. I saw it. He is very powerful. Uchiha Zhenlong watched the scene calmly. Being familiar with the original work, he certainly knows how foul Atsushi Murasakibara is. Whether it is physical fitness or talent, it is completely a gift from God. Chapter 5. The game starts again. Akashi Sejuro dribbled across half-court and threw the ball to Uchiha Zhenlong. You gave me the ball? You really think highly of me? Come on, let me teach the newcomer a lesson. The sophomore small forward looked at Uchiha Zhenlong sharply, as if Uchiha Zhenlong was already in his pocket. Many people came to the side of the stadium to watch. Many students in training came to the sidelines. The coaches of the second and third armies all agreed to let them watch the game for the first time. Of course, the students did not refuse such a good thing. After all, watching the first team's games can allow them to accumulate a lot of competition experience. They quickly surrounded the entire stadium, and the stadium was immediately full. Uchiha Zhenlong stood at the top of the three-point arc with the ball, looking at the sophomore small forward with his arms open, 2 full lengths away from him. Why does everyone like to let the ball go when defending? He looked speechlessly at the sophomore student who was defending him. The senior was 2 full lengths away from him and his stance was completely one of allowing the player to shoot but not break through. Don't you like to step forward to defend? Uchiha Zhenlong said this calmly, then jumped high and shot. What? The sophomore small forward wanted to stop him, but before he could even start, Uchiha Zhenlong had already shot the basketball. What kind of speed is this? He looked at the scene in surprise. With this height and this shooting speed, even if he was in front of him, he couldn't block him. The angle was right and it went in. Midorima Shintar watched this scene and a sense of fighting spirit ignited in his heart. I didn't expect that there was someone in the team who could shoot 3-pointers so accurately, and his shooting speed was much faster than mine. Brush. The basketball went into the net. 3 points are effective. The audience on the stage cheered. Oh my god, that first grader is so fast. Honestly, with that speed, even senior Nijimura may not be able to block it. It's hard to say. After all, Nijimura-senpai is the top power forward in the middle school. 1 year of playing this game is more than enough. However, with such a fast shooting speed, that first-year student will definitely achieve great things in the future. After seeing the goal, Aomine Daiki rushed over and grabbed Uchiha Zhenlong's neck, saying, Ryu, your 3-pointer is amazing. This is the first time I've seen a shot that fast. Every time Aomine Daiki sees Uchiha Zhenlong's shooting, she is amazed. It was too fast. Uchiha Zhenlong's attack was so fast that people could hardly react. That being said, as long as Uchiha Zhenlong keeps shooting, he will always be the most stable scorer on the team. The sophomore small forward's face turned a little unhappy, and his teammates quickly stepped forward to comfort him. It's okay, the freshman's shot was indeed a little fast, just pay attention to his shot later. The sophomore small forward nodded and said, "Can you give me the ball on the next possession?" The sophomore point guard was stunned for a moment and then nodded. He knew that his teammate must be feeling unhappy because he was headed in by a freshman. Since he wanted to return the ball, he would definitely choose to help him. Second grade serves. The point guard brings the ball across half court and passes it to the small forward outside the three-point line. "Boy, I'm going to score on you next time. I'm looking forward to it," Uchiha Zhenlong said nonchalantly, looking at him casually. "You actually look down on me." The sophomore small forward felt angry when he saw that he was being looked down upon. He passed the ball fiercely and broke through to the right of Uchiha Zhenlong. Uchiha Zhenlong immediately blocked his attack path and reached out to slam the ball down. "What?" The sophomore small forward didn't expect that a freshman could not only score on his face, but also steal the ball from him on the defensive end. This was the first time in all his years of playing basketball that he was crushed by someone smaller than him. Uchiha Zhenlong stole the ball and quickly ran to the front court, and the sophomores wanted to return to defense. How could it be so fast? The sophomore point guard was the first to react. He turned around and tried to defend, but he didn't even catch Uchiha Zhenlong's tail gas. "Look at that first grader, how come he's so fast?" "Yeah, he's the only one in the front court." Uchiha Zhenlong quickly rushed to the basket, exerted force with his left foot, jumped high, transferred the basketball from his crotch to his right hand with his left hand, and then dunked the basketball into the basket with his right hand. Collapse. A dull sound was heard, and the stadium fell silent in an instant. After a moment of silence, the stadium finally emitted a faint sound. "Are you kidding? Pinch me. Am I dreaming? Shh, it hurts, I'm not dreaming. That first grader really dunked. It's still a crotch dunk. Who the hell is he? Why have I never heard of him?" The second graders fell silent after Uchiha Zhenlong's dunk. "Hey, is this really a freshman?" the sophomore shooting guard asked. Yes, it seems, I have to retreat to the bench," the sophomore small forward said with a dazed look on his face. He also knew that when Uchiha Zhenlong made this dunk, his starting position had already been lost. With someone so talented, there is no way the coach wouldn't let him start. He had been feeling somewhat unwilling to accept the defeat, but all that disappeared after this dunk. There was nothing he could do, he really couldn't beat Uchiha Zhenlong. "You're lucky. At least you played for a year. I've always been a substitute," the sophomore power forward comforted. He has always been a substitute player for Shuzo Nijimura, and only plays during garbage time in official games. The reason he can play in the training match is because Nijimura Shuzo did not come to the stadium. The coach who had been watching the game outside the stadium looked calm on the surface, but he was actually very happy in his heart. "I found a treasure! I found a treasure! Found a treasure!" Chapter 6. Uchiha Zhenlong has a shooting speed, explosive physical talent, and excellent skills and defensive abilities. He is already capable of being a starting small forward for the first team. Next, if the other players also have impressive abilities, then no one will be able to stop Teiko's future dominance plan. That black-haired freshman is too strong. Try to avoid his defense when you have the ball, said the sophomore point guard. If he has the ball and is attacking, we should double-team him and limit him. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to win. The sophomore point guard explained the tactics to everyone. He realized that if he couldn't effectively limit Uchiha Zhenlong's attack, then Uchiha Zhenlong would tear through his defense like a beast. The sophomore small forward nodded heavily. He preferred team victory to personal honor. The red team kicked off, and the sophomore point guard brought the ball across half court. He looked at Akashi Sejuro who was defending him and thought to himself. The small forward position cannot be given to that freshman because he is too scary. The other players don't have good offensive space. The red-haired guy in front of me doesn't seem to be very strong. Maybe I can succeed if I fight. Then, he began to dribble between his legs, testing Akashi Shijuro's center of gravity. Suddenly, an acceleration broke through from the left of Akashi Shijuro. Akashi Shijuro quickly blocked his attack path and reached out to steal the ball. Seeing this, the sophomore point guard quickly pulled the ball back to the three-point line and reorganized the offense. Are the first-year students so abnormal now? I can't even beat him. Here. Sophomore center Atsushi Murasakibara got stuck, then reached out and started asking for the ball. Atsushi Murasakibara stood behind him in a daze. The sophomore point guard saw that his center was already in position and reached out for the ball, then he immediately passed the ball. Since my teammates can't score, it's up to me. After receiving the ball, the sophomore center pushed his body back and immediately turned around to make a layup. Ah! Atsushi Murasakibara jumped up suddenly and slapped the basketball away with his palm as if covering the sky and the sun. The sophomore center couldn't believe it. He saw that the opponent stayed under the basket without making any moves, so he thought that the opponent didn't know what to do and just made a layup casually. But no one expected that Atsushi Murasakibara could jump so high that he could directly knock the basketball above him away. After the basketball was hit, Uchiha Zhenlong immediately picked up the ball, and then made a long pass to Aomine who had sneaked under the opponent's backboard. Thanks, Ryu. Aomine Daiki caught the ball, jumped up excitedly, and dunked the basketball into the basket. Collapse. Are you kidding me? Another dunk. Yes, what's going on with those two first years? Upon seeing this, the second-year students lowered their heads and fell silent. They thought Uchiha Zhenlong was a special case, but they never expected that there was also Aomine Daiki and Atsushi Murasakibara. Atsushi Murasakibara stayed under the basket without any movement except for the opening jump ball. Then, Uchiha Zhenlong's dunk made them forget that there was a talented monster under the basket in the first grade. There was also Aomine Daiki, whose speed also surprised everyone. It's okay, we're only a few points behind, we can fight it back, the sophomore center comforted and passed the ball again. The sophomore point guard dribbled the ball across half court, and his center set up a screen. After Akashi Shijuro was blocked, the second-year point guard felt a little confused as he saw that there was no one in front of him to defend him. Why is no one defending? The mind is doubtful and the actions are quick. He threw the basketball out with a flick of his hand. Brush. 3 points are effective. Good shot. The sophomore center came over and praised. Thanks, but why is there no one defending in front of me, said the sophomore point guard. That's because the purple-haired guy didn't move at all, said the sophomore power forward. Hearing his words, the sophomore point guard looked back at Atsushi Murasakibara standing under the basket. Atsushi Murasakibara was seen standing under his own basket without any movement, standing on the court with a nonchalant look on his face. Hey, you guy, at least move a little. Aomine Daiki walked up to Atsushi Murasakibara and scolded him with a frown on her face. Atsushi Murasakibara said in a daze, isn't this a training match? It's not a competition. You guy, you're going to move during the training match. Aomine Daiki yelled with veins popping out of his head. Uchiha Zhenlong looked at the two of them in silence. But this is very much in line with Atsushi Murasakibara's style. Alright, stop arguing. Play the game seriously and I'll treat you to a big meal afterwards. Uchiha Zhenlong dissuaded the two of them wordlessly, while also saying the only killer move that was useful to Atsushi Murasakibara. What a feast! Atsushi Murasakibara was surprised when he heard it. His favorite thing was eating, and he would definitely not miss it if someone invited him to dinner. Yes, I'll treat you to a meal if we win the game. Uchiha Zhenlong said with a smile. Atsushi Murasakibara suddenly became eager to fight, staring at the second-year students opposite him with a look of burning flames in his eyes. When Atsushi Murasakibara served the ball again, he did not pass it to Akashi Shijuro, but to Uchiha Zhenlong, who treated him to a big meal. Uchiha Zhenlong looked at the basketball passed to him with a speechless expression. This meal activated Atsushi Murasakibara. It seems that I know how to deal with him in the future. Uchiha Zhenlong looked at Akashi Shijuro and found that Akashi Shijuro just smiled and ran to the front court. It looks like you are here to organize the attack. Seeing this, Uchiha Zhenlong smiled helplessly and slowly pushed the ball to the front court. Uchiha Zhenlong doesn't like to play alone. He likes to open his vision and observe the positions of his opponents and teammates. He began to read the positions of his opponents and teammates and analyze how to score more effectively. To him it looked like he was just reading the situation on the field in an ordinary way. But it's different in the eyes of others. What they saw was ripples beginning to appear under Uchiha Zhenlong's feet, and the ripples instantly enveloped the entire court. Everyone felt as if they were being stared at, as if no matter what movement they made, they would be noticed. Akashi Shijuro stared at the scene in a daze, unable to believe it. Who is he, and why does he feel like he's been seen through? The next second, the basketball flew straight into the hands of Midorima Shintar. Midorima Shintar looked at the basketball in his hand with confusion. He thought he would not be able to get the ball in this game. Unexpectedly, after Uchiha Zhenlong exuded the ability to see through everyone, he actually passed the ball to himself. This made Midorima Shintar even more interested in Uchiha Zhenlong. Since you trust me so much. Midorima Shintar jumped high and pushed the basketball out with his left hand. Then I will do my best and wait for fate. The basketball flew high with a huge arc. Today's fortune telling shows that Cancer is number 1, and the lucky item is a water cup. So, there's no way I can miss the shot. After Midorima Shintar finished shooting, he pushed up his glasses and turned around to defend, but when he saw Uchiha Zhenlong, who had already returned to his own 3-point line, he was stunned. Chapter 7. Why does that guy trust his shot so much when he's already back on defense? Midorima Shintar couldn't believe that someone who had never come into contact with him would trust his shot so much. In an instant, a feeling of recognition arose in his heart. He returned to Uchiha Zhenlong and asked, "Why did you go straight back to defense?" Uchiha Zhenlong was confused. After Midorima Shintar threw the basketball, he saw that the arc of the basketball was very straight. In addition, in the original work, Midorima Shintar had almost 100% shooting accuracy, so after Midorima Shintar threw the basketball, he turned around and returned to defense without any hesitation. Because I trust you." Uchiha Zhenlong didn't know how to reply, so he just made up a random excuse to get away with it. "Believe me?" Midorima Shintar stood there blankly, Uchiha Zhenlong's words echoing in his mind. A feeling of being recognized and trusted instantly filled his mind. "Thank you." Midorima Shintar thanked him seriously. His thanks made Uchiha Zhenlong even more confused. What's wrong with this green-haired guy? Why is he so moved all of a sudden? "You're welcome." Uchiha Zhenlong replied politely, "Just play seriously." "Yeah." Midorima Shintar replied, turning around to take his position. "That guy's 3-point arc is so high." "Yes," and he turned around and went back to defend right after shooting. "What confidence he has." "That's not the point, okay? The point is that the black-haired first year is faster at returning to defense than the green-haired one." On the court, Uchiha Zhenlong and others are leading the score. The sophomore team fell behind in the score, which was unexpected for everyone present. The main force of the first team, which had been invincible in the competition in the past, was actually suppressed by the first graders. Although Nijimura Shozo did not play, the others are all Teiko's real main players. The coach on the sidelines revealed a hint of excitement in his eyes. Posted. 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 Uchiha Zhenlong and Aomine Daiki alone are enough to make Teiko brilliant. Uchiha Zhenlong not only has a stable shooting hand, but now also shows excellent court vision. These 2 points are enough to make Uchiha Zhenlong a real pillar of the team. Aomine Daiki has extreme speed and a casual shooting touch, making him the team's top scorer. Just 2 people were not enough, and 3 more geniuses joined the team. Atsushi Murasakibara has excellent physical talents and rare dynamic talents. Midorima Shintar has extremely high shooting accuracy and is extremely confident in his shots, which is the mentality that a good shooter must have. Akashi Seijuro has excellent vision, is good at connecting the team, and can handle things well both on and off the court. These 5 people will become Teiko's starting players in the future, which is terrifying just to think about. Coach, I'm late. Nijimura Shozo walked up to the coach and asked, "What happened in the gym? Why are there so many people watching?" The coach pointed to the game on the field and said to him, "Look, they will be our Teiko's starting players in the future." Nijimura Shozo turned his gaze to the field, where the second-year seniors were organizing an attack. "We have to have a tactical approach," the sophomore point guard said. He raised his finger, indicating that everyone should attack tactically. "Coach, are you kidding me? They were beaten by the first graders and had to use tactics." Nijimura Shozo looked at this scene in disbelief and asked. The coach didn't reply, but nodded to indicate that he would continue watching. The sophomore power forward blocked Akashi Seijuro, and the point guard took advantage of the situation to match up with Aomine Daiki. When Aomine Daiki thought the sophomore point guard was going to attack, he saw the point guard pass the ball. What? He looked back and found that the power forward against him was already 1 step away from the free throw line. The sophomore power forward caught the ball, bent his knees slightly, and jumped up to shoot. "Don't even think about it." Atsushi Murasakibara, tempted by the delicious meal, rushed forward to block the shot. When the sophomore saw Atsushi Murasakibara coming up, he slammed the ball to the ground and passed it to the center with a ground pass. Good post. After receiving the ball, the center jumped high, determined to vent all the grievances he had just suffered on the basket. He raised his hands high, trying to slam the basketball into the basket. Suddenly, a figure appeared. "Hey, hey, hey, don't treat me like I don't exist." Uchiha Zhenlong jumped high, slammed the basketball hard with his left hand, and struggled with the second-year center in the air. Obviously, although the sophomore center is stronger than others, facing Uchiha Zhenlong, his strength seems much weaker and he was instantly shot down. The center was knocked to the ground by Uchiha Zhenlong's strength and did not get up for a long time. He stared blankly at Uchiha Zhenlong in front of him. He didn't expect that a first-year small forward could suppress a center like himself in terms of strength. Quick attack! Akashi Seijuro picked up the ball and rushed to the front court at full speed. The sophomore point guard hurriedly followed closely behind, and suddenly a figure passed by him. It was Aomine Daiki. Aomine Daiki surpassed the second-year point guard in an instant and ran straight to the basket. What a joke! How can it be so fast? The sophomore point guard wants to catch up with Aomine Daiki, but it is ultimately a fantasy. Akashi Seijuro threw the ball into the air, and Aomine Daiki jumped high to catch the basketball and dunked it. The next half of the game was almost a solo show for the first graders. They found that when they were defending Uchiha Zhenlong alone, Uchiha Zhenlong could break through them with various moves. Sometimes you don't even want to use any skills, just push forward with your body, or shoot close to the face. They were completely unable to withstand it and had to choose to double-team him. However, when double-teamed, Uchiha Zhenlong can use his uncanny vision and passing to pass the basketball to other teammates and let them score. It would be fine if he was the only one organizing the whole game. In that case, they wouldn't be so desperate. But the problem is that they also have a point guard on their team, Akashi Seijuro. When Uchiha Zhenlong no longer had the ball, Akashi Seijuro stepped up. He did not focus on offense, but simply used organization to connect the rest of the players. Atsushi Murasakibara kept hitting the basket under the basket, and Uchiha Zhenlong's commitment made the purple-haired boy active. Midorima's Shintar from the outside also had a hot hand, making three-pointers frequently and never missing a shot as long as he shot. Such a combination made the second-year seniors feel that there was no hope of winning. Their hearts were filled with sadness and joy. The sad thing is that they should be announced out of the starting lineup after this game. The good news is that with such powerful first-year juniors, they can be said to be invincible in the world for the next 3 years of Teikō Junior High. No school can compete with it. Thinking of this, they all felt relieved. The only thing they could blame was their own lack of strength. The final buzzer sounded. The score was fixed at 90-45. The coach's voice was also heard at this moment, "Assemble the first team." Chapter 8. You must be kidding. Our school's main player was beaten like this by the first graders. Yes, the score difference is more than 30 points. What are you talking about? The difference is clearly 45 points. Just tell me if it's over 30. This is incredible. This year's first grade class is incredible. I've seen our Teikō triumph. Assemble the troops. The coach's voice came out. Everyone gathered together, waiting for the coach's instructions. The coach took Nijimura Shizo to the center of the gym. Now announcing the finalists who will represent the school in the competition. Number 29, Akashi Seijuro. Number 11, Midorima Shintar. Number 7, Uchiha Zhenlong. Number 4, Nijimura Shizu. Number 23, Atsushi Murasakibara. The substitutes do. No 8, Aomine Daiki. No 40. That's the list for this issue. The coach read out the name list, and the sophomore starters who had just played in the game all lowered their heads in disappointment. They all knew their starting positions and that they would be replaced after the game, but when they actually heard the news, they couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. However, they quickly let it go and adjusted their mentality in time. After all, the strength of these first-year students is really strong. With them around, Teikō will be invincible for the next 3 years. Of course, there are also people who are dissatisfied. I don't accept it. Aomine Daiki shouted angrily, "Why am I the substitute?" The coach glanced at Aomine Daiki calmly, pointed at Nijimura Shizo next to him and said, "Because your position overlaps with Nijimura, but Nijimura will basically not play in the next game." Aomine Daiki stared at Nijimura Shizo. He had heard of the name of Nijimura Shizo, the top power forward in the middle school. He might not be able to beat him now, but that didn't mean he couldn't beat him in the future. Aomine Daiki snorted proudly but didn't refute. Now there is one more thing for your captain to announce. The coach glanced at Nijimura Shizo and motioned for him to talk about this matter. Nijimura Shizo nodded, stepped forward and shouted, "Now let me and the coach discuss and decide. Uchiha Zhenlong will serve as the team's vice-captain." After this was said, other members of the society began to talk about it. He's only in the first grade, and he's already the vice-captain. It's what others should do. Don't you look at their strength? If I ask you to fight him one-on-one, will you go? If you win, you will be the captain. I'm just saying this. If you ask me to fight him, that would be asking for trouble. When everyone thought Uchiha Zhenlong would agree, he raised his hand and expressed his thoughts. "I don't want to be vice-captain." When these words were spoken, not only the coach and Nijimura Shizo were surprised, but also Aomine Daiki and others beside him were surprised. "What are you talking about, Ryu? That's the vice-captain." Aomine Daiki anxiously pulled Uchiha Zhenlong and tried to dissuade him. "I don't even have a chance to be a regular pick because Nijimura Shizo is always suppressing me. There's nothing I can do." But not only was Uchiha Zhenlong selected as a starter, the coach also promoted him to vice-captain, but he actually didn't want to be the captain. This made Aomine Daiki, who was not selected, very anxious. "No way, he's the vice-captain, why doesn't he do that? I don't know. If I were in charge, I would laugh so hard that I would wake up. You'd better forget it. Who can you beat with your strength? Uchiha Zhenlong didn't care about what other people thought. He curled his lips and said, I think I'm too lazy to be a vice-captain. Are you kidding? Uchiha Zhenlong is used to playing badly. Letting him be the vice-captain is just giving him something to do. Wouldn't it be nice to play ball, go shopping, and see your sister? Whoever wants to be the deputy captain can be it, but I won't be the one. He looked at the coach's somewhat angry expression and a new idea came to his mind. However, I can recommend someone who is more suitable to be the vice-captain than me. After the words fell, Nijimura Shuzo asked in confusion, who? Akashi Shijuro. Uchiha Zhenlong spoke in a simple tone. Akashi Shijuro looked at Uchiha Zhenlong in surprise, he didn't know why. Why doesn't this person want to be the deputy captain himself, but instead recommends me to be the deputy captain? Uchiha Zhenlong showed extraordinary strength on the court, this kind of strength did not choose to continue training, but chose to be lazy. This behavior is a little confusing to Akashi Shijuro, who is currently very hard-working. Can you tell me why? The coach said coldly. This Uchiha Zhenlong, he was not happy when I promoted him to vice-captain. Akashi Shijuro's abilities are excellent, but in the eyes of the coach, Akashi Shijuro is no match for Uchiha Zhenlong. Akashi can connect with his teammates on the court. Every teammate hopes to have a point guard like Akashi. Also, Akashi is able to do a good job of managing the relationships between teammates off the court. At the same time, Akashi has the potential to discover talents. He can clearly see the shortcomings of others and make suggestions for change. If such a capable person like Akashi cannot be elected as the vice-captain, it will be a loss for our Diak. So I recommend Akashi-san. He is definitely capable of being the vice-captain. Uchiha Zhenlong spoke with such passion and emotion that he was moved by every word. It can be said that even God would shed tears upon hearing this. Akashi Shijuro also couldn't escape this combo, his eyes turned slightly red. His father was very strict with him since he was a child and required him to get first place in everything. This also led to his extremely strong self-esteem, and his only belief was winning and being first. But even so, he did not hear any praise from his father. Now that someone has recognized him, he feels very touched, but it still cannot change his desire for victory. He felt that Uchiha Zhenlong was only stronger than him now, and he would definitely catch up with him later. Since Uchiha-san has said so, Akashi-san will be the vice-captain. The coach nodded helplessly. He also saw Akashi Shijuro's ability. Now that Uchiha Zhenlong didn't want to serve as vice-captain, he could only give the position to Akashi Shijuro. Thank you, coach. Akashi Shijuro bowed slightly in thanks. No need to thank me, thank your own ability instead. Today's training ends here, disband. As the coach finished speaking, everyone walked out of the gym. Uchiha Zhenlong was no exception, he turned and walked towards Atsushi Murasakibara and Aomine Daiki. What you promise to others must be fulfilled. He saw Midorima Shintar and Akashi Shijuro had not left the court, and thought that it didn't matter if there were a few more people since his family was rich anyway. He walked up and invited, "We're going to have a dinner party, would you like to join us?" Midorima Shintar and Akashi Shijuro looked at Uchiha Zhenlong in confusion when they heard that he was here to invite them to dinner. The two looked at Atsushi Murasakibara and Aomine Daiki standing behind Uchiha Zhenlong, and nodded and agreed, "Okay. Let's go." Uchiha Zhenlong led everyone out of the arena. When I came out, what caught my eye was a pink figure. "Hey, Zhenlong-kun, Ada." Momoi looked at the 5 people walking together in confusion and asked, "Where are you going?" "Satsuki, you came at the right time. Ryu invited us to a big dinner. Would you like to join us?" Aomine Daiki explained happily. When she heard that they were going to have a big meal with 5 people, she, who had been smart since she was young, immediately guessed that the three people behind them would be Uchiha Zhenlong and Aomine Daiki's future teammates. She nodded and replied, "Okay." Chapter 9. Uchiha Zhenlong led everyone to the door of a store. Aomine Daiki looked at the barbecue restaurant in front of her and the aroma of barbecue coming from the store, and her saliva flew out of her mouth. "Barbecue, barbecue." He rushed in without paying any attention to the crowd. Momoi looked at Aomine Daiki speechlessly, turned around and said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, Ada is always like this." Uchiha Zhenlong nodded and said, "It's okay, I'm used to it." He led everyone into the barbecue restaurant. After choosing the ingredients, they began to discuss what happened today. "I have to say, Midorima, your three-point shot is really accurate." Aomine Daiki praised carelessly, "You are the second most accurate one I have ever seen." Midorima Shintar was visibly stunned, pushed his glasses with his fingers, and said, "I am just following God's will." "Who is the most accurate person you have ever seen?" Rather than answering Aomine Daiki's question, he cared more about Aomine Daiki's last sentence. After all, he wouldn't allow anyone to be more accurate than himself. "Of course it's Ryu, he's the most accurate shooter I've ever seen." Aomine Daiki put her arm around Uchiha Zhenlong's shoulder and patted his chest. Midorima Shintar did not reply, but fighting spirit was aroused in his heart. "I must find an opportunity to compete with him." "By the way, has Murasakibara-kun always been like this?" Satsuki Momoi asked in confusion. Everyone looked at Atsushi Murasakibara. Atsushi Murasakibara was seen holding a fork in one hand and a knife in the other, turning his head to look at the barbecue at the next table. There was a hungry expression on his face and saliva was slowly flowing down his open mouth. The guests at the next table saw Atsushi Murasakibara looking at them with a strange expression, so they all stood up and ran out, shouting the word chicken. Everyone looked at Atsushi Murasakibara speechlessly, as if their expressions were saying that they didn't know him at all. He only behaves like this when he sees food. Akashi Seijuro explained that this was mainly to prevent further misunderstandings. By the way, Akashi is really amazing. He became the vice-captain as soon as he joined the club. Satsuki Momoi praised. "No, actually the vice-captain position was originally Ryu's, but Ryu said he didn't want to be it." Aomine Daiki obviously still remembered this scene, and explained with a look of disappointment on her face. Satsuki Momoi was shocked by what Aomine Daiki said. "I originally thought Akashi Seijuro would be the vice-captain, but I didn't expect that the first choice would be Uchiha Zhenlong. No, I don't want to be the vice-captain because I think Akashi is more capable than me." Uchiha Zhenlong argued, "After all, only capable people can serve as vice-captain, right, substitute player Aomine Daiki?" With a wicked smile on his face, he glanced at Aomine Daiki lightly and spoke in a slightly sarcastic tone. The subject was avoided with clever words. Aomine Daiki was also taken off topic and quickly explained. "That's only temporary. Sooner or later I'll be the regular pick. I'm looking forward to it." Uchiha Zhenlong snickered. "Barbecue is coming." The waiter came up with the barbecue. Everyone ate and talked and laughed, and the relationship became closer and closer. "Murasakibara, that's mine. Eat from your own bowl." Aomine Daiki held the grilled meat on her plate tightly to prevent Atsushi Murasakibara from snatching it away. "Hey, Kingzei, don't be so stingy. Let me eat some." Atsushi Murasakibara grabbed the grilled meat directly and stuffed it into his mouth. "My barbecue. Spit it out, spit it out." Aomine Daiki grabbed Atsushi Murasakibara's mouth and pulled it wider, trying to make Atsushi Murasakibara spit out his grilled meat. "Walk. Walk, and you'll be in the nest when you get to the nest." Atsushi Murasakibara said incoherently. Akashi Seijuro and Midorima Shintar watched the two people playing quietly, eating the grilled meat on their plates elegantly. "Longzei, your barbecue smells so good." Atsushi Murasakibara suddenly leaned over and looked at the grilled meat on Uchiha Zhenlong's plate. He did not snatch it. After all, it was Uchiha Zhenlong who treated him, so he naturally had to respect his boss. Uchiha Zhenlong was speechless and shouted, "Boss, give me some more barbecue." "Okay." The boss replied. After ordering a few more plates of grilled meat, Uchiha Zhenlong turned to Atsushi Murasakibara and said, "Okay, now that's enough for you." "Thank you, Longzi." After hearing that there was barbecue to eat, Atsushi Murasakibara stopped fighting for food and sat quietly at his seat waiting for the food to be served. Satsuki Momoi looked at the 5 people having fun together and gradually felt happy. She likes this kind of atmosphere very much, which makes people feel comfortable. After the meal, everyone went back to their homes. "Dad, I'm back," Uchiha Zhenlong said while taking off his shoes. "Son, you're back. How was your day at school today?" Uchiha's father asked with a smile. The family that Uchiha Zhenlong traveled through is very rich, but most of their assets are in the United States. The assets in Japan are just so-so, and they are currently only temporarily in Japan because Uchiha Ryafu is handling matters here. "Good." Uchiha Zhenlong told Uchiha Long's father what happened in school, and then went back to his room to mess around. Father Uchiha looked at his son's back and nodded with satisfaction. "My son has made new friends in Japan, so he no longer has to be alone and do bad things every day. Since his son likes basketball, he will definitely support him strongly. It's better than playing badly every day." A few days later, inside the training ground of the stadium, "Assemble the troops," the assistant coach shouted. "It won't be long until the junior high school league preliminaries. The coach will train you afterwards." "Ryu, what kind of person do you think the coach will be?" Aomine Daiki whispered to Uchiha Zhenlong. "Oh yeah, you haven't met the coach yet." Nijimura Shizo turned around and said. Suddenly, a hand patted Aomine Daiki's shoulder, and the owner of the hand said, "Really? Then I'll have to introduce you properly. My name is Shirogane Kozo, please give me your guidance, Aomine-san." Aomine Daiki was obviously stunned by this hand. He was stunned and asked, "Do you know me?" Shirogane Kozo laughed and said, "Of course, I know all of you students." Uchiha Zhenlong looked at Shirogane Kozo. In the original work, Shirogane Kozo is a very responsible coach who often observes everyone's performance on the second floor. To be honest, if Shirogane Kozo hadn't fallen ill in the original work, the Age of Miracles might not have been dispersed at all. After Shirogane Kozo fell ill, the assistant coach naturally became the new coach. Although the teaching assistant also discovered problems within the Age of Miracles. He thought about how to solve it, but was sabotaged by the school's board of directors. The board of directors demanded that Age of Miracles must be on the field no matter what happened, on the grounds that the heroes must be active on the field. This led to the 5 members of Age of Miracles turning evil faster and faster until they fell apart. Chapter 10. Captain, it seems like the coach is doing well. Aomine Daiki said with some relief. Don't be fooled by appearances. Nijimura Shizo's face turned strange after hearing this and he reminded him. He spoke with a panicked tone, as if he had remembered something bad. Uchiha Zhenlong knew what it was Shirogane Kozo's devilish training plan. The philosophy of Baijin Gengzao is that if you don't die from practicing, just keep practicing. Of course, he also implemented this strategy, and today made Aomine Daiki and others feel that life was truly worse than death. Uchiha Zhenlong clearly wanted to give up, but he saw the serious look of Shirogane Kozo. He knew that if he played badly today, he might be eliminated the next day, so he trained well with the team for a day. Originally, the training difficulty was not a big deal for him, but Shirogane Kozo saw him training so easily. His training intensity was immediately increased, allowing Uchiha Zhenlong to feel a lot of love. Who? In the Age of Miracles, everyone lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Is Coach Shiro, is Coach Shiro so cruel? Aomine Daiki said, panting. Yes, it has always been like this. Nijimura Shozo said with difficulty, his hands on his knees. Uchiha Zhenlong stood there and walked slowly, trying to make his breathing as steady as possible. Uchiha-san. Shirogane Kozo walked up to Uchiha Zhenlong, reached out his hand and patted Uchiha Zhenlong on the shoulder, saying, I've found your replacement for you, you two should get to know each other. As he spoke, he pulled up a boy with white hair. Please introduce yourself. What a pity. My name is Hizaki Shogo. Hizaki Shogo said indifferently, his eyes constantly looking at Uchiha Zhenlong. This kid is the one who stole my starting spot? Coach, I don't agree. He said to the coach. Oh? Why are you not convinced? Bai Jinzhengjiao became interested and said. I don't think he can beat me. Hizaki Shogo said with disdain. In his mind, Uchiha Zhenlong was just a small forward who could only pass the ball and was not qualified to be his substitute at all. Oh? So you think you are better than me? Uchiha Zhenlong narrowed his eyes and looked at Hizaki Shogo expressionlessly. I didn't succeed in giving up today and was severely punished by platinum farming. I was already in a bad mood, and Hizaki Shogo came to provoke me. Even a clay Buddha has a temper, let alone Uchiha Zhenlong. Uchiha Zhenlong is a bit casual and a bit bad, but that doesn't mean anyone can challenge him. Of course, I am stronger than you, and I am several times stronger than you. Hizaki Shogo said this harshly with a gloomy expression. Then let's have a one-on-one duel. 5 balls, in a row. Uchiha Zhenlong couldn't help but chuckled when he heard this. Hizaki Shogo didn't agree, and he made his own request, change your hair. Are you not confident in yourself? Uchiha Zhenlong provoked. Tisk, fire in rapid succession. Are you provoked by such simple means? Uchiha Zhenlong himself didn't expect that after he tried to provoke Hizaki Shogo, he would take the initiative to fall into his trap. His goal was to make Hizaki Shogo accept the request for burst fire. Only in this way can I train Hizaki Shogo properly and let him feel my love for him. Ryu, are you okay in your current condition? Aomine Daiki said a little worriedly. Uchiha Zhenlong had just finished training and was not at an advantage in physical strength. Now he had to fight against this man who looked very dangerous. How can this not make people worry? It's okay, he can't beat me. Uchiha Zhenlong smiled and said confidently. Shirogane Kozo watched this scene with great interest, and he was also looking forward to the duel between the two. He cleared one half of the court and allowed the two men to fight one-on-one. You serve, otherwise you will have no chance. Uchiha Zhenlong casually threw the ball to Hizaki Shogo and said with disdain. Since you look down on me, I must teach you a lesson. Hizaki Shogo looked at Uchiha Zhenlong angrily. It was the first time he was looked down upon like this. He retorted, just wait for death. I'm looking forward to it. Uchiha Zhenlong chuckled and replied casually. The game officially begins with Hizaki Shogo holding the ball. After the game started, Uchiha Zhenlong chose to stick close. Let me see your weak hand. Uchiha Zhenlong stepped on the 3-point line with his left foot, stuck on the outside of Hizaki Shogo's knee, blocking his right offensive position. Only a large space on the left is left for Hizaki Shogo. A simple move of weak side hand defense turned out to be something else in the eyes of others. In Hizaki Shogo's eyes, steel appeared under Uchiha Zhenlong's feet. The steel quickly stood up, blocking his right side tightly, leaving only space on the left. His pupils shrank and he looked at Uchiha Zhenlong with an unpleasant expression. What kind of ability is this? The right side is completely blocked. The people outside the venue were in an uproar. Hey, did you see that? Ryu's defense, what's with that high wall of steel? Aomine Daiki exclaimed as she looked at the scene in amazement. Uchiha Zhenlong's defense is so strong, I want to have another one-on-one match with him more and more. Yuzaki Shogo on the field was thinking quickly in his mind. How to cross? The left is prohibited, you can only go to the right. He rushed to the right, trying to break through Uchiha Zhenlong's defense. Uchiha Zhenlong saw Yuzaki Shogo rushing straight towards his left hand, so he reached out and the ball was intercepted. What? In Yuzaki Shogo's eyes, as soon as he broke through to the right, a huge palm appeared in front of him and fiercely intercepted his ball. Seeing the ball in Uchiha Zhenlong's hands, he looked grim and prepared to defend well and try his best to put down the ball. He now realized that Uchiha Zhenlong was more than just a passer. He carefully observed Uchiha Zhenlong's movements, hoping to save some face in defense. Good shot! As expected of Ryu, he intercepted the ball in one go. Aomine Daiki watched the scene excitedly. It was as if he was the one playing on the court. Shirogane Kozo, who was watching the game off the field, nodded in approval. Uchiha Zhenlong is a talented person. If he is cultivated, his future achievements will be unimaginable. All I can do is give Uchiha Zhenlong the right guidance during his growth. The people in the gym saw someone challenging him one-on-one, and it turned out to be the main player of the team, Uchiha Zhenlong. They all came over here spontaneously to watch the duel between Uchiha Zhenlong and Yuzaki Shogo. Uchiha-san is still so strong. He stole the ball from the white-haired guy in no time. Yes, that high steel wall gives me chills just by looking at it. Hey wait, Uchiha-san dropped the ball. He didn't drop the ball, he gave it to that white-haired guy. It turned out that just now, after Uchiha Zhenlong got the ball, he did not attack, but chose to return the basketball to Yuzaki Shogo. This operation not only confused passers-by, but also made Aomine Daiki and others confused. Chapter 11. Why did Ryu return the ball? Aomine Daiki said in surprise. Because of confidence. Akashi Sejuro understood Uchiha Zhenlong's thoughts and said, Yuzaki Shogo's strength is not enough to defeat Zhenlong, so Zhenlong did this. So that's how it is. Aomine Daiki suddenly realized and looked at Uchiha Zhenlong on the field with excitement. Yuzaki Shogo caught the ball, looked at Uchiha Zhenlong with a puzzled look and asked, What do you mean? I'll give you one more chance, so that people won't say that I bullied you. Uchiha Zhenlong said with a relaxed look. Yuzaki Shogo also understood Uchiha Zhenlong's thoughts at this time, which was that he simply looked down on him. A feeling of anger surged in his mind. You actually looked down on me. I will make you pay the price. He took the ball and started suddenly, breaking through to the right at an extremely fast speed. Uchiha Zhenlong's mouth curled up slightly when he saw this, and he immediately followed and blocked his attack route. But at this moment, Yuzaki Shogo suddenly confronted Uchiha Zhenlong physically. Hey? You actually want to fight me physically? How can you be so desperate? Uchiha Zhenlong was still wondering why Yuzaki Shogo would fight with him, but the next second he was stunned. During the confrontation, Yuzaki Shogo extended his elbow and swung it towards Uchiha Zhenlong's face. Play dirty. Uchiha Zhenlong was hit hard in the face by Yuzaki Shogo's elbow, blood spurted out and fell to the ground, and he himself fell to the ground. Ryu. Longzai. Uchiha Zhenlong. Zhenlong. Aomine Daiki and the others shouted, then rushed into the field. Hey, is this malicious intent? Yeah, that elbow flew into someone's face. Nothing will happen, right? Stop it quickly. Among the crowd, Atsushi Murasakibara was surprisingly the fastest. He rushed directly to Yuzaki Shogo and slammed him to the ground. Seeing this, Aomine Daiki quickly followed and waved her fists. Are you okay, Zhenlong? Satsuki Momoi ran over to Uchiha Zhenlong, gently helped him up and asked. Akashi Sejuro walked over to Uchiha Zhenlong and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Fang Jile was fine. He turned to look at Yuzaki Shogo who was being beaten, with a hint of anger in his eyes. On the other side, Aomine Daiki swung her fist and hit Yuzaki Shogo in the face. "Stop hitting me, stop hitting me." Yuzaki Shogo protected his face tightly and begged for mercy frantically. The other students rushed forward and pulled Aomine Daiki away. "Let me go, I'm going to beat him up." Aomine Daiki struggled hard to break free. "Forget it, Aomine." Uchiha Zhenlong's voice came from behind. Aomine Daiki stopped struggling after hearing this and turned around to look. Uchiha Zhenlong was not seriously injured, only a cut on the corner of his eye. After expressing his gratitude to Satsuki Momoi and Akashi Sejuro, he stood up and said, "You are talking on the court with the ball, Aomine, let me handle it." "But..." Aomine Daiki wanted to say something but was stopped by Uchiha Zhenlong. "Believe me." Seeing Uchiha Zhenlong's persistence, Aomine Daiki stopped and turned to glare at Yuzaki Shogo fiercely, threatening, "If I see you make any unnecessary moves again, I'll beat you up." Yuzaki Shogo did not respond, lying on the ground gasping for breath. Uchiha Zhenlong slowly walked in front of Yuzaki Shogo. Some students thought that Uchiha Zhenlong was going to continue beating Yuzaki Shogo and were about to step forward to stop him. "I don't fight, I just play ball." He stated that he was not fighting, and the student turned to look at Shirogane Kozo, wanting to ask whether he should stop it. "Uchiha, are you okay with your injury?" Shirogane Kozo did not answer but asked Uchiha Zhenlong. Uchiha Zhenlong shook his head to indicate that he was fine. Seeing this, Baijin Zhengjao nodded, indicating that there was no need to stop it. Uchiha Zhenlong slowly walked up to Yuzaki Shogo and looked down at him. "Can we continue to fight?" Yuzaki Shogo looked at Uchiha Zhenlong with resentment. "Wasn't it just an elbow? Was it necessary to be beaten so badly? Since you still want to fight, I will grant your wish. I can fight. Then get up and serve." Uchiha Zhenlong said expressionlessly, throwing the ball to Yuzaki Shogo. Yuzaki Shogo looked at the basketball in his hand with a gloomy face, thinking viciously in his heart. "I must destroy you." He held the ball with both hands and rushed from the right again. But the next second, a white light flashed and the ball in his hand disappeared. "What?" Yuzaki Shogo looked back in surprise. At this moment, Uchiha Zhenlong was emitting a faint white light all over his body, with a hint of white mist coming out of his eyes. His left hand was holding the stolen basketball. "Did you see it clearly? Why was the ball intercepted?" "No, why is Uchiha Zhenlong's body still glowing white?" "I don't know either. This is the first time I've seen it, too." There were bursts of agitated voices coming from the sidelines, discussing the changes that had taken place in Uchiha Zhenlong. "What's going on? Why is Uchiha Zhenlong's body emitting white light?" Aomine Daiki looked at the scene in confusion. She had never seen anyone emit white light. "I don't know, maybe we can ask the coach." Akashi Sejuro didn't know what was going on either, so he turned to the coach and asked, "Coach, do you know what's going on?" Shirogane Kozu looked at this scene in disbelief, muttering to himself, No me. How is this possible? How is this possible? Why does the state of selflessness appear in basketball? That's right, Uchiha Zhenlong's state at this moment is exactly the state of selflessness. This state had only been seen in tennis by Kozo Shirogane, and he once asked how to enter the state of selflessness. What that person told Shirogane Kozo was that the state of selflessness is a state that can only be achieved by experienced players who are fully focused and have no distractions. Generally, this state is only suitable for single-player sports, because there are too many external factors in multiplayer sports. You have to consider your teammates, the direction of the enemy and the enemy's next move. Therefore, it is almost impossible to enter a state of selflessness in group sports. Platinum Kozo had never seen other sports, let alone basketball. No self? Coach, what is no self? Akashi Shijuro asked in confusion after hearing what Shirogane Kozo said. He has only been exposed to basketball since he was a child, and has not been exposed to any other sports, so he doesn't know much about other sports. Yes, coach. What's Uchiha Zhenlong's current situation? Aomine Daiki asked anxiously. He couldn't wait to know what Uchiha Zhenlong's current situation was. Midorima Shintar followed silently behind everyone, looking at Uchiha Zhenlong in the court with fiery eyes. The state of selflessness is an extraordinary state. I have only seen this state in professional tennis players. Shirogane Kozo was forced back to his senses by everyone. After listening to everyone's questions, he answered them. Chapter 12. Professional tennis player. Aomine Daiki and Akashi Shijuro asked in confusion. Yes, a professional tennis player. Shirogane Kozo nodded and continued. This state requires one to be completely focused and free of distractions before one can enter it. People who enter the state of no self will have their abilities greatly enhanced, and can imitate any skills or actions they have seen before. So powerful? Doesn't that mean Ryu is invincible now? Aomine Daiki said in surprise. His selfless state is so outrageous, how can he ever defeat Uchiha Zhenlong in a one-on-one fight in the future? Aomine Daiki's emphasis is on how powerful the state of no self is. But Akashi Shijuro is different. His focus is on the professional tennis players in Shirogane Kostomi. Coach, since you said that you have only seen the state of selflessness in professional tennis players, then that makes sense. I think there are currently no basketball players who have entered the state of selflessness. Shirogane Kozo was stunned. He didn't expect that Akashi Shijuro's attention was focused here. He nodded and said, I have definitely never seen a basketball player enter a state of no self. Why, coach? Is it difficult to enter the state of no self? Asked Midorima Shintar. The coach has never seen the state of selflessness in basketball players, which means it is difficult to enter the state of selflessness, or even impossible to enter. Then how did Uchiha Zhenlong enter it? It's not difficult for tennis players, but it's as difficult as climbing to the sky for basketball players. Shirogane Kozo said slowly. Why, coach? Nijimura Shozo joined the conversation and asked. I just said that the state of selflessness requires one to be free of distractions, free of distracting thoughts, and not be affected by the outside world. In tennis, players only need to focus on the ball hit by their opponent, so they can easily enter a state of no distractions. But basketball players are different. They not only have to pay attention to the position and direction of their teammates, but also the position and direction of their opponents. In this state, it is very difficult for players to concentrate and have no distractions. Shirogane Kozo patiently explained to everyone. Then coach, when we're playing one-on-one and there aren't any teammates around, can we easily enter a state of selflessness? Aomine Daiki expressed her thoughts. After all, Uchiha Zhenlong is now in a state of selflessness in a one-on-one duel. That's true in theory, but I've never seen it. Today is the first time I've seen a basketball player enter a state of selflessness, and he's a junior high school student. Shirogane Kozo said with a praising tone. Coach, can we also enter the state of no self? Akashi Shijuro asked. For him, who has always wanted to be the first in everything since he was young, being suppressed in the field of basketball, which he is good at, is a very uncomfortable thing. Since Uchiha Zhenlong can enter the state of selflessness, I cannot fall behind. Yes, coach. How should we enter the state of selflessness? Aomine Daiki also asked. If I can't enter the state of selflessness, how can I fight against masters in the future? How can I fight against Uchiha Zhenlong? Ha ha ha, why are you so obsessed with the state of selflessness? Basically no basketball player will choose to enter the state of selflessness. When Shirogane Kozo said this, everyone became confused. What do you mean, coach? Why doesn't any basketball player choose to enter the state of selflessness? Isn't the state of selflessness very powerful? Nijimura Shozo was the first to raise doubts. The coach just spoke so highly of the state of selflessness, but why did he say later that almost no basketball players would choose to enter the state of selflessness? Isn't this contradictory? Nijimura Shozo thought about it for a long time but still couldn't understand the reason. Not only him, but Akashi Seijuro and others also didn't understand the reason. Haha, let me tell you why. Shirogane Kozo laughed loudly and said to everyone, there are two reasons. The first reason is what I just said. It is very difficult for basketball players to enter the state of no self. The second reason is that basketball players have their own burst state, which is called a zone. Zone. Everyone was puzzled. Midorima Shintar was the first to express doubt. Coach, what is a zone? Now that you know too much is not good, I will just briefly mention 2 points. It is impossible for athletes to give 100% of their ability in a competition. Even top athletes who are very focused can only give 80% at best. But the zone will make the impossible 100% possible. The strength of those who open the zone will increase several times. The increase in zone is far beyond the reach of the selfless state. After Platinum Kozo finished his explanation, everyone was surprised. Unexpectedly, the state of selflessness that everyone feels is so powerful is not as good as the bonus of the zone. Coach, how do I enter the zone? Aomine Daiki asked excitedly. Of course he wanted to obtain such a powerful ability. Less than 1% of people can open the zone. Very few people can open it. But don't lose heart. With your talents, as long as you train, you will all be able to enter the zone in the near future. Bai Jinzhengjio gave everyone a spiritual chicken soup, and everyone instantly felt motivated. They all told Shirogane Kozo that they would stay for more practice after the training. Shirogane Kozo watched this scene with great pleasure. Looking at Aomine Daiki and others in front of him, he seemed to have already imagined what their future would look like. He nodded with satisfaction and swore secretly in his heart. I must pave the way for these geniuses and make a small contribution to their future careers. Who? How is this possible? How can you be so strong? Yuzaki Shogo was breathing heavily. He felt pain all over his body, as if his bones were about to fall apart. It's amazing, the score is already 0-4, the guy with white hair looks so miserable, it hurts me just looking at him. Needless to say, he had to use such a dirty move himself, so he deserved to be taught a lesson. I have to say, Uchiha Zhenlong is amazing. He scored 4 points just by using his physical strength. Yeah, it's amazing. While Aomine Daiki and others were discussing, Uchiha Zhenlong had already scored 4 points in a row. After being hit by a malicious elbow from Yuzaki Shogo, he appeared calm on the surface, but in fact there was a hint of anger burning in his heart. He stood up and decided to teach Yuzaki Shogo a lesson. He focused on defense and intercepted the ball from Yuzaki Shogo. When it was his turn to attack, he no longer relied on speed and fancy luck to win. Instead, he used his body to move into the inside little by little. Yuzaki Shogo was angry in his heart and he had never met a player who kept going hard. In their junior high school league, there is no 5-second rule for back-to-the-basket defense. Uchiha Zhenlong took advantage of this and severely taught Yuzaki Shogo a lesson with a back hit. Chapter 13. One more ball, Yuzaki-san. Uchiha Zhenlong gently twirled the basketball with his fingers and said calmly, with your limited ability, I don't know how you dare to challenge me. Yuzaki Shogo listened to Uchiha Zhenlong's taunts and his heart burned with anger. He had never suffered such humiliation since he was a child, and he now wanted to rush up and beat Uchiha Zhenlong. But seeing Aomine Daiki and Atsushi Murasakibara standing by and watching him closely, he suppressed his anger and prepared to settle the score after school. He clenched his fists, did not reply, and took a defensive stance. He knew that he was bound to lose, so instead of being humiliated here, he might as well end the game as soon as possible and go block Uchiha Zhenlong after school. Uchiha Zhenlong saw that Yuzaki Shogo did not respond but was in a defensive posture, so he continued to provoke him with words, "For this ball, I will break through from your right side." After saying that, Uchiha Zhenlong suddenly rushed from the left. It looked like a breakthrough on the left, but in fact Uchiha Zhenlong made a fake move. He used a big change of direction to switch from left to right to break through. It broke through Yuzaki Shogo's defense in an instant. No defense? Uchiha Zhenlong saw that Yuzaki Shogo did not move, but stood there looking at him with resentful eyes. He suddenly understood something in his mind. This Yuzaki Shogo wants to block me after school, let's see who is better. Thinking of this, Uchiha Zhenlong lost interest in playing any further. He simply lobbed the basketball into the basket. The score was 5-0, no suspense at all. Uchiha Zhenlong shut out Yuzaki Shogo. It's a shutout as expected, and it has to be Uchiha Zhenlong, so amazing. Yet, I feel like even Captain Nijimura won't be able to win easily. Uchiha Zhenlong is so strong. I can already imagine Artiak dominating the middle school basketball league. People outside the stadium were not too surprised to see Uchiha Zhenlong easily shut out Yuzaki Shogo. After all, Uchiha Zhenlong had previously mobilized all of Teiko's main players. Ryu! You are so amazing! Aomine Daiki ran to Uchiha Zhenlong, hooked her hands around Uchiha Zhenlong's neck and laughed. Ryu, what does your body feel like when you enter that state of no self? How do you enter the state of no self? Can you teach me? Aomine Daiki asked patiently. Midorima Shintar didn't seem to move, but he had actually pricked up his ears, wanting to hear Uchiha Zhenlong's answer. Ada, Ryu just finished the game, so stop asking him so many questions. Satsuki Momoi stood up and said, her tone was scolding, but in her heart she felt that the scene was very heartwarming. She likes this kind of atmosphere very much, where everyone is united and working towards a common goal. Yes, Aomine-san, let Fang-san rest for a while, Akashi Sejuro said gently. He also had a lot of questions in his mind, but he held back. After all, Uchiha Zhenlong had just finished a game and really needed to rest. Atsushi Murasakibara was eating the potato chips that Uchiha Zhenlong bought for him without saying anything. For him, just having something to eat was enough to satisfy him. It's okay, Momoi. It would be too embarrassing to use all your strength against a rookie like this. Uchiha Zhenlong smiled gently, indicating that Momoi didn't need to say that to Aomine. But, Aomine, what did you mean when you said I entered a state of no self? He asked with some confusion. When did I enter the state of no self? How come I didn't know it? Shirogane Kozo walked out from behind the crowd and looked at Uchiha Zhenlong with burning eyes. He knew that if nothing unexpected happened, Uchiha Zhenlong would definitely become a basketball superstar in the future. Now the strength demonstrated by Uchiha Zhenlong has far surpassed his peers, whether it is shooting accuracy, shooting speed, organizational ability, etc., he is all very good. Now he has also shown a selfless state that basketball players cannot have. These abilities alone are not comparable to his peers. Even people like Aomine Daiki, who only appear once in a decade, cannot compare with Uchiha Zhenlong. His talent is so great that even Platinum Kozu finds it incredible. He walked up to Uchiha Zhenlong and said, Uchiha, don't you know that you have entered the state of no self? Uchiha Zhenlong was confused when asked, when did he enter the state of selflessness? After hearing Shirogane Kozo's explanation, he was stunned. He had always thought that only Aomine Daiki and others would have such immature imaginations, but he didn't expect that even his own coach could imagine such a big drama. At that time, I just concentrated my attention to prevent Yuzaki Shogo from elbowing me maliciously again, and I just ignored some other sounds. As a result, in their eyes, I was in a state of selflessness with no distractions or distractions. If that's the case, Wouldn't it be a waste of time for me to run over to the tennis court next door? No, run to the tennis court next door, maybe you will die if a ball hits you. Uchiha Zhenlong looked at Shirogane Kozo speechlessly. Since his own coach had imagined this, what could he do? I could only pretend to be surprised and said in astonishment, so that was the state of no self. I was wondering why I felt that my strength had increased so much. Shirogane Kozo nodded with satisfaction, feeling a little proud in his heart. He changed his mind and decided that since Uchiha Zhenlong had such a high talent, he must train him well and not let him be lazy anymore. At the same time, we must protect Uchiha Zhenlong well and not let him get hurt. Many professional players have to give up basketball because of injuries. He must not let injuries ruin Uchiha Zhenlong's basketball career. After thinking it through, Shirogane Kozo said seriously, Uchiha Zhenlong, you have such a high talent, you can't waste it. From now on, I will personally train you every day. At the same time, I want you to agree to one condition of mine. This is to protect you. Uchiha Zhenlong looked at Shirogane Kozo with a confused look on his face. Will you personally train me every day from now on? But the problem is, the system I got is to become stronger by playing badly. Although the system doesn't say much, I can improve my strength by playing badly. You personally train me and supervise me, so how can I play badly? Coach, actually I don't need you to train me personally. I can just practice casually by myself. Don't bother me. Uchiha Zhenlong could only say with tears in his eyes. That won't work. Your high talent must not be wasted, said Shirogane Kozo with a serious face. Chapter 14. Ryu, you have such a high talent, plus the coach's training, won't you be even more powerful in the future? Aomine Daiki interrupted and said, I've decided, I will train with you, Ryu, from now on, we will train together with the coach until I defeat you. After saying that, Aomine Daiki stretched out her hand. Add me in. Midorima Shintar also stretched out his hand and placed it on Aomine Daiki's hand. Since you are all practicing extra, I can't fall behind. Akashi Shijuro said gently, then placed his hand on Midorima Shintar. When Aomine Daiki saw that Akashi Shijuro and Midorima Shintar were going to practice extra classes with him, he turned happily to look at Atsushi Murasakibara who was eating potato chips. Hey? But training is troublesome. Atsushi Murasakibara ate potato chips and looked at everyone's eyes. With a reluctant expression on his face, he put his hand on Akashi Shijuro's hand and said, just think of it as accompanying Longzai. Nijimura Shuzo stood aside, looking at everyone with complicated eyes. He really wanted to extend his hand. But his father's condition was getting worse, and he didn't know if he could hold on. Nijimura. Shirogane Kozo knew the difficulty of Nijimura Shuzo, and he said with a firm expression, follow your heart, no one will blame you. After saying this, Nijimura Shuzo gritted his teeth, as if he had made some kind of decision. He stretched out his hand and placed it on Atsushi Murasakibara's hand. Satsuki Momoi looked at the scene with a sweet smile, and she imprinted the beautiful scene deeply into her memory. She felt everyone's happy mood and friendly atmosphere, which further strengthened her determination to join the basketball club and become the team's consultant. Not only does she have to protect this atmosphere, but she also has to join everyone. Everyone looked at Uchiha Zhenlong with burning eyes, who had not yet extended his hand. Uchiha Zhenlong looked at everyone with tears in his eyes. Brothers, you made the decision without asking for my opinion. What is your intention? You are afraid that I will become more powerful, right? I become stronger by playing badly, not by training. If you want to practice more, go ahead. Why bring me along? You practice more, and then you blossom and take off. I practice more, and then I wither. We are different. He complained silently in his heart. Uchiha Zhenlong saw the kind look in Shirogane Kozo's eyes, as well as the expectant looks of Aomine Daiki and others, and sighed slightly. Training is a bit tiring. Uchiha Zhenlong is a lazy person. Apart from competitions, he doesn't want to do anything else. Zhenlong classmate. Satsuki Momoi said slowly. Uchiha Zhenlong turned his head when he heard the voice, and when he saw Satsuki Momoi's equally expectant eyes, he no longer hesitated and risked his life to accompany the beauty. At worst, I can just pretend to be sick and run away. I can be lazy during training. A master in my previous life once said, don't avoid difficulties. Remember that there are always more solutions than difficulties. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Zhenlong also stretched out his hand and placed it on Nijimura Shuzo's hand. Aomine Daiki and the others saw Uchiha Zhenlong put his hand on it, and they all smiled with satisfaction and shouted in unison, "Come on!" Shirogane Kozo watched this scene with a look of satisfaction. These are all future basketball superstars. I must give them the right guidance on their growth path so that they can move forward in the right direction towards the future. After everyone finished shouting, they found Shirogane Kozo and asked him for more training, while Aomine Daiki grabbed Uchiha Zhenlong and asked him all kinds of questions. Uchiha Zhenlong also patiently made up the story. Ryu, how did you enter the state of no self? I was thinking about trying my best to finish the game and then go to eat, and then I entered a state of selflessness. After hearing this, Atsushi Murasakibara's lazy expression became slightly serious, and he secretly thought to himself that he should give it a try in the future. Then Longzhe, how do you manage to shoot so fast? It's very simple, just throw it away without thinking about it, said Uchiha Zhenlong. Midorima Shintarō listened quietly, wondering if he should try just throwing the ball later. Aomine Daiki was also thinking the same thing. He thought to himself, Ryu said to just shoot, so if I do the same as him and just shoot instead of shooting, wouldn't it be better? The more Aomine Daiki thought about it, the more reliable it seemed. She secretly decided that she must try the just throwing shooting method in the future. Uchiha Zhenlong never dreamed that formless shot was actually suggested by himself. After Uchiha Zhenlong answered the questions one by one, he turned to Shirogane Kozo and said, Coach, what do you want me to promise you? I hope you can't go all out in a one-on-one duel with Aomine and the others. Shirogane Kozo said slowly after hearing Uchiha Zhenlong's question. Uchiha Zhenlong was stunned. Wasn't this the request that Shirogane Kozo made to Aomine Daiki and the others later? Why do you demand so much of yourself when you are just in the first grade of junior high school? Uchiha Zhenlong was indeed confused, but he still nodded and agreed to Shirogane Kozo's request. Shirogane Kozo nodded with satisfaction, thinking that Uchiha Zhenlong was very sensible. After Uchiha Zhenlong agreed to his request, Aomine Daiki found Uchiha Zhenlong again and continued to ask, Ryu, how did you become so powerful? It's very simple. Run 10,000 meters, do 1,000 push UPS, 1,000 sit UPS, and 1,000 squats every day. If you stick to it every day, your strength will naturally increase, said Uchiha Zhenlong. Aomine Daiki secretly memorized this and decided in her heart that she must do these things every day from now on. Midorima Shintarō and Akashi Sejuro also took notes. Then Ryu, how did you do that weird pass? Aomine Daiki continued to ask. Akashi Sejuro on the side secretly gave Aomine Daiki a thumbs up. Aomine is really our mouthpiece. It's very simple. Just pass the ball to the small hole every day. You will get it if you pass it many times. Akashi Sejuro remembered Uchiha Zhenlong's words firmly and decided to practice passing the ball through the small hole every day. Ryu, how do you achieve that ability that allows you to see through everything? It's very simple. Just stare at the birds in the sky every day. As for how to see through them, just play chess more often and you will naturally be able to grasp the overall situation. Everything Uchiha Zhenlong said afterwards was written down by Akashi Sejuro in a notebook, and he decided to train according to the notebook in the future. Time passed quickly and everyone prepared to go home. Student Zhenlong, shall we go home together? Ryu, isn't your house on our way? Let's go back together. Satsuki Momoi and Aomine Daiki stood at the door, wanting Uchiha Zhenlong to go home with the two of them. I still have something to do, you guys go back first. Uchiha Zhenlong looked at the two people waiting for him, he shook his head and said with tears. After hearing this, the two stopped trying to dissuade him and turned around to go home. Chapter 15. Uchiha Zhenlong turned around and walked outside only after making sure that the two had left. Behind him, Yuzaki Shogo looked at Uchiha Zhenlong's back with a gloomy face, then raised his leg and followed him. Uchiha Longlong intentionally or unintentionally led Yuzaki Shogo to a place with few people. When they reached a small forest, he turned around to make sure that there was no one else around, and said, "Come out, you've been following me for a long time, Yuzaki-san. You knew I was following you." Yuzaki Shogo walked out from the bushes with a surprised look on his face. He really didn't understand. If he knew that it was following him, why did it lead him to a place with fewer people? Wasn't he afraid that he would punish it? Of course I know. Uchiha Zhenlong nodded and said affirmatively. Since you know that, why do you still dare to go where there are fewer people? Yuzaki Shogo was very confident in his fighting skills. He smiled viciously and said, "You're just afraid that too many people might see you." Uchiha Zhenlong said gently with a smile on his face. "You know you're going to be beaten, so you go to where there are fewer people. You want to be less embarrassed, right?" Yuzaki Shogo suddenly felt that Uchiha Zhenlong was very funny. He cared about his face even when he was about to be beaten. What a pretentious guy. Yuzaki Shogo circled Uchiha Zhenlong twice with a mocking expression, making a clicking sound with his mouth. Uchiha Zhenlong helplessly supported his forehead with one hand, thinking that a fight was such a trivial matter. But Uchiha Zhenlong did not take any action. He was waiting for Yuzaki Shogo to take action first. In this way, even if Yuzaki Shogo called the police to cause trouble for him later, he could use this as an explanation. "Hurry up, I'm in a hurry." Seeing that Yuzaki Shogo was still not taking action, Uchiha Zhenlong deliberately said angrily in order to go home earlier. When Yuzaki Shogo heard this, his face changed and he rushed towards Uchiha Zhenlong quickly, while raising his fist to hit Uchiha Zhenlong on the temple. Yuzaki Shogo moved very quickly, completing it almost in an instant. When Yuzaki Shogo saw that Uchiha Zhenlong had not reacted at all, he began to get excited. But to Uchiha Zhenlong, his movements seemed to have slowed down several times. He just squatted down slightly and dodged Yuzaki Shogo's punch. Yuzaki Shogo's excited expression suddenly changed into a puzzled one. He subconsciously glanced below himself and saw that Uchiha Zhenlong had already started swinging his fists. He thought to himself, "Oh no." Yuzaki Shogo tried to dodge the punch, but it was too late. Uchiha Zhenlong punched Yuzaki Shogo straight in the stomach, and just one punch made Yuzaki Shogo feel like he was going to vomit all his breakfast. Uchiha Zhenlong did not stop after the fight. When Yuzaki Shogo was bent over, Uchiha Zhenlong suddenly elbowed Yuzaki Shogo in the face, saying, "I'll return this elbow to you." In boxing, it is better to take 10 punches than one elbow. This saying is no joke. Uchiha Zhenlong's elbow knocked Yuzaki Shogo unconscious on the spot, and he lay on the ground unconscious. Uchiha Zhenlong was shocked and wondered if he had used too much force. He squatted down, pinched Yuzaki Shogo's philtrum, and murmured, "Don't die! Don't die! I'm holding back." Uchiha Zhenlong was muttering to himself while wondering in his heart, he had clearly restrained himself, who knew Yuzaki Shogo was so weak. After pinching the philtrum for a few minutes, Yuzaki Shogo coughed violently, and Uchiha Zhenlong breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that he wasn't beaten to death. It's good that he wasn't beaten to death. Uchiha Zhenlong stood up and saw that Yuzaki Shogo had opened his eyes. He threatened, I called an ambulance for you. If you do this again next time, it won't be as simple as lying on the ground. Yuzaki Shogo looked at Uchiha Zhenlong with horror in his eyes and nodded with difficulty. It was no wonder that Yuzaki Shogo gave in, he really felt like he had seen the king of hell just now. Uchiha Zhenlong's elbow made Yuzaki Shogo feel as if he was dead at that moment. Yuzaki Shogo secretly vowed that he would never experience that feeling again. After seeing Yuzaki Shogo nod, Uchiha Zhenlong turned around and left, walking towards his home. The next day, Uchiha Zhenlong tiptoed into the stadium. He lay at the gate of the stadium and looked around, as if to make sure whether someone was there. Student Zhenlong. A voice came from behind Uchiha Zhenlong. Uchiha Zhenlong was startled by the voice and turned around suddenly. After seeing Satsuki Momoi behind him, he breathed a sigh of relief, pulled Satsuki Momoi aside and whispered, "Momoi classmate, where is the coach? Have you seen where the coach is?" Satsuki Momoi did not answer Uchiha Zhenlong's question immediately. She stared blankly at Uchiha Zhenlong holding her hand, her cheeks slightly reddened. Uchiha Zhenlong didn't notice this scene at all because he was looking around, observing where Coach Baijin was. Not hearing Satsuki Momoi's answer, he was a little anxious, and he continued to ask, "Momoi-san, do you know where the coach is?" "Momoi-san, Momoi-san. Oh, Jilai, you're late. The coach is angry now and he's waiting for you in the locker room." Uchiha Zhenlong called Momoi several times before Satsuki Momoi reacted. She realized that she was being rude and said quickly, "Thank you, Satsuki." After learning the coach's position, Uchiha Zhenlong happily shook Satsuki Momoi's hand and thanked her. "You're welcome." Satsuki Momoi felt the warmth coming from her hand. She lowered her head embarrassedly and muttered softly. Originally, Satsuki Momoi did not intend to tell Uchiha Zhenlong where the coach was. Firstly, because the coach was very angry, and secondly, because Satsuki Momoi wanted Uchiha Zhenlong to be punished so that Uchiha Zhenlong could train well in the future. But after Uchiha Zhenlong held her hand, she put all these thoughts behind her. In fact, it's not Uchiha Zhenlong's fault for being late. Uchiha Zhenlong just wanted to slack off and planned to arrive at the stadium at a late time. Who knew that he was tricked by his classmates? Because of Uchiha Zhenlong's personality, he quickly became friends with everyone in the class. He often jokes with everyone, causing his classmates to get used to this way of getting along. After school, he would ask his desk mate what time it was. The club started at 4 p.m. Uchiha Zhenlong's desk mate didn't know that Uchiha Zhenlong was going to join the club, so he jokingly said 3:50. The most important thing is that Fang Jile believed his desk mate's joke. So he lay on the table and continued to sleep. After sleeping for a few minutes, my desk mate asked curiously, "Uchiha, are you going to do something at 4 o'clock?" Uchiha Zhenlong dazedly responded, "Yes." "Uchiha classmate, it's actually past 4 o'clock now." The desk mate knew that he might have done something bad, so he quickly said, "Is it true?" Uchiha Zhenlong lost all sleepiness after hearing this. He stood up suddenly and his voice became louder. My desk mate rubbed his head sheepishly and said, "Really? Thank you, you are so nice." Uchiha Zhenlong said thank you with tears in his eyes. Then Uchiha Zhenlong picked up his school bag and rushed out the door. Then the scene just now happened. After learning that the coach was in the locker room, he realized that he was indeed late and was discovered by the coach, so he simply stopped pretending. He swaggered into the locker room and saw Shirogane Kusua sitting on a chair glaring at him. Uchiha Zhenlong could only chuckle, pretending to know nothing, and asked, "Coach, why are you here?" Chapter 16. Shirogane Kozo obviously didn't buy it and uttered something viciously. "You're going to double your training today." After saying that, Baijin Genzu did not stay any longer, got up and walked outside. "Coach, I have my reasons, coach." Uchiha Zhenlong wanted to stop Shirogane Kozo, but it was of no use. Shirogane Kozo didn't care whether Uchiha Zhenlong had reasons or not, and no matter what Uchiha Zhenlong said, Shirogane Kozo had no intention of giving in. Seeing that Shirogane Kozo had no chance of explaining, Uchiha Zhenlong had no choice but to accept the punishment. So you can see that while others are playing in the game, only Uchiha Zhenlong is training hard. Uchiha Zhenlong also told Shirogane Kozo that his strength would improve faster if he participated in competitions, but Shirogane Kozo didn't believe Uchiha Zhenlong's nonsense at all and strongly demanded that he must complete the task targets during training. After the training, everyone else went home from school. Let's go, Ryu. Aomine Daiki saw Uchiha Zhenlong slumped on the ground and secretly vowed to herself that she would never offend Coach Platinum. Although Aomine Daiki also wanted to train well, if he followed Uchiha Zhenlong's training intensity, he would have to stay in the gym on the spot. Satsuki Momoi slowly came over and wiped the sweat off Uchiha Zhenlong with a handkerchief. After wiping the sweat off, she unscrewed the cap of the mineral water bottle and handed it to Uchiha Zhenlong, saying, "Classmate Zhenlong, water." Uchiha Zhenlong sat up with difficulty, took the water from Satsuki Momoi's hand, and drank it in big gulps. Coach Platinum is really cruel. The training volume is too heavy. Aomine Daiki complained at this time. Uchiha Zhenlong didn't even have the mood to complain and just drank the mineral water vigorously. Aomine Daiki looked at Uchiha Zhenlong's condition and knew that Uchiha Zhenlong would not be able to recover for a while. So he took off his school bag and started practicing on the court. Satsuki Momoi sat next to Uchiha Zhenlong and quietly accompanied Uchiha Zhenlong to rest. Uchiha Zhenlong recovered his strength while watching Aomine Daiki practice shooting. Aomine Daiki always remembered what Uchiha Zhenlong said before, and he also wanted to try to see if he could cast it. Thinking of this, he threw the basketball away casually. File, brush. The basketball hit the backboard and went in. Aomine Daiki looked surprised, he looked at his hand that had just shot the ball. He just felt that the shot just now made him feel very comfortable, as if he was supposed to shoot like that. His heart was filled with excitement and he couldn't wait to test the shot again. Aomine Daiki quickly ran to the basket, picked up the basketball, stepped back to the free throw line, and threw the basketball out casually again. It's a pity that the ball didn't go in. But Aomine Daiki's expression was not one of regret, but excitement. He found a way to become stronger, and he felt that this kind of non-fixed shooting style was specifically suited for him. He had already decided in his heart that he must master the formless shot. He took action, constantly picking up the ball and throwing it. Keep repeating this action, and each shot should be in a throwing posture. There is no posture at all. Uchiha Zhenlong, who was sitting on the sidelines, was a little confused when he saw Aomine Daiki's shot. "Brother, are you going to start learning without a fixed pattern in the first grade? I came to this world to enjoy myself, not to cheat for you. Others are still buds, but you are blooming?" Uchiha Zhenlong himself did not expect that Aomine Daiki, who was in the first grade of junior high school, would start trying formless shot and even had a little accuracy. What Uchiha Zhenlong didn't expect was that Aomine Daiki didn't have this idea at first. It was Uchiha Zhenlong's perfunctory words yesterday afternoon that made Aomine Daiki come up with this idea. Satsuki Momoi didn't say anything, she watched what was happening with a sweet smile on her face. "Ada, it's almost time to go home." Uchiha Zhenlong had almost rested, so he stood up and said, "You guys go first, I'll practice for a while." Originally, I thought Aomine Daiki would go home with them, but unexpectedly, Aomine Daiki refused. Uchiha Zhenlong looked at the excited Aomine Daiki. He knew that Aomine Daiki was just finding the feeling now, if he wasn't too tired today. "I stayed behind to practice with Aomine Daiki." But Uchiha Zhenlong was so exhausted from training today that he just wanted to go home, take a shower and have a good sleep, so he didn't wait for Aomine Daiki any longer. Judging from Aomine Daiki's current momentum, she will definitely practice until very late before going home. So he said no more, turned around and prepared to leave. Satsuki Momoi hesitated between Aomine Daiki and Uchiha Zhenlong. After a while, she finally caught up with Uchiha Zhenlong. Before leaving, she turned around and said, "Ada, Ryu and I will go home first." "Okay, you guys go back first." Aomine Daiki was training hard, and he replied perfunctorily. After saying that, he continued to practice basketball. Uchiha Zhenlong and Satsuki Momoi were walking on the side of the road. Uchiha Zhenlong was in front, and Satsuki Momoi followed behind Uchiha Zhenlong. The weather was very hot, and almost everyone on the street was holding an ice cream in their hands. Satsuki Momoi looked at them with a hint of envy, but Uchiha Zhenlong in front suddenly stopped. Satsuki Momoi was so focused on the ice cream of the passerby that she didn't notice that the Uchiha Zhenlong in front of her had stopped. She bumped into Uchiha Zhenlong. "Ouch!" She called out softly, and when she found that Fang Jile did not continue walking, she asked in doubt, "What's wrong?" "Classmate Zhenlong." "It's okay, it's just a little hot. I'll go get some ice cream. Wait for me." Uchiha Zhenlong shook his head and said. After saying that, he walked into the convenience store next door and went to buy ice cream. Satsuki Momoi stood there blankly. For a moment she didn't know whether she should go in. While she was hesitating, Uchiha Zhenlong had already walked out of the convenience store. She felt a little regretful, regretting why she didn't follow them in. If she had gone in, she would have been able to eat the ice cream as well. Because Aomine Daiki grew up with her, they buy their own things. So in her mind, there is no such thing as someone else buying things for her. Satsuki Momoi was ready to watch Uchiha Zhenlong eat ice cream. But suddenly a hand stretched out. It was Uchiha Zhenlong's hand, holding an opened popsicle. Uchiha Zhenlong handed the ice cream to Satsuki Momoi and said gently, "Here, your ice cream." Satsuki Momoi looked at the scene leisurely, stunned where she was. She was a little at a loss when she saw the ice cream handed to her by Uchiha Zhenlong. She didn't know whether she should take the ice cream from Uchiha Zhenlong, or how to take the ice cream from Uchiha Zhenlong. This was an emotion she had never experienced before, and at the same time, a different emotion arose in her heart. This emotion had existed before, but it was only a small one at that time. Only at this moment did this emotion burst out, filling Satsuki Momoi's heart with this emotion. Sometimes, love comes in such a magical way. Chapter 17. A few days later, Uchiha Zhenlong and others practiced in the gym until very late, and he and Aomine Daiki were left behind to clean up. "Ade, Zhenlong-kun, let me tell you, the basketball hall is haunted in the middle of the night." Satsuki Momoi found Uchiha Zhenlong and Aomine Daiki at night and said with a serious expression. "Really?" Uchiha Zhenlong knew it well, but pretended to be incredulous and asked. "Looks like Kuroko Tetsuya is about to make an appearance." Kuroko Tetsuya is Teiko's phantom sixth man, relying on his weak presence to pass all kinds of incredible balls. Don't forget, the name of this drama starts with Kuroko. It's true. After practice, even though no one was in the gym where the three armies were, you could still hear the sound of basketball being played, said Satsuki Momoi with a serious face. Aomine Daiki's face turned black, and he looked at Satsuki Momoi blankly. It was obvious that he didn't believe this statement, and he said, "How stupid." After saying that, he turned around and left. "Wait, Ada, Ada." Satsuki Momoi tried her best to call out to Aomine Daiki, but Aomine Daiki had no intention of stopping. Aomine Daiki just thinks Satsuki Momoi is childish. Really? There's no monster that can play basketball. If there is, I would like to have a one-on-one with him. As he spoke, he spun the ball towards the basketball court. "Ryu, look at him, he doesn't trust us at all." Satsuki Momoi looked at Uchiha Zhenlong with an aggrieved expression. Ever since that popsicle a few days ago, Satsuki Momoi has been very attached to Uchiha Zhenlong. I believe you. Since the tri-service indoor stadium is haunted, let's go and find out whether it is a ghost or a human. Uchiha Zhenlong hated to see girls looking at him with this expression, so he quickly comforted her. Kuroko, here I come. Ah? Shall we go? I'm a little scared. Satsuki Momoi said fearfully. She was indeed afraid of ghosts, and she spoke of this incident only out of a sense of gossip. But now Uchiha Zhenlong said he would take her there, which made her a little scared. Don't be afraid, I will protect you. Uchiha Zhenlong said gently with a faint smile. Protect me? Satsuki Momoi stood there in a daze. It was the first time someone said they wanted to protect her. She suddenly felt like a deer running around in her heart. Her face turned slightly red and she lowered her head shyly. Momoi-san? Momoi-san. Uchiha Zhenlong looked at Satsuki Momoi, who was suddenly in a daze. He stretched out his hand and waved it in front of her eyes. Seeing the hand waving in front of her, Satsuki Momoi quickly came to her senses. Well, let's go together, she said with her head lowered, her tone slightly shy. Good. Seeing that Satsuki Momoi agreed, Uchiha Zhenlong took her hand and walked towards the basketball hall. Satsuki Momoi suddenly felt someone pulling her hand. She looked up and saw Uchiha Zhenlong holding her hand and leading her forward. She did not resist and let Uchiha Zhenlong lead her forward. She was very happy in her heart. She even wanted Uchiha Zhenlong to run slower and hold her hand for a while longer. Aomine Daiki's scream suddenly rang out. After hearing the scream, Uchiha Zhenlong let go of Satsuki Momoi's hand and quickly ran towards the gym. He had to witness the famous scene. Satsuki Momoi felt the warmth in her hands disappear. She looked up and saw Uchiha Zhenlong running several meters away. The inexplicable emotion in my heart instantly turned into anger. She stamped her feet angrily. Damn you, Ada! You ruined my good thing. Anger comes quickly and goes away quickly. After being angry for a while, Satsuki Momoi immediately followed because she also heard the scream, Aomine Daiki's scream. It turned out that just now, Aomine Daiki went to the basketball hall alone. Hearing the sound of basketball coming from the gym, he didn't think much about it, pushed the door and walked into the basketball gym, saying, "Hello." However, after he said this, not only did no one respond to him, even the sound of the basketball disappeared. Hey! Hey, is this true? Are there really monsters playing basketball? No, there must have been people practicing until just now. Now it's just over. But I always feel that there is still a sound a second before the door is opened. Aomine Daiki looked at the empty gym. There was no one, no basketball, nothing. Cold sweat instantly broke out on his body. He cautiously took a few steps back outside the gym, as if he wanted to escape from the gym without being noticed by the monster. That! A voice came from the empty basketball hall, and Aomine Daiki felt like she had seen a ghost when she heard it. He immediately squatted on the ground in fear, covering his ears with his hands, cold sweat dripping down from his head like raindrops, and muttered quickly, "Namo Amitabha. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I will never bring adult magazines to school again. I won't fall asleep in class anymore. Go away, evil spirits. Go away, evil spirits." Uchiha Zhenlong, who just ran over from the door, heard Aomine Daiki in the venue still constantly revealing her own negative information. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he took out his mobile phone and clicked on the recording. "Little Aomine. You're finally in my hands. He, I'm going to keep this recording for the rest of my life. Wait for it, little guy." In the stadium, Aomine Daiki was still talking about his own negative stuff when a voice interrupted him. "Hello. Aomine Daiki turned around and saw no monsters. He is a boy with blue hair, slightly shorter height and a dull expression. Ah! It's not a ghost. Aomine Daiki stood up and looked at Kuroko Tetsuya. Others are standing in front of you, and you still treat them as ghosts. Uchiha Zhenlong walked into the arena with a wicked smile on his face. Ryu, why are you here too? Aomine Daiki was stunned and asked Uchiha Zhenlong who walked in. I wonder if this guy has heard all my secrets just now? No, I have to find out. Ryu, when did you come? Me? I just arrived. Uchiha Zhenlong responded. Just arrived? Then you probably haven't heard any of my dirty laundry. Danger is over. Aomine Daiki took a deep breath, as long as the negative information was not heard. Who? Mr. Zhenlong, what happened to Ada? Satsuki Momoi asked breathlessly, holding onto the gym door. That's right. Aomine Daiki shared her experience and also asked Kuroko Tetsuya what was going on. Kuroko Tetsuya doesn't know whether to tell her story. He knew the identities of two of the three, one of whom was the first team's backup power forward Aomine Daiki. One is Uchiha Zhenlong, a first-team regular season small forward who once turned down the vice-captain position. Both of them were real basketball experts, so he decided to tell them about his past since he was going to quit the basketball club anyway. Chapter 18. Kuroko Tetsuya talks about her experience. So your presence is so weak that no one notices you. Aomine Daiki said with a heartless smile when she heard Kuroko Tetsuya talk about her experience. That's amazing. Ha 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 ha. Aomine Daiki kept laughing. Aomine-san, you're laughing too much, Kuroko Tetsuya said expressionlessly. I'm sorry. Aomine Daiki apologized sheepishly, but suddenly found something suspicious and asked, how do you know my name? Because you are a celebrity who can perform in the first grade. Kuroko Tetsuya said to Aomine Daiki with envy. Then he looked at Uchiha Zhenlong who was sitting next to him. Uchiha Zhenlong is also selected as the vice-captain in the first grade. In the end, I still didn't get the job. Aomine Daiki obviously still remembered this incident and complained in a low voice. That's because Uchiha Zhenlong doesn't want to be the classmate. Kuroko Tetsuya said in time. Aomine Daiki laughed twice and changed the subject and asked, what about you? Kuroko Tetsuya thought Aomine Daiki was asking him which army he belonged to, so he said, I belong to the Third Army. Ada didn't ask you which army you are from, he asked what your name is. Uchiha Zhenlong knew what Aomine Daiki meant and helped Aomine Daiki explain. Kuroko Tetsuya glanced at Aomine Daiki with a questioning look. Aomine Daiki laughed twice and nodded, Ryu is right. I'm asking for your name. It doesn't matter if you're talking about the First or Third Army. Aomine Daiki said, glancing at Kuroko Tetsuya's shoes that had turned black from practice. You stay here every night to practice, which means you love basketball. There are no bad people who like basketball. That's my theory. Aomine Daiki loves basketball very much, so he feels a sense of affinity towards all players who love basketball. What a strange personal theory. Kuroko Tetsuya said with a smile on her face. You think so too? I think so too. Uchiha Zhenlong immediately agreed when he heard it. Aomine Daiki murmured helplessly, is there? Yes. Satsuki Momoi interrupted in time and watched the scene with a smile. My name is Kuroko Tetsuya, please give me your guidance. Kuroko Tetsuya smiled and took in the atmosphere, then said. Although Kuroko Tetsuya already knew Aomine Daiki and Uchiha Zhenlong, she still had to introduce them to each other carefully when they met for the first time. My name is Aomine Daiki, thank you for your guidance. Aomine Daiki stretched out her hand and shook hands with Kuroko Tetsuya. My name is Uchiha Zhenlong, please give me your guidance. My name is Satsuki Momoi, please give me your guidance. Uchiha Zhenlong and Satsuki Momoi introduced themselves one by one and shook hands with Kuroko Tetsuya. Kuroko Tetsuya greeted everyone with a smile. The four of them got to know each other well. During the chat, Aomine Daiki found out that Kuroko Tetsuya really liked basketball, so he proposed to have a one-on-one match with Kuroko Tetsuya. This is Aomine Daiki's character. When she meets someone she likes, she has to fight him one-on-one. Kuroko Tetsuya was a little bit unbelieving. After all, Aomine Daiki was a famous figure in the army. Could she really fight against a weakling like herself? He asked, "Can you really practice with me?" "Well, I'm at your service anytime." Aomine Daiki wiped the tip of her nose with her index finger and said with a smile. "Is that so? Please be prepared." Kuroko Tetsuya nodded, took a deep breath, turned around, and looked at Aomine Daiki with firm eyes. When Aomine Daiki heard this, he thought that Kuroko Tetsuya might be a strong person. He looked at Kuroko Tetsuya with firm eyes and nodded. "Is it really okay for them to do this?" Satsuki Momoi asked worriedly beside Uchiha Zhenlong. She also thought that Kuroko Tetsuya was very strong and was afraid that the two would be too strong in a one-on-one fight and get hurt. "It's okay. This is a famous scene." Uchiha Zhenlong nodded and said with a smile. He knew what Kuroko Tetsuya meant by be prepared. It's not that Kuroko Tetsuya is too strong, it's that he is too weak. Satsuki Momoi obviously didn't understand what Uchiha Zhenlong meant by the famous scene. She looked at the field with a worried expression. Kuroko slapped the basketball sideways. Boom boom boom. The basketball made a clatter in the gym. Aomine Daiki seriously took a defensive stance, ready to deal with Kuroko Tetsuya's attack. The two men were quietly performing their movements, one preparing to break through and the other preparing to defend. The atmosphere became very solemn. Satsuki Momoi's breathing also slowed down due to the heavy atmosphere. Uchiha Zhenlong looked at the court with a smile, because only in this way would his smile not seem abrupt the next second. Sudden. Kuroko Tetsuya is active. He quickly broke through from the left side of Aomine Daiki. The sudden breakthrough made Aomine Daiki slightly dazed. By the time Aomine Daiki reacted, Kuroko Tetsuya had already passed by his left. He stretched out his right hand, trying to steal the basketball from Kuroko Tetsuya. But the next second, the basketball that Kuroko Tetsuya was dribbling suddenly hit her knee and the basketball was also flown away. Kuroko Tetsuya said "Ah" expressionlessly, then covered her knee. "It hurts." "What the hell is this?" Aomine Daiki's outstretched hand froze in the air, before she reacted and complained. Uchiha Zhenlong couldn't help but burst out laughing, while Satsuki Momoi looked at the field in confusion. She didn't know how to answer for a moment. "You said you were prepared, I thought you were very capable." Aomine Daiki complained slightly. She thought it would be an exciting battle, but she didn't expect it. "What are you talking about? I am the three armies." Kuroko Tetsuya explained. "I mean, I'm not skilled enough yet, so please be prepared." Aomine Daiki was confused for a moment, and Kuroko Tetsuya continued to explain. "You are really weird," said Aomine Daiki. "You really don't want to play anymore?" Kuroko Tetsuya smiled helplessly. He also felt that he might not be suitable for the path of basketball. Aomine Daiki touched his head with some self-blame. He turned and walked to the basket, stretched out his hand to signal Kuroko Tetsuya to pass the ball to him. Kuroko Tetsuya saw this and knew that Aomine Daiki wanted to continue practicing with him, so he smiled and passed the ball. Uchiha Zhenlong watched this scene quietly. He knew in his heart that tonight was the day when the bond between Kuroko Tetsuya and Aomine Daiki would begin. Uchiha Zhenlong himself also witnessed a famous scene. On the court, Aomine Daiki holds the ball and Kuroko Tetsuya defends. Aomine Daiki did not attack randomly just because Kuroko Tetsuya was weak, he smiled. Breakthrough from the left. Kuroko Tetsuya kept his eyes on Aomine Daiki's steps and he adjusted quickly. Aomine Daiki suddenly changed from the left to the right and broke through. I originally thought that this disguise could completely get rid of Kuroko Tetsuya. Chapter 19. But the next second, Aomine Daiki's smile suddenly disappeared because Kuroko Tetsuya, who was originally defending the right side, now appeared in front of Aomine Daiki. Seeing this, Aomine Daiki quickly turned around, passed Kuroko Tetsuya in one step, and then made a layup. Kuroko Tetsuya looked at Aomine Daiki in surprise. He didn't expect the difference to be so big. But Aomine Daiki was more surprised than Kuroko Tetsuya. After landing, she turned around and asked, "You just... That's amazing! Aomine-san, can you do it again?" Kuroko Tetsuya was the first to praise. Aomine Daiki's puzzled expression disappeared and turned into a smile, and she nodded to continue. And so, Aomine Daiki and Kuroko Tetsuya practiced for a whole night. Uchiha Zhenlong also practiced with Kuroko Tetsuya for a while. After just a short practice, Kuroko Tetsuya was very surprised by Uchiha Zhenlong's speed. Although I have seen Uchiha Zhenlong's shooting before, it was only after I actually defended against him that I realized that such a speed is truly despairing. Aomine Daiki also wanted to have a one-on-one match with Uchiha Zhenlong, but was rejected by Uchiha Zhenlong. Aomine Daiki originally wanted to continue sticking to Uchiha Zhenlong, but when Uchiha Zhenlong took out the recording, Aomine Daiki was silent. Later, Aomine Daiki said that she would practice extra with Kuroko every night. Kuroko Tetsuya readily agreed, and then everyone went home. On the way home, Aomine Daiki flirted with Uchiha Zhenlong and whispered begging for mercy in Uchiha Zhenlong's ear. "I hope Uchiha Zhenlong can delete the recording. Satsuki Momoi doesn't know what happened. She is secretly cursing Aomine Daiki in her heart and keeps stopping him from standing next to Uchiha Zhenlong. She is jealous." But Uchiha Zhenlong didn't care and said he would delete it when he was in a good mood. Aomine Daiki looked very sad. Time flies. The first official match of Uchiha Zhenlong and others has arrived. Teikō had their first match against Kamisaki Academy. Ha 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 ha, it feels so good to play games without having to go to class. Aomine Daiki had an excited look on her face, expressing her desire for the game. Because it was the day of the competition, Uchiha Zhenlong and his friends were allowed to skip classes and compete with the team. For Uchiha Zhenlong, studying in Japan is as difficult as studying in elementary school, so it doesn't matter whether he studies or not. But Aomine Daiki is different. His grades are not very ideal and he is not the kind of person who likes to attend classes. Now, not only do I have a legitimate reason to skip classes, I can also play my favorite basketball. This feeling is so cool that it's explosive. Ada, don't think that everything will be fine just because of the competition. You will make up for the missed courses later. Satsuki Momoi stood next to Uchiha Zhenlong, interrupted Aomine Daiki's fantasy and said, I know. But why do you want to follow us out too? Aomine Daiki said impatiently with a twitch of her lips. Satsuki Momoi was about to explain when Uchiha Zhenlong said, because Momoi has become the consultant of our team. Momoi will follow us in every game from now on. This is what the coach requires. Momoi, when did you become our team consultant? Aomine Daiki was stunned and said with a hint of disbelief in her tone. What, you don't believe it? Satsuki Momoi said, naturally unhappy when being questioned by Aomine Daiki. Aomine Daiki waved his hands, lamenting that there was really no one left in the team. Satsuki Momoi was so angry that she wanted to elbow Aomine, but was stopped by Uchiha Zhenlong. He grabbed Satsuki Momoi's hand and said softly, okay, don't bother with him. After Satsuki Momoi's hand was grabbed by Uchiha Zhenlong, her face turned slightly red and her temper disappeared all of a sudden. He held my hand again, so shy. The three of them walked to the meeting point together. Akashi Shintarō, Midorima Shintar, and others have been waiting for a long time. Good morning, Longzai. Atsushi Murasakibara waved and greeted his boss while eating corn on the cob. Good morning, everyone. Uchiha Zhenlong greeted everyone, and Akashi Sejuro and others also responded. Today is our first game, so let's cheer up. The assistant coach gave a speech before the game, asking everyone to prepare well. Isn't Senior Nijimura here? Aomine Daiki asked when he saw that Nijimura Shuzo was not in the team. The assistant coach seemed to have anticipated this and said, Nijimura can't come today because of something. Aomine, you will start in his place. That's great. Aomine Daiki waved her fist happily when she heard that she was the starter. I will be starting in the first game and I must perform well. Everyone got on the bus together. After getting on the bus, the assistant teacher held the list and said, Now announce the list. Point guard, Akashi Sejuro. Shooting guard, Midorima Shintarō. Small forward, Uchiha Zhenlong. Power forward, Aomine Daiki. Atsushi Murasakibara. The above is the starting lineup. Prepare well and start the game when you get there. Yes. Everyone replied together. Uchiha Zhenlong listened to the list read out by the teaching assistant and thought secretly in his heart. This lineup is all-star. The team encompasses almost the entire era of miracles, although they are still in the bud stage in the first year and have not yet reached the true flowering stage. But even if it is only in the bud stage, its strength should not be underestimated. Atsushi Murasakibara's power has begun to slowly unleash. Aomine Daiki's speed was increasing day by day, and his wildness had awakened early, but he was not able to use it skillfully. The door was forced to open a crack, and it would not be long before he could really push the door open. Needless to say, I am very powerful. Midorima Shintarō seemed to be developing steadily and never missed a three-pointer. Akashi Sejuro's first personality is also growing steadily, his passing vision is getting better and better, and the quality of the balls he passes is also getting higher and higher. It won't be long before he can pass the ball to his teammates into the pseudo zone. With this lineup, wouldn't it be easy to defeat Kamisaki? But Uchiha Zhenlong was wrong. Although Age of Miracles is very strong, they are still in the bud stage and their cooperation is not particularly good. The Kamisaki school relies on cooperation, and their ace Inu Geniki is also very strong. After the bus arrived at the destination, it slowly stopped. Everyone followed the assistant coach out of the car and headed to the competition venue. After arriving at the venue, the two teams met backstage. Kamisaki's head coach looked at Teiko as a mere assistant coach. Even the main power forward Shuzo Nijimura was not on the team. He felt a sense of contempt in his heart, a feeling of being looked down upon by the other party. Teiko's coach, aren't you a little too contemptuous? The assistant coach did not give any explanation and took everyone to the locker room. In the locker room, the assistant coach wanted to arrange tactics, but when he remembered what Shirogane Kozo had told him in the morning, he gave up. In the morning, Shirogane Kozo told the assistant coach not to use tactics in the first game, and that the first-year student should handle everything himself. The assistant coach knew that Shirogane Kozo wanted to train his soldiers, and he just needed to follow his instructions. Chapter 20. After everyone warmed up, the game started soon. Since the original Teiko does not describe the competition in much detail, Uchiha Zhenlong is not very clear about the teams participating in the competition. He didn't even know which school the 5 uncrowned generals were in. But none of this matters, because no school can beat the era of miracles. Although they are all in the bud stage now, Uchiha Zhenlong is not. The center of the Yuzaki school jumps with Atsushi Murasakibara. Because Yuzaki's coach told them about Teiko. When everyone learned that Teiko's main players didn't come, the coach didn't come, and only the first-year students came, they were very angry. The center forward of Kamisaki secretly vowed in his heart that he must crush the opposing Atsushi Murasakibara. The referee threw the basketball high into the air. The game begins. The game has started, and I heard that Teiko's main players haven't shown up yet. Yeah, all the people here are first years, Nijimura didn't come either. Did Teiko give up? Teiko has really fallen from grace. I don't think those first-year students with colorful hair on the court know how to play basketball. That is to say, Kamisaki will definitely win this match easily. The basketball flies high in the air. The center jumped with all his might, hoping to score the first goal for his team. What? The center looked at Atsushi Murasakibara, who had already pointed the basketball toward his team, and made a surprised sound. How can he jump so high? Is he in the first grade? There were bursts of exclamations from the audience. Hey, 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 are you kidding me? That purple-haired first-year jumped so high. Yet, he tapped the basketball behind his team in an instant. On the court. While the center was still doubting himself, the basketball passed by his face. Oh no! The center turned around and wanted to make up for the defense, but a black figure rushed out like a cheetah. Aomine Daiki received the pass from Akashi Seijuro and rushed to the enemy basket alone. Seeing that no one could keep up with her speed, Aomine Daiki immediately jumped up and prepared to dunk. I got this one! Just when Aomine Daiki thought he had secured the point, a figure jumped up from behind him. Collapse! The figure suddenly knocked Aomine Daiki's basketball away. The basketball hit Aomine Daiki and bounced out of bounds. Beep! Out of bounds, Yuzaki has the ball. Aomine Daiki turned around in surprise, wanting to see who blocked her shot. Fortunately we made it in time. A wheat-skinned young man standing behind Aomine Daiki sighed slightly. Then he looked up at Aomine Daiki and said, "This is a no-fly zone." Akashi Seijuro looked at the young man warily. He didn't expect that this man could block Aomine Daiki's shot. Uchiha Zhenlong frantically recalled in his mind, trying to remember who this person was. The young man thought Aomine Daiki would be frightened, but he didn't expect that. Instead of showing a frustrated expression, Aomine Daiki stared at him excitedly. Seeing Aomine Daiki's expression, Uchiha Zhenlong shook his head helplessly. Okay, Aomine is going to play solo. Give me all the balls later. Aomine Daiki said to everyone on the way back to defense. Aomine, don't forget, we are in a competition. Midorima Shintar frowned and reminded. Akashi Seijuro didn't reply, but remained silent in thought. 5 balls, we only give you 5 balls. After a moment, Akashi Seijuro said slowly. Aomine Daiki nodded excitedly and returned to her position. Inu, catch the ball. Kamisaki's center forward shouted as he passed the ball to the young man. Inu took the basketball and dribbled forward. Aomine Daiki quickly stepped forward to defend, his eyes serious, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, looking at Inu excitedly. Inu was a little surprised. How could this guy look so excited even though his shot was blocked? But he didn't care so much. He patted the basketball, lowered his center of gravity slightly, and looked for an opportunity to break through. Aomine Daiki stared at the basketball and lowered her center of gravity along with Inu. Inu observed Aomine Daiki's stance, and he moved forward with the ball in his left hand. Made a breakthrough start. Aomine Daiki quickly blocked her right hand direction. The next second, Inu changed direction and broke through to Aomine Daiki's left. What? Aomine Daiki turned around and tried to steal the basketball, but Inu suddenly combined the ball and made a 3-step layup. Atsushi Murasakibara made timely defense and jumped up with Inu, trying to block Inu's shot. Why is it so high? Inu looked at Atsushi Murasakibara, who was blocking out the sky, and complained silently in his heart. He slammed the ball to the ground and passed it to the center behind Atsushi Murasakibara. The center caught the ball, roared, jumped up, and dunked the basketball into the basket. Dunking is always the best way to liven up the atmosphere. After seeing the dunk, the audience cheered enthusiastically. After the center landed, he pounded his chest excitedly, as if declaring that he was the overlord under the basket. Kingzi, can you defend your man well? Atsushi Murasakibara said calmly after landing on the ground. Sorry. Aomine Daiki touched his head embarrassedly. It was indeed his fault for not doing a good job in defense this time. Attack and defense transition. Akashi Sejuro dribbled the ball across half-court and passed the ball to Aomine Daiki. Aomine Daiki immediately assumed a triple threat stance after receiving the ball. In fact, he doesn't know how to perform a triple threat. He just makes this move subconsciously after receiving the ball. Inu raised his right hand and pressed it against Aomine Daiki's waist. Aomine Daiki kept observing Inu's defensive posture. Boom! Then Aomine Daiki broke through to the left. So fast! Inu didn't react for a while, and by the time he reacted, Aomine Daiki had broken through. He immediately turned around and wanted to defend. Their own center also immediately provided backup defense. Aomine Daiki has the center forward in front to provide defense, and Inu is chasing behind. But he had no intention of passing the ball, he jumped high. The center saw that Aomine Daiki didn't pass the ball, but jumped towards him instead. Feeling provoked, the center bent his knees and jumped up, trying to block Aomine Daiki's shot. Inu behind him caught up and jumped up as well. The two of them attacked from the front and back, blocking all of Aomine Daiki's attack routes. Aomine Daiki was not proficient in formless shot in her first year of junior high school, and now she doesn't know how to deal with this scene for a while. Here! A voice came from behind Aomine Daiki. He didn't care about anything else and threw the basketball behind him. The basketball was passed extremely crookedly and at a very high height. Inu looked back and saw the trajectory of the basketball, and he already knew the outcome in his mind. The ball must go out of bounds. But the next second, a figure jumped high and caught the basketball that had deviated from its flight trajectory. What? What kind of bounce is this? Inu looked surprised. He seemed to have just seen a rocket flying in the sky. Chapter 21. Just as he was still surprised, the basketball suddenly drew an arc. Brush! The basketball went into the basket steadily, from the moment it was caught to the moment it entered the basket. The whole process takes only 1 second. Inu didn't even see how the basketball was thrown. He stared blankly at the scoreboard showing Teiko's 3 points. What happened just now? Not only him, everyone else was stunned. They didn't see how the basketball entered the basket. The ball that was clearly going out of bounds actually went into the basket. Only the small forward Kamisaki knew everything on the court. It was knowing everything that made him even more surprised. Just now, he saw with his own eyes Uchiha Zhenlong in front of him suddenly jump up. He took the basketball back that was out of bounds, but before he could react, Uchiha Zhenlong had already jumped up and shot the basketball out. The attack was extremely fast and directly froze him in place. What just happened? How did Teiko score 3 points? I don't know either. I just picked up a pen, how come Teiko got 3 points? I saw it. Teiko's number 7 just took the basketball out and swung it in the net. I saw it too. He must have been lucky. He didn't even make any preparations. He must have just thrown it blindly. I also think, how can a normal person shoot so fast? The people in the audience were surprised when they saw this scene. On the court. When Inu learned that the basketball was thrown by Teiko number 7, his expression became serious and his sense of crisis gradually increased. It must be a guess. There is no way to defend against this speed. Inu could only comfort himself in his heart, hoping that Uchiha Zhenlong's shot was a fluke. If it was not, then their game would be over. Ryu, you're awesome. My pass was pretty good. Aomine Daiki said as she ran beside Uchiha Zhenlong with a smile on her face. Uchiha Zhenlong nodded speechlessly. Hey, brother, your ball went all the way to the sky. After receiving the affirmation, Aomine Daiki went back to defense with a happy look on her face. On Kamisaki's side, it is no longer Inu who holds the ball, but the point guard who advances the ball. The point guard slowly pushed the basketball to the front court and observed the situation on the court. The small forward can't give it. Even though Uchiha Zhenlong just scored the goal by chance, the bounce was real. Our small forward is good at catching and shooting, but not good at holding the ball. So the small forward was directly blocked by Uchiha Zhenlong. On the center side, Uchiha Zhenlong and Midorima Shintarō serve as support. If the ball is passed to them, Uchiha Zhenlong and others can quickly make up for the defense. The shooting guard kept running, but he couldn't get rid of Midorima Shintarō. Seeing that there was no suitable shooting position for the shooting guard, he looked at Anu again. Seeing that Anu's position was not very close to the inside, the point guard decided to attack on his own. Looking at Akashi Seijuro, who was a head shorter than him, he found that he didn't seem to have the aura of a strong man. He sneered silently in his heart. He is just a first-year student, so his ability is definitely not that strong. After he broke through the red-haired guy in front of him, he mobilized the purple-haired guy to defend him, and then passed the basketball to the center who was the point guard to finish the shot. Once the idea is established, execute it immediately. The point guard kept dribbling between his legs, trying to shift Akashi Seijuro's defensive focus. Akashi Seijuro watched the point guard's movements quietly, without losing his defensive position at all. Not moving? Is it because you don't know how to defend? The point guard saw that Akashi Seijuro didn't make any moves, so he looked fierce and decided to break through him directly. The point guard passed the ball hard to the right. Seeing that Akashi Seijuro didn't make any move, he thought with disdain. As expected, the first graders don't know how to defend at all. The point guard broke through Akashi Seijuro and chose a jump shot. Because the impact of Atsushi Murasakibara in the interior was indeed quite great for him. I scored this goal. Just when he was feeling smug. Collapse. Who is it? The point guard looked at the flying Uchiha Zhenlong in disbelief. The basketball he threw was directly fanned away by Uchiha Zhenlong, and flew in the direction of his own team. The point guard suddenly remembered something and looked back in disbelief. When I turned around, I saw Akashi Seijuro put the basketball into the basket with a 3-step layup. It turns out that they let me pass on purpose. The point guard had no idea what Akashi Seijuro and the others were thinking. This was so that he could break through Akashi Seijuro and be blocked by Uchiha Zhenlong. But, what kind of strength and trust does it take to feel that Uchiha Zhenlong can block him 100%? The number 7 on the opposite side is very strong. Try to avoid meeting him. Give me the ball next. Inu patted his point guard on the shoulder and said with a serious expression. When the point guard saw his team's ace speaking, he sighed, adjusted his mentality, and prepared for the next attack. Well done, Zhenlong. Akashi Seijuro said to Uchiha Zhenlong with a faint smile. Kamisaki's point guard actually couldn't break through Akashi Seijuro, but he saw the look Uchiha Zhenlong secretly gave him. Let him understand and let down his guard. He didn't know why he had this idea. It was as if he suddenly had the same idea as Uchiha Zhenlong. Point guard Kamisaki continued to hold the ball, and after crossing half-court, he passed the ball to Inu. Inu held the ball at the arc and made a triple threat move against Aomine Daiki. Aomine Daiki was on guard alertly. Inu made another big change of direction, trying to repeat the same trick. Aomine Daiki was always paying attention and quickly followed Inu's steps, while reaching out to grab Inu's ball. Inu noticed Aomine Daiki's action and turned around. Aomine Daiki's attempt to steal the ball was also in vain. Inu turned around, jumped high and threw the basketball. Brush! The basketball went into the net. Inu of Kamisaki is really strong. Yes, although he is not as good as Nijimura, he is also a top-notch power forward. That first year can't stop Inu at all. It was Teiko's turn to serve, and Aomine Daiki excitedly wanted to take the basketball from Akashi Seijuro. It's the second goal. Akashi Seijuro did not refuse and passed the basketball to Aomine Daiki. After receiving the ball, Aomine Daiki did not take any other actions and started to break through directly. What? He broke through without even holding the ball firmly. The sudden breakthrough left Inu unable to react. Seeing that he had lost his position, Inu quickly chased after him and tried to impersonate Aomine Daiki. Kamisaki's center wanted to make up for the deficit, but Uchiha Zhenlong quickly came over and blocked him. Hey, just stay here. Uchiha Zhenlong said calmly with a faint smile. Kamisaki's center wanted to bypass Uchiha Zhenlong, but he found that his strength was no match for Uchiha Zhenlong. What kind of monster is he? How can a first grader have such power? Chapter 22. There was no one in front of Aomine Daiki, and he jumped up excitedly. Collapse. No. No way, this is a dunk. Inu stood there in a daze, muttering to himself. Inu began to doubt himself. How could the freshman he just defended dunk like this? The point guard stared blankly at Aomine Daiki, then looked back at Uchiha Zhenlong. Hey, one pervert is not enough, now there comes a second pervert? Am I dreaming? That first grader just dunked the ball. Hiss, you must be dreaming, why are you pinching me? He really dunked. Is he really a first year? The audience outside the venue made noisy noises. How about Ryu? Was my dunk just now cool? Aomine Daiki waved her fist excitedly and ran to Uchiha Zhenlong while returning to defense. Handsome, handsome, handsome. Uchiha Zhenlong nodded helplessly in reply. Center forward Kamisaki passed the ball directly to Inu. Inu's confidence was not affected by Aomine Daiki's dunk. He was just shocked at most. After all, he had been dunked on by Nijimura many times before, and he had already built up a strong psychological defense. Inu held the ball through half-court, facing the defense of Aomine Daiki. He lowered his center of gravity and decided to teach this newcomer a lesson. He lunged to the right. Aomine Daiki hurried to follow. Inu changed direction by switching from his right hand to his left hand. Or change direction, this can't fool me. Aomine Daiki defended to her right. Inu raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and the moment his left hand touched the ball, he moved the basketball back to his right hand. Made a double change of direction. Oh no! Aomine Daiki knew he had been tricked as Inu had already broken through from his left. He quickly turned around and tried to grab the ball. But Inu closed the basketball early and made a quick stop jump shot. Atsushi Murasakibara wants to make up for the deficit, but he can't defend the same area as he did in high school. Brush! The basketball went into the net. Aomine Daiki was not discouraged. She continued to ask for the basketball and started to compete with Inu. The field became a complete one-on-one duel between them. Originally Akashi Sejuro only wanted to give Aomine Daiki 5 balls, but later he couldn't resist Aomine Daiki's begging. So he passed the ball to Aomine Daiki a few more times until the end of the first quarter. The score was Teikō 23 to Yuzaki 21. Yuzaki showed amazing resilience, allowing Teikō to lead by just 2 points. Aomine Daiki sat tiredly on the bench, drinking the water brought by the team members next to her. The teaching assistant looked at everyone's status and said, Aomine will leave next period and Yuzaki will take over. Ah! Coach, I can still play. Aomine Daiki was a little dissatisfied and wanted to refute. But he was stopped by the coach's look. Yuzaki Shogo nodded and glanced at Uchiha Zhenlong with a hint of fear in his expression. Ever since that night when he chatted with the Grim Reaper, Yuzaki Shogo has had a psychological trauma towards Uchiha Zhenlong. Now when Uchiha Zhenlong speaks to Yuzaki Shogo has to stand still. The game continues. Yuzaki Shogo is on stage. Fight well and don't let down your guard. Uchiha Zhenlong said casually. Yuzaki Shogo immediately stood at attention and nodded continuously, indicating that he would not let down his team. Teikō has the ball. Akashi Sejuro dribbled across half-court, observing the situation on the court. Kamisaki's Inu didn't leave the field, and his stamina must be better than Aomine who didn't bloom. The player facing him at this time was Uchiha Zhenlong, and Uchiha Zhenlong took over his position after Aomine Daiki left the court. Hizaki Shogo plays as a small forward. Akashi Sejuro passed the basketball to Hizaki Shogo, wanting to see what Hizaki Shogo could do. Hizaki Shogo took the basketball and looked at the small forward Hizaki who was defending him. He licked his lips with a wicked smile. Just because he is afraid of Uchiha Zhenlong doesn't mean his personality has changed. As for other people, he still maintains his previous attitude. Hizaki Shogo fiercely passed the ball and broke through the small forward Hizaki in one step. The center wanted to help defend, but Hizaki Shogo suddenly stopped and shot the basketball out. It was exactly the same move that Inu had used before. What? You're using my moves? Inu stared at Hizaki Shogo blankly, unable to believe that his moves could be replicated so easily by someone else. Uchiha Zhenlong thought silently in his heart. Does Hizaki Shogo already know how to snatch at this stage? The center gritted his teeth. He thought Hizaki Shogo would go for a layup, but he unexpectedly made an emergency stop. But there is no way. As long as a goal is scored, it is a good goal. The point guard just caught the serve. Give me the ball. Inu shouted. If the ace of your team calls on you to pass the ball, you must give it to him. The basketball was passed to Inu. Inu dribbled the ball to Uchiha Zhenlong. In his mind, Uchiha Zhenlong was just a freshman with a faster shooting speed. Although Aomine Daiki could dunk in her first year of junior high school, she was still easily broken through by him. So he was not afraid of Uchiha Zhenlong. Instead, there was a desire to tear apart Uchiha Zhenlong's defense. Inu slowly lowered his center of gravity and prepared to break through. Hey, how desperate is he to try to break through Ryu's defense? Aomine Daiki said from the bench, her tone full of sympathy for Inu. All the Teikō people on the field showed strange expressions, as if they were observing a moment of silence for Inu. When the people in Kamisaki saw the expressions of the people in Teikō, they all became confused and didn't know what was going on. Inu's attention was always on Uchiha Zhenlong and he didn't notice the changing expressions of the crowd. Just as he was about to break through from the right, a huge steel wall rose from the ground, completely blocking his right attack route. The movement to the right suddenly stopped. Hiss! What is this thing? Where did that steel wall come from? There were hissing exclamations from the audience. Midorima Shintarō stared at the emerging steel wall with a serious expression. It appears again, and it shocks me every time I see it. Uchiha Zhenlong listened to the hissing sound coming from his ears, his expression slightly speechless. Obviously, his defense was imagined by others, and they were all too childish. I just took a defensive posture with my weak hand, but in the eyes of others I became a steel wall. Inu looked at the steel wall solemnly. At this moment, the huge wall had blocked the road on the right, leaving only room for a breakthrough on the left. There is no other way but to break through on the left side. Inu suddenly lowered his center of gravity and broke through from the left. Although Inu is very good at dribbling, his proficiency with his left hand is definitely lower than that with his right hand. Dribbling with the left hand is definitely more awkward than with the right hand. Uchiha Zhenlong seized this opportunity and gave Inu a little physical confrontation. But to Inu, this confrontation was like hitting a high wall. The ball he was dribbling with his left hand was almost dribbled away. Chapter 23. Inu quickly adjusted and tried to reorganize the attack. Sudden! A huge hand appeared in his eyes. Bang! Inu found that something seemed to be missing in his hand. Ball! Inu turned around suddenly and saw that the basketball had been carried to his own half by Uchiha Zhenlong. How could it be so fast? No one in Uchizaki could react. By the time they did, Uchiha Zhenlong had already made a 3-step layup and put the basketball into the basket. Did you see that? Number 7 ran so fast. He reached the opposite basket in no time. Yeah, is he really a first year? This is horrible. How can Yuzaki fight now? Gurgle. Inu swallowed hard. A wall of steel, a huge black hand, an unparalleled speed. He is superior to me in both offense and defense. Can I really beat such an opponent? His mood gradually became depressed, and point guard Kamisaki noticed this in time. Although the point guard himself was not in a very good mood, the score was not too far away. The point guard stepped forward to comfort Inu and signaled to the coach to call a timeout. Coach Yuzaki knew that his student's momentum was not right, so he quickly called a timeout. After Inu came down, the coach gave him some spiritual encouragement, which helped him to come back to life. The pause is over. Aomine Daiki replaced Uchiha Zhenlong and took Uchiha Zhenlong's position. Because the assistant coach felt that Uchiha Zhenlong did not need any more training, he was really suited to the sport of basketball. He was born for basketball. Uchiha Zhenlong did not feel depressed after leaving the court. Instead, he felt happy because his opponent was too weak. Ryu, can you accompany me to collect information about our opponents tomorrow? Uchiha Zhenlong sat next to Satsuki Momoi, who asked happily. Uchiha Zhenlong raised his head and drank the water handed to him by Satsuki Momoi, surprised for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Satsuki Momoi was immediately overjoyed, and a happy expression showed on her face. On the playing field, Inu's strength is not weak, and he can barely compete with the undeflowered Aomine Daiki. But instead of rising, the score fell further behind. Because Aomine Daiki is not the only player in Teikō. At this stage, Atsushi Murasakibara does not have the habit of standing in a daze under his own basket. He still follows everyone to attack. Frequently attacking the opponent's basket, the difference in power made the center of Kamisaki lose all temper, and the inside was completely dominated by Atsushi Murasakibara. Midorima Shintarō played normally on the outside, making 7 of 7 3-pointers and scoring 21 points, completely blowing up Yuzaki's outside line. But all this is thanks to Akashi Shijuro's organization. His excellent vision and passing connected the entire team. At the beginning, Kamisaki was able to cooperate with Teikō and others and fight back and forth, but as Teikō and others cooperated better and better, coupled with Akashi Shijuro's organization. In the fourth quarter, Uchiha Zhenlong returned to the game and Teikō completely dominated the game, completely extinguishing the last bit of fire in Yuzaki. The final score was 110-70. Teikō led Kamisaki by a full 40 points, which also proved that Teikō was not here to play badly. Uchiha Zhenlong and others also came into the sight of others. Many people knew that Teikō had 5 powerful first-year students. After the match, Aomine Daiki walked up to Inu and greeted him with a smile. "You played very well. As the saying goes, rivals on the court but friends off the court." Inu said without hostility, "You played well, but I will definitely win the next game." "Ha ha ha ha, I will definitely win next time." Aomine Daiki said with a carefree smile. After this match, Inu and Aomine can be considered friends. After all, they were competing against each other for the entire game. However, Uchiha Zhenlong has always been curious about whether Inu appeared in the original work and why he had no impression of him. Although her strength is not strong, she is very strong to be able to compete with Aomine Daiki in the bud stage at 4:6. Aomine Daiki is 4-on-6. After thinking for a long time and finding no clue, Uchiha Zhenlong gave up. Why think so much? There is no benefit in giving up. In fact, Inu still has some fears about Uchiha Zhenlong. That steel wall and the dark hand are still unforgettable to Inu. "You are so lucky to have such talented young people here," Coach Yuzaki said while shaking hands with the assistant coach with gritted teeth. "Of course, you are not bad either." The assistant coach sensed Coach Kamisaki's emotions and said nonchalantly. Snort. Coach Yuzaki let go of his hands and left with the players from his school. Uchiha Zhenlong and others also followed the teaching assistant back to school. Uchiha Zhenlong wanted to treat everyone to a meal to celebrate the victory. Akashi Shijuro didn't want to go because his housekeeper came to pick him up. But he was still carried by Uchiha Zhenlong and Aomine Daiki to the dinner party. Atsushi Murasakibara was the most excited, sweeping the table with both hands. That night, Kuroko was practicing alone in the gym and did not see Uchiha Zhenlong and Aomine Daiki. Sure enough, let's just forget it. Kuroko was slightly depressed for a moment, and then practiced basketball alone. Who? Kuroko, I'm late. Aomine Daiki panted, resting her right hand on the door frame, bending down slightly and apologizing. Kuroko Tetsuya turned around in disbelief, the excitement in her eyes no longer contained. He nodded heavily and started practicing with Aomine Daiki. Aomine Daiki had been sparring with Kuroko for the past few days, but Uchiha Zhenlong hadn't, he just came to watch occasionally. Kuroko has long been accustomed to Uchiha Zhenlong's poor performance. He discovered that Uchiha Zhenlong liked to play badly at all times, whether in class or training in the gym. Uchiha Zhenlong would never give up the opportunity to play badly. Kuroko Tetsuya and Aomine Daiki during practice. Ryu, don't forget our appointment tomorrow. Uchiha Zhenlong and Satsuki Momoi were already walking side by side on the way home, and Satsuki Momoi said. Uchiha Zhenlong nodded, indicating that he would not forget the agreement. The next day, Uchiha Zhenlong got up early and arrived at the designated location, only to find Satsuki Momoi waiting there. After Uchiha Zhenlong arrived, the two walked into the arena together to find out information about other teams. Chapter 24. Soon, the day of the second round of competition arrived. Teiko was changing clothes in the locker room. Ryu, how is your investigation with Momoi going? Aomine Daiki suddenly put her arm around Uchiha Zhenlong's shoulders and asked with a smile. Uchiha Zhenlong ignored Aomine Daiki's actions, gently pushed Aomine Daiki away and started to change his clothes. While changing his clothes, he said, "It's okay. The opponent in this game is not strong. He is not even as strong as Inu in the previous game." "Oh, I see. I thought today would be an exciting battle," Aomine Daiki said with a frustrated expression. "I think you are just enjoying your sexual fantasies," Uchiha Zhenlong complained. Aomine Daiki chuckled twice and didn't respond. He turned his head and suddenly saw a very strange thing. He screamed, "Hey, hey, hey, who brought a chainsaw to the gym? This is today's lucky item." Midorima Shintar said after changing his clothes and putting on his glasses. As if that weren't enough, Midorima Shintar picked up the chainsaw and swung it twice. Aomine Daiki quickly dodged. "Electric saws can be brought in? Stop, stop, stop. Don't move." Nijimura Shozo watched this scene with a smile. "That's right, Coach Platinum and Shozo Nijimura are both here today." Midorima Shintar didn't make any extra moves, just quietly holding the chainsaw and preparing to enter the court. When everyone changed their clothes and prepared to enter the competition venue, the staff stopped Midorima Shintar and said, "Sorry, students, chainsaws are not allowed in the stadium." Midorima Shintar stopped, still hesitating whether to say anything. "I'm sorry, you're not very sensible, Junior." Upon seeing this, Nijimura Shozo hurried forward, took the chainsaw and handed it to the staff. He turned to Midorima Shintar and said, "Next time, just leave the dangerous items in the locker room." Midorima Shintar had a blank expression on his face, pushed up his glasses, and nodded symbolically. Look, Teiko is coming. What a strong momentum. Look, the middle school's top power forward, Nijimura Shozo, is here too. And Uchiha Zhenlong, it was such a treat to watch his game the other day. I think Midorima Shintar is pretty good. That three-pointer was so accurate. That's right, after a few days, Teiko and his team gradually became known to the audience. Uchiha Zhenlong was calm when faced with this scene. Aomine Daiki was not interested because he learned in the locker room that his opponent was not strong. This is undoubtedly fatal to Aomine Daiki, who only wants to fight against strong people. Everyone started to warm up, and Uchiha Zhenlong made a few random shots, some of which were seen by the opponent's small forward. The other school is called Jokiao Middle School. Takahashi's small forward swallowed hard and turned to ask his captain. "Captain, do you really want me to defend that number 7? Takahashi's captain was the center forward, and he nodded with difficulty. He also knew the strength of his school, and he knew they would definitely not be able to beat a strong team like Teikō, even though the opponents were all first years. But looking at the attitude of Teikō's main players towards them before, you can tell that they have become the starters and the real main players of Teikō. Center Takahashi's goal now is to try his best to stop Atsushi Murasakibara, or at least prevent him from scoring easily. Don't be afraid, it will be over in a while, it will be over in a while." Takahashi's small forward looked at Uchiha Zhenlong with difficulty, muttering quickly. "Beep." The referee blew the whistle and both team starters came on the court. "Please give me your guidance." The two teams stood opposite each other and bowed to each other. After all, friendship comes first and competition comes second. Everyone on Teikō's side looked normal, but Takahashi was different. Everyone in Takahashi's starting lineup had a serious expression, especially the small forward, who kept muttering something. "What? This is how my opponent is?" Aomine Daiki said in boredom. Seeing the state of Takahashi and the others, Aomine Daiki really couldn't muster any interest. Aomine Daiki hated people who thought they had failed before the game even started. It is worth mentioning that Coach Platinum did not let Shuzo Nijimura play, so the starting lineup is still the 5 players of Uchiha Zhenlong. Uchiha Zhenlong didn't say anything and waited silently for the jump ball. People on both sides took their positions. The referee walked between Atsushi Murasakibara and center Takahashi and threw the basketball high into the air. Although center Takahashi jumped hard, the basketball was still effortlessly kicked into his own team by Atsushi Murasakibara. The ball fell into the hands of Uchiha Zhenlong. Akashi Sejuro did not ask for the ball but ran to the front court and took position. Uchiha Zhenlong looked at Akashi Sejuro's actions and shook his head helplessly. "Okay, I have to organize it again." Since he has to organize the team himself, Uchiha Zhenlong must do a good job of organizing the team. He observed the movements and positions of the other 9 people, constantly speculating in his mind about their next move. In the eyes of the other 9 people, they suddenly saw ripples appearing under Uchiha Zhenlong's feet. The ripples spread out layer by layer, rippling across the entire stadium. The 9 people on the field suddenly felt a pair of eyes staring at them, as if they were seen through. Takahashi's captain looked shocked. "This is fake, how does this feel, why do I feel like I've been seen through?" Not only Captain Takahashi, but also the other players of Takahashi including the 4 players of Teikō felt the same way. "Ryu's special move amazes me every time I see it," Aomine Daiki said with a chuckle. Midorima Shintar heard what Aomine Daiki said, and he did not refute it because he was also shocked by Uchiha Zhenlong's ultimate move. Akashi Sejuro smiled, and now he would smile because of his friend's strength. The calmest person in the whole audience was Atsushi Murasakibara. To him, nothing Uchiha Zhenlong did was excessive, unless Uchiha Zhenlong did not treat him to dinner. Small forward Takahashi had cold sweat on his head and was trembling slightly as he stood in front of Uchiha Zhenlong. "Oh my god, what kind of monster am I defending?" Although he tried hard to adjust his mentality and defend Uchiha Zhenlong seriously. But Uchiha Zhenlong didn't even look at him, and it was obvious that he didn't take him seriously. The small forward saw that Uchiha Zhenlong seemed to be in a daze, so he instinctively reached out to steal the ball. But the next second, he suddenly felt as if he was being locked by some sharp gaze. He raised his head with difficulty and met Uchiha Zhenlong's eyes. At that moment, he felt that Uchiha Zhenlong could see through what he had eaten and what he had defecated in the morning. He immediately withdrew his hand, his body trembling, and he kept muttering, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." The person involved, Uchiha Zhenlong, was very confused. "What the hell? Why are you apologizing to me?" Uchiha Zhenlong felt that this small forward Takahashi was inexplicable and apologized to me without doing anything. He ignored Takahashi's small forward, raised his right hand, and quickly threw the ball over. Brush! A flash of white light passed by. Captain Takahashi felt a sound of wind in his ears. Not good. He reacted and turned back to stop it. But Atsushi Murasakibara had already caught the basketball and jumped high. Bang! The sound of a dunk suddenly rang out. Everything happened too fast, and before Takahashi's captain could react, the ball had already gone in. Is this true? How did the ball get through? I didn't see it clearly, it seems to be from number 7. It's so scary. The score was scored in the blink of an eye. Not only the captain Takahashi was confused, but also the people watching the game outside the stadium were confused. They just blinked, and you scored a goal? Chapter 25. Longzai's pass is as comfortable as ever. Atsushi Murasakibara let go of the basket and fell to the ground, muttering to himself. Takahashi's center forward had a grim expression on his face. He looked at Atsushi Murasakibara who was returning to defense and clenched his fists. He knew that he would definitely not be able to beat him, but he also couldn't let Atsushi Murasakibara score over his head easily. He passed the basketball to Takahashi's point guard and quickly ran to the front court inside. After point guard Takahashi brought the basketball over, he immediately blocked Atsushi Murasakibara and stretched out his hand to signal the point guard to pass the ball. As his captain asked, point guard Takahashi naturally had no reason to refuse, not to mention that the captain's position was indeed the best one now. Takahashi, who was in control, threw the basketball high to Captain Takahashi. After catching the ball, the captain turned his back to the basket and prepared to attack. Teiko's bench all expressed their sorrow for Captain Takahashi. How desperate is he to challenge Atsushi Murasakibara to a one-on-one match? Yet, Atsushi Murasakibara's defense under the basket is really strong. Captain Takahashi's face changed slightly after he hit Atsushi Murasakibara on the back. Damn, how can the power be so strong? He found that he couldn't get close to Atsushi Murasakibara at all. Atsushi Murasakibara was like a wall, keeping him out. Why? I am not as strong as a first-year student. Captain Takahashi thought to himself that his strength was not even comparable to that of the first years. So he had no choice but to use continuous fake shots to try to shake off Atsushi Murasakibara. Atsushi Murasakibara looked at him as if he were watching a sideshow. Hey? Why is this guy twitching like crazy? Was he electrocuted? Atsushi Murasakibara thought puzzledly. Captain Takahashi saw that Atsushi Murasakibara didn't make any moves, so he stopped faking and turned around to jump and shoot. When Atsushi Murasakibara saw the man who was twitching due to electric shock suddenly shoot the ball, he felt that he was deceived and immediately jumped up in anger. The whole person blocked out the sky and the sun, completely blocking Captain Takahashi's attack route. Collapse. The basketball was hit by Atsushi Murasakibara and flew high into the audience. Midorima Shintarō looked at the basketball flying over his head and had given up the idea of jumping to intercept it. Beep. Out of bounds, Takahashi Middle School has the ball. As the referee's whistle sounded, the audience burst into noisy sounds. That purple-haired guy jumps so high. It's too violent. The basketball was directly blown away. Teiko has really awakened. The first years are so strong that Nijimura doesn't even need to play. On the court, point guard Takahashi comforted his captain and told him not to worry about it. Captain Takahashi nodded with difficulty. He didn't expect Atsushi Murasakibara's defensive range to be so outrageous. After serving the ball again, Captain Takahashi passed the basketball to his own shooting guard. After receiving the ball, the shooting guard stared at Midorima Shintar who was defending him. Midorima Shintar stood in a defensive posture with an expressionless face, emitting a sense of oppression. Takahashi's shooting guard swallowed his saliva and decided to attack. He dribbled the ball between his legs and rushed forward, but Midorima Shintar did not lose his position at all. After trying several times, he found that he couldn't break through Midorima Shintar's defense at all. So in the next attack, he stopped suddenly and stepped back to the three-point line to shoot. Uchiha Zhenlong shook his head when he saw this. If it was anyone else, they might have let him take the shot, but the one defending him was the three-point king Midorima Shintar. Midorima Shintar is not only an accurate three-pointer, he is also a terrifying defender. It can be said that in the entire black basketball team, Midorima Shintar is undoubtedly the strongest 3D player. After shooting guard Takahashi threw the basketball, Midorima Shintar suddenly rushed out and knocked the basketball away. What? Why was it still blocked? Shooting guard Takahashi showed a horrified expression. After seeing the basketball being hit away, Aomine Daiki immediately caught the ball and rushed to the front court. Takahashi's power forward and point guard reacted and tried to chase Aomine Daiki. How could it be? How could it be so fast? The two looked at Aomine Daiki running faster and faster, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. After Takahashi's point guard realized that he could no longer catch up with Aomine Daiki, he slowed down and decided to try to intercept the pass to disrupt Teiko's fast break. Just as he was about to turn his head, a ripple instantly swept across his body. Point guard Takahashi was stunned for a moment. No way! Here we go again! He turned his head in panic. Call! The basketball turned into a beam of light and flew past his ear, and the rapid flow of air blew up his hair. Power forward Takahashi also saw a ripple passing through him, and then saw a beam of light instantly rush into Aomine Daiki's arms. SHH, it hurts. Aomine Daiki said in pain. He made a difficult pass and took a three-step layup to put the basketball into the basket. Hiss, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. After landing, Aomine Daiki shook her hands and yelled to Uchiha Zhenlong while returning to defense, Ryu, your pass was good, but it hurts a little. The rest of Takahashi's team arrived late and looked at the point guard and power forward who were standing there in a daze. Takahashi's guard showed a look of self-blame on his face. Sorry guys, I made a mistake. It's okay, it's not that we are too weak, but the opponent is too strong. Point guard Takahashi adjusted his mood in time, patted the shooting guard on the shoulder and comforted him. The point guard looked at Teiko and his 5 teammates helplessly, feeling a little sad. In fact, his idea was very good, but the passer happened to be Uchiha Zhenlong. The catcher was Aomine Daiki again. If it was someone else, he might not be able to catch Uchiha Zhenlong's quick pass. Ryu, pass the ball more gently next time, it hurts. Aomine Daiki complained to Uchiha Zhenlong. This is the only way to catch the opponent off guard. By the way, Ada, you are really good. Ordinary people may not be able to receive the kind of pass I make. Uchiha Zhenlong smiled indifferently. Really? That must be because they are too weak, ha ha ha. Aomine Daiki smiled and said proudly after being praised. The gap is too big. Takahashi Junior High School is no match for Teiko Junior High School. Yes, and the atmosphere in Takahashi's team is not right. It's normal. Anyone who meets Teiko now will be like this, okay? The audience watched the situation on the field and the difference between the two teams was very obvious after comparing them. Teiko was talking and laughing, but Takahashi was lifeless and had no energy at all. Remember, this is not garbage time in the 4th quarter, but the first 2 minutes of the game. Coach Takahashi noticed that his players were in a bad mood, so he immediately called a timeout, asked his players to come over, and started cheering them on. The game isn't over yet. It's just begun. How do you know if you can win if you don't persist to the end? As expected of a coach, his method of instilling inspirational quotes is indeed very clever. Come on! Everyone regained their momentum and shouted in unison. Chapter 26. After the timeout, Aomine Daiki and Uchiha Zhenlong exchanged positions. Uchiha Zhenlong played as power forward and Aomine Daiki played as small forward. Takahashi and his men returned to the stage, and their momentum was clearly different from before. Their momentum is back. Their coach is really awesome, said Aomine Daiki. Takahashi has the ball. Point guard Takahashi dribbled across half court, and the power forward stepped forward to set a screen. Takahashi's point guard defender naturally became Uchiha Zhenlong, but he did not intend to confront Uchiha Zhenlong. He threw the ball to the power forward near the free throw line, who caught it and mismatched with Akashi Shijuro. The power forward, with his back to the basket, headbutted Akashi Shijuro. Akashi Shijuro currently does not have a second personality and is not very strong. Although he tried his best to resist, he was still knocked back a step. The power forward, sensing that Akashi Shijuro had been knocked away, immediately turned around and shot the ball. Brush! Urkiao scored 2 points. Well done! Takahashi's point guard high-fived Takahashi's power forward as he returned to defense. Don't worry, it's just 1 goal. Uchiha Zhenlong comforted. Akashi Shijuro smiled and shook his head, without any other emotion. The ball possession changed. After Akashi Shijuro dribbled the ball across half court, Uchiha Zhenlong stretched out his hand to signal for the ball. However, Akashi Shijuro did not give it to him, but instead signaled Uchiha Zhenlong to come over and do a pick and roll. Uchiha Zhenlong was stunned for a moment, and then he knew what Akashi Shijuro was thinking. It turned out that he wanted to personally score a goal against Liangqiao power forward. After setting a pick and roll for him, Akashi Shijuro was mismatched against power forward Takahashi. Classic small vs big. Akashi Shijuro kept dribbling the ball to find the rhythm, and suddenly broke through to the left. Power forward Takahashi quickly blocked Akashi Shijuro's offensive route and stretched out his hand to grab the ball. But he underestimated Akashi Shijuro's dribbling ability. Akashi Shijuro's dribbling ability and dribbling feel are extremely strong. After realizing that power forward Takahashi wanted to steal the ball, he moved his left hand back and dribbled behind his back, getting past power forward Nihashi's defense. Power forward Takahashi was stunned, not understanding why Akashi Shijuro could react in that situation and dribble past him from behind. Captain Takahashi spotted Akashi Shijuro breaking through the power forward defense and he rushed to cover. Don't even think about scoring. He looked serious and vowed to stop the ball. Akashi Shijuro had a blank expression on his face. He did not intend to pass the ball, but instead took the first step to the right as if to gather the ball. 3-step layup. Center Takahashi immediately stopped Akashi Shijuro on the right and prepared to block him fiercely. But the next second, Akashi Shijuro, who broke through to the right, suddenly took a step to the left. This move completely threw center forward Takahashi off. Center forward Takahashi had a look of surprise on his face. How could it be? Why did it change direction? Facing the empty basket, Akashi Shijuro flicked his wrist and sent the basketball into the basket. He broke through 2 people in a row and then used the European step to finish. This ball showed that Akashi Shijuro not only has excellent passing skills, but also has good offensive ability. After a moment of silence, the audience suddenly burst into roars. Oh my god, he passed 2 people in a row. Isn't Teikō's number 29 only good at passing the ball? What bullshit are you talking about? He dribbled past 2 people without any pressure, and you're telling me he can only pass the ball. This year's Teikō is too strong. Their 5 first-year students are as strong as monsters. Yes, especially their number 7. The steel wall and the ripple vision still make me feel incredible now. On the court. The ball changes. Point guard Takahashi pushed the ball forward, and after halftime he looked at Akashi Shijuro with lingering fear. Akashi Shijuro's performance just now also frightened him. Takahashi's point guard passed the basketball to the power forward, then ran to the basket. His own power forward was holding the ball one step behind the free throw line, and Takahashi's point guard and shooting guard all started running. The center and small forward pulled out to set up pick and roll for the two players. After Takahashi's center blocked Midorima Shintar, Takahashi ran into an open space and the power forward immediately passed the ball. The shooting guard shot as soon as he received the ball, and Atsushi Murasakibara did not make any follow-up defense because it was too late. Brush. The basketball went into the net and Takahashi scored 3 points. After making the three-pointer, guard Takahashi excitedly waved his fist. Midorima Shintar pushed up his glasses, an unknown sharpness flashing in his green eyes. As a companion who has been together for a long time, Akashi Shijuro felt the changes in Midorima Shintar first. On the next possession, Akashi Shijuro passed the ball directly to Midorima Shintar, ignoring the defense of Takahashi's point guard. Midorima Shintar caught the basketball without any hesitation, ignoring the defense of Takahashi's shooting guard, bent his knees slightly, and jumped up suddenly. Today's lucky item is a chainsaw. My left foot is the one that I step into the game with. Cancer is ranked 3rd in terms of luck. Do your best and leave the rest to fate. Therefore, my shots will not miss. The basketball was thrown by Midorima Shintar, flying high in the air, and its parabola was extremely exaggerated. Midorima Shintar had already landed when the basketball began to fall. After landing, Midorima Shintar pushed his glasses and turned back to defend without hesitation. In order to cooperate with Midorima Shintar's three-point shot, Uchiha Zhenlong directly pulled Aomine Daiki and Akashi Shijuro back. The two cooperated with Uchiha Zhenlong to return to defense together. Atsushi Murasakibara saw that all 4 of them had returned to defend, so he followed them and ran back. Hey, you left without calling me. Atsushi Murasakibara quickly caught up with the 4 people and shouted with a hint of grievance on his face. I'll definitely do it next time. Uchiha Zhenlong said embarrassedly. Because of the collective defense of the 5 Teikō players, an interesting scene appeared on the court. Some of the Takahashi 5 were looking at the still falling basketball, while others were looking at the Teikō 5 who were returning to defense. There was also a commotion in the audience. What do you mean? Why are all the Teikō junior high students back on defense? Haven't they scored yet? I don't know either. On the court, Takahashi and his team looked unhappy. The basketball hadn't gone in yet, but the 5 Teikō players had already returned to defense, which made Takahashi and his team feel humiliated. At the same time, they were praying in their hearts that Midorima Shintar's shot would not miss. But the basketball seemed not to hear their prayers and fell straight into the basket. Brush. There was a crisp sound of the net being hit, and the basketball went into the net. There was a huge uproar from the audience. Oh my god! It really went in. How much confidence does it take to return to defense without even looking back after shooting? The point is, it wasn't just one person who came back for the visit. All 5 of Teikō went back. How much do they trust No. 11's shooting? The most important thing is that all 5 of them are freshmen. I can imagine that the entire middle school will be ruled by these 5 people in the next 3 years. As the basketball went into the net, the faces of everyone in Takahashi became extremely ugly, and their morale instantly dropped to the bottom. Can we really defeat those monsters? Chapter 27. Everyone in Takahashi started to doubt their lives. Faced with the crushing defeat of Teikō's 5 men, everyone's morale once again fell to the bottom. At this time, Gao Qiao's center forward stood up and encouraged the morale. Everyone, don't be discouraged. The score difference is not too big, we just need to do our best to pull the score back. Then he decided that he must make a great shot to boost his momentum. After point guard Takahashi brought the basketball across half court, he immediately passed the basketball to center Takahashi, who was positioning himself. Center forward Takahashi used all his strength to score 2 points over Atsushi Murasakibara. But this also angered Atsushi Murasakibara. In the subsequent offense, Atsushi Murasakibara became extremely energetic and kept bombarding the basket. He completely blew up Takahashi's center and became extremely active on defense, constantly blocking Takahashi's team's attacks. Takahashi and his team were forced to not score a single point in 3 minutes. The points they finally got afterwards were only gained when Takahashi, the shooting guard, had no choice but to force a shot from 2 steps outside the 3-point line. But it was this helpless move that gave Midorima Shintarō a new idea. The first quarter is over. The score was an exaggerated 40-15. A full 25-point lead. The huge score difference made the Takahashi team fall into despair. The first one to despair was their small forward, who was easily broken through by Uchiha Zhenlong as if he was crossing the road. His mentality had already changed. Who can beat this? Who can beat that bunch of perverts? If they keep fighting like this, the gap will only get bigger. He had a look of despair on his face, and kept shaking his head and muttering. The others did not refute what he said, but instead fell into despair as well. Coach Takahashi tried both soft and hard tactics to awaken the players' fighting spirit, but it was all in vain. None of Takahashi's people regained their spirits, all of them were trapped in a vortex of despair, unable to extricate themselves. If you continue to be in this state, then all of you get out of here. The coach was very angry and shouted. The coach originally thought that he could scold them to wake them up, but he didn't expect that the small forward not only did not wake up, but became even more desperate. What can I do? I can't win anyway. Get out of here right now. Leave now. The coach felt like he was about to pass out from anger, and pointed at the small forward's head and cursed. Just go. I don't want to play anymore. The small forward stood up suddenly, his face looking fierce, and yelled. After saying that, the small forward walked toward the player tunnel alone and returned to the locker room. Seeing this, the coach felt a surge of anger rushing into his head. He pointed at the small forward's back and seemed to want to say something. But the words were stuck in my throat and I didn't say them. Suddenly, the coach got so angry that he fainted. Coach! First aid! First aid! Everyone in Takahashi shouted for the coach and the rescue team at the same time. This side of Teikō. Uchiha Zhenlong and others were still talking and laughing when they suddenly heard a commotion coming from Takahashi's bench. They turned around and saw Coach Takahashi being carried out. What's wrong? Aomine Daiki asked confusedly. Uchiha Zhenlong shook his head to indicate that he didn't know. Shuzo Nijimura and Coach Shirogane stood up and walked towards Takahashi. Satsuki Momoi also stood up and went to see what was going on. You wait here for a moment, we will go and ask what's going on. Baijin Kozo said to everyone. Uchiha Zhenlong and the others nodded and continued to discuss the game that had just happened. By the way, Midorima, your shot just now was really accurate. Aomine Daiki put her arm around Midorima Shintaro's shoulders and praised him. I'm just doing my best. Midorima Shintarō naturally pushed Aomine Daiki's hand away, adjusted his glasses and said. Aomine Daiki cut it and found the rigid Midorima Shintarō very boring. He turned around and hugged Uchiha Zhenlong, lowered his voice, and asked in a mean way, Ryu, do you have any photo albums of Mai Chan? Ever since Uchiha Zhenlong gave Aomine Daiki a photo album of Mai Horikita, Aomine Daiki has become obsessed with Mai's photo albums and would ask Uchiha Zhenlong for them from time to time. Uchiha Zhenlong was speechless. He was thinking about Horikita Mai during the game. Aomine Daiki is really hopeless. No, watch less of that stuff. Watching too much is bad for your health. Ah! Ryu, you're so boring. Aomine Daiki said frustratedly. Record. Uchiha Zhenlong said slowly with black lines on his head. When Aomine Daiki heard the word recording, she instantly sat up and changed her attitude. He quickly came behind Uchiha Zhenlong and pinched Uchiha Zhenlong's shoulders. Ryu, are you feeling well? Yeah, okay, a little to the left. Okay. Right. Okay. Please use some strength. Okay, okay. Aomine Daiki gritted her teeth and exerted force on her hands, hoping to take revenge. Uchiha Zhenlong seemed to sense Aomine Daiki's thoughts and shouted, "Record!" Zhenlong, what did you just say to record? Akashi Seijuro and others were attracted over. Without waiting for Uchiha Zhenlong to reply, Aomine Daiki smiled and said, "It's okay, it's okay. I didn't say anything just now. You just heard it wrong. Is that so, Ryu?" Aomine Daiki rubbed Uchiha Zhenlong's shoulders gently with a fake smile on her face. "That's right, Akashi, you heard it wrong." Uchiha Zhenlong nodded with satisfaction, feeling the comfort on his shoulder. Akashi Seijuro stopped talking upon seeing this and continued discussing with Midorima Shintar. Seeing that everyone else's eyes had shifted, Aomine Daiki lowered her head in sorrow and whispered in Uchiha Zhenlong's ear, "Ryu, can that recording record?" "No, no." Aomine Daiki quickly covered Uchiha Zhenlong's mouth and looked around in panic. "Ada, what are you doing? Why are you covering Ryu's mouth?" Satsuki Momoi appeared next to Aomine Daiki at this time and asked in confusion. "It's okay, it's okay. We're just having fun." Aomine Daiki laughed perfunctorily. "By the way, Momoi, what's the situation over at Takahashi?" Aomine Daiki asked. Akashi Seijuro and Midorima Shintar's gazes also shifted over and looked at Satsuki Momoi. "Hey, Longzai, what are we having for dinner?" Before Satsuki Momoi could speak, Atsushi Murasakibara spoke first. "Let's see later, I don't know now," said Uchiha Zhenlong. "Ah, but I'm so hungry." "Murasakibara-san, can you please wait for Momoi-san to finish speaking?" Midorima Shintar frowned and spoke out to stop her. Atsushi Murasakibara nodded dumbly and said nothing more. Satsuki Momoi watched this scene with a smile on her face, thinking silently in her heart. They have such a good relationship. "By the way, Momoi, what's going on over there?" asked Aomine Daiki. "There's something wrong with the coach over there. He fainted." Satsuki Momoi came to his senses and said. "Fainted? Why did he faint? Wasn't he fine in the first quarter?" Everyone asked in unison, why did he faint for no reason? Chapter 28. It seems that the players made him faint. Satsuki Momoi said surprisingly. After these words came out, everyone in Teikō was stunned. Aomine Daiki had a dull expression and said slowly, "Angry, fainted. What kind of amazing player is this that can make the coach so angry? It seems to be the player defending Ryu." Satsuki Momoi put his right index finger lightly on his lips and said in a thoughtful gesture. Shirogane Kozo brought Nijimura Shuzo back to Teiko's sight, and Shirogane Kozo held his forehead. "I didn't expect the game to end like this. Let's go, we're going back." Shirogane Kozo patted his forehead speechlessly and said to Teiko and the others. "Why, coach? Isn't the game just over the first quarter?" Aomine Daiki asked, obviously stunned. "There's nothing we can do. Their coach fainted and the players gave up one after another, saying they wanted to go and see how the coach was doing." Shirogane Kozo said helplessly. Aomine Daiki obviously didn't believe this. "Okay, don't worry about it. Train well. Our next opponent should be Fukuyama Junior High School." Shirogane Kozo patted Aomine Daiki on the shoulder and said. "Is it very strong?" asked Aomine Daiki. "Their small forward, Kotaro Hayama, gave Nijimura-san a headache last year." Coach Platinum nodded and said. "Coach, it was obviously me who had a cold that time. Nijimura Shozo quickly retorted. It's all the same. Coach Platinum smiled and said. No, the same. Aomine Daiki didn't care about Nijimura Shozo's rebuttal, he only cared about what Shirogane Kozo said before. Fukuyama is very strong, and this alone makes Aomine Daiki look forward to it. Okay, pack up and go back to school. Yes. Everyone responded and went to pack up their belongings. At Teikō Junior High School, Aomine Daiki sat in the classroom with a look of despair on her face. Why? Why is the first thing to do after returning to school is to make up lessons? Aomine Daiki slumped over the table in despair, her expression dull. It was rare for Kozo Shirogane not to ask everyone to stay for training. After all, they had played a game today and it was indeed time to take a break. Uchiha Zhenlong and Satsuki Momoi were walking aimlessly on the street. It is worth mentioning that Aomine Daiki did not leave school, but went to practice with Kuroko. He invited Uchiha Zhenlong to train together, but how could Uchiha Zhenlong agree? Are you kidding me? How can training be faster than showing off your skills? So Uchiha Zhenlong went for a walk with Satsuki Momoi. Uchiha Zhenlong walked in front, and Satsuki Momoi followed behind Uchiha Zhenlong, with only a small step distance between them. The summer breeze blows the ignorant hearts of the young boy and girl. I wonder how many people will capture hearts this summer. Except for Uchiha Zhenlong, of course, he is not a teenager. Satsuki Momoi followed quietly behind Uchiha Zhenlong. If you look closely, you will find that Satsuki Momoi's cheeks have begun to turn red. Is this considered a date? Just me and Ryu. Oh, so shy. Satsuki Momoi kept imagining in her mind and lowered her head deeply. When she found that she could not see her shoes, she raised her head and peeked at Uchiha Zhenlong. Uchiha Zhenlong walked in front, thinking to himself, it is such a good thing to be bad, and to go shopping with a beautiful girl. He turned around to look at Satsuki Momoi behind him and found that Satsuki Momoi immediately lowered his head the moment his vision met his. This girl, can't she fall in love with me? Uchiha Zhenlong thought about it and prepared to test it, so he said, Momoi, how about we go to the amusement park? White steam was coming out of Satsuki Momoi's head and his body was slightly stiff. Amusement park. Just me and Ryu. Okay, okay. Satsuki Momoi said without even looking up. Now Uchiha Zhenlong is even more certain that Satsuki Momoi might be interested in him. So Uchiha Zhenlong made a decision that went against his ancestors. I'm sorry, little Kuroko. I'll find you another one later. Uchiha Zhenlong didn't care whether Satsuki Momoi was shy or not, grabbed her hand and rushed to the amusement park. Satsuki Momoi did not resist and followed Uchiha Zhenlong to the amusement park. On the way, Uchiha Zhenlong bought 2 ice creams again. The moment he got the ice creams, an idea popped into his mind. No way, could it be that ice cream that captured him a few days ago? He suddenly remembered that in his previous life, Kuroko Tetsuya captured Satsuki Momoi's heart with a popsicle stick. Could he have captured her heart in the same way? Then Uchiha Zhenlong didn't think any more. After handing the ice cream to Satsuki Momoi, he took her hand and slowly walked to the amusement park. On the way, the two of them held ice cream in one hand and held each other's hand in the other. No one spoke, just quietly enjoying the tranquility. Arriving at the amusement park, Uchiha Zhenlong took Satsuki Momoi to play many rides. There are carousels, trampolines, and more. Later, Satsuki Momoi felt that something was missing, so she took the initiative to take Uchiha Zhenlong to the roller coaster. Uchiha Zhenlong looked at the roller coaster track in the sky and swallowed hard. Ayu, how about we change one? I think the carousel is pretty good. Shall we go and play it again? Satsuki Momoi seemed to have discovered Uchiha Zhenlong's weakness. After spending a few hours together, she seemed to understand what Uchiha Zhenlong meant. Are you scared, Ryu? She said with a smile and tilted head, in a puzzled tone. Yes, I am afraid. Satsuki Momoi originally thought that Uchiha Zhenlong would be stubborn, but she didn't expect that Uchiha Zhenlong would not buy it at all. After playing badly for so long, Uchiha Zhenlong understood something. Don't force yourself to do something you can't do. If you know you can't do it but still do it, aren't you just asking for trouble? Seeing that simple provocation did not work on Uchiha Zhenlong, Satsuki Momoi had to use other methods. Please, Ryu, stay with me. She grabbed Uchiha Zhenlong's right hand with both hands and shook it twice, saying with a coquettish expression on her face. Uchiha Zhenlong couldn't stand women's coquettishness. He looked up at the roller coaster above his head with difficulty. There were occasional screams. Uchiha Zhenlong shuddered all over and closed his eyes with difficulty. Call me dear. Satsuki Momoi was stunned, not understanding what was going on. Then he immediately reacted, lowered his head shyly, and shouted intermittently. Dear, dear. After hearing this, Uchiha Zhenlong gritted his teeth and once again went against the orders of his ancestors. Chapter 29. After hearing this, Uchiha Zhenlong gritted his teeth and once again went against the orders of his ancestors. In ancient times, there was a man who lit beacons to trick the princes in order to make a beautiful woman smile. Today we have Uchiha Zhenlong, forget it, there is nothing to say, because Uchiha Zhenlong regrets it. Uchiha Zhenlong was sitting on the roller coaster, and the staff fastened his seat belt for him. After being fastened with the seat belt, Uchiha Zhenlong asked regretfully, "Ayu, can I get off?" "No, dear, you can't get off the car now," Satsuki Momoi said calmly with a smile on her face. Uchiha Zhenlong, who used to be very happy to hear the word dear, now feels that the word dear is like the whisper of a demon. He held Satsuki Momoi's hand tightly, his eyes closed, his body tensed, and he kept muttering, it's okay, it's just 1 minute, it will be very quick, don't be nervous, don't be nervous. Satsuki Momoi sneered. She suddenly felt that Uchiha Zhenlong was quite cute. She took out her cell phone and recorded the scene, all of which Uchiha Zhenlong knew nothing about. The staff started the roller coaster and it slowly began to move. Uchiha Zhenlong was like being stimulated. His whole body was shaking, his eyes were tight, and he kept talking to himself. The hand holding Satsuki Momoi also tightened a little. Satsuki Momoi felt Uchiha Zhenlong's emotions, so she also held Uchiha Zhenlong's hand tightly and comforted Uchiha Zhenlong. But the next second... Ah! Satsuki Momoi suddenly screamed. She had never ridden a roller coaster before and today she just wanted to ride one on a whim. She was also very nervous, but when she saw Uchiha Zhenlong who was even more nervous than her nervousness disappeared. She originally thought that she would be able to get through this roller coaster easily, but she found that she was overthinking it when the roller coaster was moving fast. She only felt that she was flying in front and her soul was chasing behind. She held Uchiha Zhenlong's hand tightly and screamed loudly. Uchiha Zhenlong felt like his eardrums were about to be shaken off. He turned his head speechlessly and looked at Satsuki Momoi, who was screaming with her eyes closed and her hair disheveled, and said helplessly in his heart. "No, why is the roller coaster you are going to ride screaming louder than me?" This roller coaster ride ended with Satsuki Momoi's scream. After the roller coaster ended, Satsuki Momoi sat weakly on it, her eyes dull. She had only two thoughts in her mind. Who am I? Where am I? Uchiha Zhenlong walked off the roller coaster trembling, looked back, and took out his mobile phone to record this moment. Then he walked over to Satsuki Momoi, helped her down, and said, "You can't even sit on your own, but you insisted on sitting on it. Now you're putting yourself in there." "I'll never ride a roller coaster again," Satsuki Momoi said weakly. Uchiha Zhenlong helped Satsuki Momoi sit on a bench and went to buy water by himself. When he came back he handed over the water he had purchased. "No, drink something, you will feel better." Satsuki Momoi nodded with difficulty, and found that she couldn't even lift her hands. She said embarrassedly, can I? Uchiha Zhenlong seemed to know what Satsuki Momoi was thinking. He unscrewed the bottle cap, gently lifted Satsuki Momoi's head with his left hand, and carefully fed the water into her mouth. Satsuki Momoi looked shy and steam was coming out of her head. After drinking the water, Uchiha Zhenlong suggested, "Let's go ride the Ferris wheel." Satsuki Momoi obviously hadn't recovered yet and nodded numbly. After getting the answer, Uchiha Zhenlong took Satsuki Momoi's hand and they walked into the Ferris wheel together. The Ferris wheel slowly rose, the ground became smaller and smaller, and the entire city became smaller and smaller in the eyes of the two. Satsuki Momoi came back to her senses. She looked at the city that was getting smaller and smaller. It was the first time she had seen such a scene. She couldn't help but exclaimed, "It's so beautiful." Her eyes sparkled and she looked out the window with a surprised expression on her face. "Ayu." Uchiha Zhenlong watched this scene with a smile. Feeling that the time was right, he took out a rose from somewhere and said, I'm not dreaming, am I?" Satsuki Momoi turned around and saw the rose in Uchiha Zhenlong's hand. She covered her mouth in surprise. "No, Ayu, will you be my girlfriend?" Uchiha Zhenlong said affectionately. Satsuki Momoi couldn't hold back her tears. She released her hands from covering her mouth, smiled in surprise, and tears of joy rolled down her cheeks. "I do." After saying that, Satsuki Momoi took the initiative to hug Uchiha Zhenlong and then kissed him directly. The Ferris wheel just reached its peak at this time, witnessing the pure love of the two. Uchiha Zhenlong never had a partner in his previous life and died young. Satsuki Momoi can be said to be his first love. "What? You mean puppy love?" "Sorry, Uchiha Zhenlong is not young anymore." After coming out of the amusement park, Uchiha Zhenlong and Satsuki Momoi became obviously closer. After taking Satsuki Momoi to dinner and sending her home, Uchiha Zhenlong returned home alone. "My father is not at home. He must have gone to work." Uchiha Zhenlong took a nice hot shower and lay down on his bed. Because he and Satsuki Momoi had confirmed their relationship, Uchiha was tossing and turning in bed excitedly and couldn't fall asleep. He suffers from insomnia. Not only him, Satsuki Momoi and Aomine Daiki also suffered from insomnia. The reason why Satsuki Momoi suffers from insomnia is the same as Uchiha Zhenlong's, both of them are because of the joy after confirming the relationship. But Aomine Daiki was different. When he was lying on the bed, getting ready to sleep, he suddenly remembered today's game and sat up suddenly from the bed. "Damn it! Why did your coach fainted?" Aomine Daiki, who didn't have enough fun playing, tossed and turned. When he found that he couldn't fall asleep at all, he got dressed and got up, ready to go to the baseball field outside to play basketball. He strolled along the quiet streets. As it was already very late, there was no one else on the streets except some homeless people and some bad boys. Perhaps sensing Aomine Daiki's aura, no ignorant delinquent boys stepped forward to provoke her. To be honest, if there really was a bad boy who came forward to provoke her, Aomine Daiki would probably beat him up until he woke up the next day. After all, Aomine Daiki in the original work could knock high school Yuzaki Shogo to the ground with just 2 moves. He twirled the basketball in his hand and walked slowly towards the nearest basketball court. As we approached the basketball court, we could hear the sound of a basketball. Bang! 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 Brush! The sound of basketball is very clear in the quiet night. I thought there would be no one on the basketball court, but Aomine Daiki heard the sound of a basketball. He was a little curious. Who would come to play basketball at this time? With a puzzled mood, he quickly walked towards the basketball court, wanting to see who was still playing on the court so late. Chapter 30. Ryu, why are you here? Aomine Daiki asked with a puzzled look on her face as she walked to the basketball court. It's so late, why is Ryu playing here? Uchiha Zhenlong heard a voice calling him from behind, so he quickly threw the basketball. After the basketball went into the net, he turned around in confusion. When he saw who it was, his expression became surprised and he said, "Ada, why are you here?" Aomine Daiki showed a surprised smile on her face. She didn't expect that she would meet an acquaintance when she came out to play ball at night because she couldn't sleep. "I was just about to ask you, Ryu, why are you out playing basketball so late at night?" Aomine Daiki said as she quickly ran into the court. Uchiha Zhenlong smiled helplessly, wondering whether he should tell others about his relationship with Satsuki Momoi, although it wouldn't matter to Aomine Daiki if he told others. Because Aomine Daiki only has Mai in her heart. However, Uchiha Zhenlong decided to ask Aomine Daiki first why he came out to play basketball so late. It couldn't be because he was with Mai-chan, right? "Tell me first, why are you here?" "Haha, I just didn't enjoy the game today and couldn't sleep, so I thought of coming out to play basketball," Aomine Daiki said, touching his head embarrassedly. "Ryu, is this the reason for you too?" Uchiha Zhenlong shook his head. How could he come out to play basketball for such a reason? So Uchiha Zhenlong told Aomine Daiki about his relationship with Satsuki Momoi. "Is this true?" Aomine Daiki was surprised and said in disbelief. "Real? Oh my god, Ryu, you're too awesome. No, you two can't be together." After hearing the affirmative answer, Aomine Daiki jumped up in surprise and said. Aomine Daiki had a serious expression and strongly disagreed with this marriage. Uchiha Zhenlong has a puzzled expression on his face. In the original novel, Aomine Daiki didn't have this reaction, so why is she reacting so strongly now? But the next second, what Aomine Daiki said made Uchiha Zhenlong speechless. "If you are together with Satsuki, you won't send me magazines about Momoi-chan. If Satsuki finds out, the magazines will definitely be destroyed. No. You two must not be together," Aomine Daiki said righteously, as if after Uchiha Zhenlong and Satsuki Momoi were together, his Momoi-chan would go with him. Uchiha Zhenlong slapped his forehead helplessly. "I should have thought of it earlier. Aomine Daiki is like this. No, I'll buy it for you when the new photo album comes out." Uchiha Zhenlong looked up at Aomine Daiki, who was still panicking about not being able to see Mai in the future, and said. "Really? Ryu? You are such a nice person." Aomine Daiki was instantly excited when she heard it, and she grabbed Uchiha Zhenlong's hands and said in surprise. Uchiha Zhenlong was so upset that he speechlessly broke free from Aomine Daiki's hand, turned around and ignored Aomine Daiki, and continued shooting basketball. "Ryu, let's have a one-on-one duel." "Shooting is not as fun as a one-on-one duel," Aomine Daiki took the initiative to say after being excited alone for a while. Uchiha Zhenlong paused for a moment as he shot the ball, remembering Coach Baijin's instructions. He replied, "No, I'll just shoot a few more and go back to sleep." Aomine Daiki became unhappy when he heard this. He ran to Uchiha Zhenlong and kept asking Uchiha Zhenlong to challenge him. He looked like he would keep talking unless Uchiha Zhenlong challenged him. Uchiha Zhenlong had no choice but to take out her cell phone and turn on the recording. Aomine Daiki's horrified words were heard in the silent stadium, and Aomine Daiki fell silent after hearing the recording. When Uchiha Zhenlong thought Aomine Daiki would stop there, Aomine Daiki continued, "We must have a one-on-one duel today." After that, Aomine Daiki ignored the recording and continued to make noise in Uchiha Zhenlong's ear. Uchiha Zhenlong didn't expect that Aomine Daiki's desire to duel with him was so strong that the recording didn't matter to him. He would rather the recording be leaked than not have a duel with Uchiha Zhenlong. Uchiha Zhenlong may have been tired of listening, so he agreed to a one-on-one duel with Aomine Daiki. Looking at Aomine Daiki's excited expression and actions, Uchiha Zhenlong could only silently apologize to Shirogane Kozo in his heart. "I'm sorry, Coach Platinum, I must let Ada know today who is the boss." The ball possession was originally planned to be decided through a three-pointer, but Uchiha Zhenlong felt that it was unnecessary and gave the ball to Aomine Daiki. Aomine Daiki did not refuse and faced Uchiha Zhenlong's defense with the ball. Aomine Daiki, who was originally laughing, became extremely serious at the moment of confrontation. Aomine Daiki observed Uchiha Zhenlong's defense, thinking about which side to break through. Suddenly, two steel walls suddenly appeared on both sides of him. Aomine Daiki showed a look of horror. Two walls of steel. In the past, she had only seen one wall of steel, but tonight, Aomine Daiki was facing two walls of steel. The steel walls on both sides slowly compressed Aomine Daiki's space until there was no space left around Aomine Daiki. A suffocating and oppressive feeling suddenly came over me. Next second. Bang! The sound of the basketball being intercepted was heard. Uchiha Zhenlong intercepted Aomine Daiki's basketball. The two steel walls disappeared as the basketball was broken. Hoo! 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 Aomine Daiki was breathing heavily, cold sweat kept coming out of her forehead, and she recalled the scene just now with lingering fear. How could it be, the feeling of suffocation just now? Uchiha Zhenlong grabbed the basketball with one hand and stood outside the three-point line waiting for Aomine Daiki to recover. He knew that Aomine Daiki must have imagined something again. Because just now he was defending Aomine Daiki one body length away, but seeing that Aomine Daiki was slow to attack, he moved closer and prepared to press on defense. But who knew that as soon as she got close to him, Aomine Daiki became nervous and stayed where she was without moving. Seeing that Aomine Daiki didn't move at all and just held the basketball in front of him, Uchiha Zhenlong, who was tired of waiting, did not hesitate and intercepted the basketball. What's wrong? Uchiha Zhenlong asked. Aomine Daiki's breathing calmed down, as if she had recovered. She turned around and nodded seriously. Nothing. Aomine Daiki opened her arms, half crouched with her legs, and kept her body tense, always paying attention to Uchiha Zhenlong's attack. Uchiha Zhenlong was not panicked at all. He made a tentative step to break through to the right. Because Aomine Daiki was tense all over, and Uchiha Zhenlong's tentative step was very realistic, Aomine Daiki thought that Uchiha Zhenlong broke through to the right, so Aomine Daiki took a few steps back to prevent Uchiha Zhenlong from breaking through. But when Aomine Daiki took a few steps back, she found that Uchiha Zhenlong was still standing there without moving. Oh no! Aomine Daiki was shocked. At this distance, he had no time to intercept Uchiha Zhenlong's shot. Because Uchiha Zhenlong's shooting is so fast, as long as Uchiha Zhenlong is given a little space, Uchiha Zhenlong will shoot with his almost abnormal shooting speed. Chapter 31. Hey? Why did Ada fly? Uchiha Zhenlong looked at Aomine Daiki, who was 3 steps away from him, in confusion. You flew with just one tentative step? Although he was confused, Uchiha Zhenlong acted without hesitation. He made a quick shooting motion and threw the basketball out in an instant. Aomine Daiki helplessly looked at the basketball flying across the sky, because Uchiha Zhenlong had already thrown the basketball before Aomine Daiki even took a step. Ryu's shooting speed is really fast. Aomine Daiki secretly sighed in her heart. Every shot of Uchiha Zhenlong made Aomine Daiki feel amazing. Of course, this also inspires Aomine Daiki's fighting spirit. Aomine Daiki's favorite thing is to compete with strong opponents, and he also enjoys it. Brush. The basketball went into the net and the score was 1-0. Change hair. Aomine Daiki has the ball. Aomine Daiki got the ball again, and this time he didn't hesitate at all. After receiving the ball, he bent his body and immediately broke through from the right. He wanted to use this to catch his opponent by surprise. Uchiha Zhenlong did not expect Aomine Daiki to break through immediately, but Uchiha Zhenlong reacted quickly and immediately chased back. Feeling Uchiha Zhenlong chasing after him, Aomine Daiki didn't care about anything and just jumped up high with her left foot, trying to dunk the basketball into the basket. Uchiha Zhenlong was also not vague and followed Aomine Daiki closely. After Aomine Daiki jumped up, Uchiha Zhenlong followed suit and jumped from behind Aomine Daiki to prepare for blocking. Aomine Daiki felt Uchiha Zhenlong jumping up to block her, so she quickly retracted her right hand, switched the basketball to her left hand, and then used her left hand to hook the ball and make a pull-up motion. He originally thought that this move would allow him to score a goal, but when Aomine Daiki slowly fell, he felt that Uchiha Zhenlong was still flying in the sky. What? What kind of hovering is this? Aomine Daiki landed on her feet and looked back in surprise. Collapse. What we saw was Uchiha Zhenlong nailing the basketball onto the backboard. Nailboard hat. Aomine Daiki was surprised. He couldn't believe that Uchiha Zhenlong's ability to stay in the air was so outrageous that he was still in the sky even when he started to fall. Uchiha Zhenlong looked indifferent, holding the basketball and preparing to serve. Aomine Daiki adjusted her mood in time, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. It's getting more and more exciting. Aomine Daiki is like this, the stronger the opponent, the more excited he gets. Aomine Daiki defends Uchiha Zhenlong with her arms open. Uchiha Zhenlong continued to make a tentative step. This time Aomine Daiki learned her lesson and was not shaken off by Uchiha Zhenlong. Seeing this, Uchiha Zhenlong made another fake shot. Aomine Daiki knew that Uchiha Zhenlong's shot was extremely fast, so he didn't dare to gamble, but he still didn't jump, because he was also afraid that Uchiha Zhenlong's shot was also a fake. However, although he didn't jump, his center of gravity was still slightly raised. Uchiha Zhenlong noticed this subtle movement, and quickly exerted force again, throwing the basketball out. Seeing Uchiha Zhenlong throw the basketball out with a second effort, Aomine Daiki wanted to jump up to block it, but he was horrified to find that he could not jump at all. Aomine Daiki stood there in a daze, watching the basketball go into the basket. The score was 2-0. Why? Why can't I jump? Aomine Daiki turned around and asked in confusion. Center of gravity, I used a fake shot to lift your center of gravity. Because my force has not been completed, I can exert force for the second time to shoot the basketball, but you can't. Uchiha Zhenlong said. Aomine Daiki nodded, picked up the basketball and prepared to attack. As soon as Aomine Daiki got the ball, Uchiha Zhenlong came up to defend. Uchiha Zhenlong half-crouched, blocked Aomine Daiki's face with his right hand, and raised his left hand slightly to prevent Aomine Daiki from making a sudden shot and also to block some of Aomine Daiki's vision. But this action looked different in Aomine Daiki's eyes. Aomine Daiki felt a black mist quickly appearing in Uchiha Zhenlong's right hand. The mist quickly spread to Uchiha Zhenlong's entire right hand. After spreading to the entire right hand, the mist attached to Aomine Daiki's eyes, making Aomine Daiki's peripheral vision instantly dim. There was nothing in his eyes except darkness. Why can't I see anything? Aomine Daiki felt a little panicked when she suddenly lost sight of herself. Seeing that Aomine Daiki didn't make any move, Uchiha Zhenlong guessed that Aomine Daiki had come up with something weird again. He showed no mercy and quickly cut off Aomine Daiki's basketball with his right hand. Uchiha Zhenlong's right hand moved away, and Aomine Daiki's vision returned to normal. He realized that the basketball was intercepted, so he quickly picked up the basketball and got it back. Uchiha Zhenlong did not get the ball, so Uchiha Zhenlong quickly defended and blocked Aomine Daiki's view with his right hand. As the right hand blocked Aomine Daiki's sight, Aomine Daiki's eyes began to lose sight of anything again, and only saw darkness. Aomine Daiki shook his head, and when his head was out of the range blocked by Uchiha Zhenlong's right hand, Aomine Daiki regained his vision. However, this recovery was short-lived as Uchiha Zhenlong kept adjusting his right hand, blocking Aomine Daiki's view. Aomine Daiki realized this and did not hesitate any longer. With her excellent sense of balance, she quickly broke through to the right. At the moment of activation, Aomine Daiki's vision returned to normal. Aomine Daiki laughed excitedly, secretly sighing that she had broken through Uchiha Zhenlong's skills. But the next second, Aomine Daiki's eyes went dark again. The sudden darkness made Aomine Daiki lose her sense of balance and she fell to the ground. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Aomine Daiki covered her butt and whined. What's wrong with you? You can even fall down on flat ground. Uchiha Zhenlong rushed forward to check, and was relieved when he found that Aomine Daiki was not injured. He said speechlessly. What do you mean you can fall down on flat ground? It's obviously because of you. Your skill of making people disappear from sight is too outrageous. Aomine Daiki said unconvinced. My eyes suddenly went dark when I was breaking through. How could I not fall down? Aomine Daiki complained aggrievedly. Uchiha Zhenlong had a confused expression on his face. What the hell was going on? He was stunned. What did you say? What trick? Aomine Daiki expressed her feelings just now in a sarcastic way. Uchiha Zhenlong's mouth twitched slightly after hearing this. When will covering your eyes really give you vision? Ada's imagination is getting more and more outrageous. Normally, a blindfolded attacker can still see things, and a blindfolded attacker cannot break through. But Aomine Daiki made up her mind and turned it into a skill that can make people disappear from sight. When the field of vision is blocked, the vision disappears, and when it is not blocked, the vision is restored. Come on, Uchiha Zhenlong has come up with another magical defensive skill. Chapter 32. Can you still fight? Uchiha Zhenlong asked, looking at Aomine Daiki who was wailing while covering her butt. Aomine Daiki touched her butt. Hiss. It hurts. He waved his hand and said, no more fighting today. My butt hurts a little. Uchiha Zhenlong just checked Aomine Daiki's butt and it was just normal pain after falling. It would be fine after a night's sleep. Uchiha Zhenlong didn't stay any longer. He took Aomine Daiki for a midnight snack and went home to rest. But there are people who are destined to suffer from insomnia tonight. Hiss, my butt. Aomine Daiki lay on the bed, wanting to cry but without tears. Because of the pain in his butt, he couldn't sleep lying down at all. Sleeping on his stomach was not his favorite position, so Aomine Daiki suffered from insomnia all night. The next morning, Satsuki Momoi was waiting downstairs of Uchiha Zhenlong's house early in the morning, and a faint dark circle could be seen around her eyes. In order not to keep Satsuki Momoi waiting too long, Uchiha Zhenlong packed up his things and went downstairs immediately. Satsuki Momoi looked at Uchiha Zhenlong's obvious dark circles and smiled. It turns out that Ryu couldn't sleep last night either, hehe. The two of them walked together and arrived downstairs of Aomine Daiki's building. Ada, you also had insomnia last night. Satsuki Momoi said in surprise. Aomine Daiki had a sad face, with very obvious dark circles around her eyes. Her whole complexion was dark, as if it was hollowed out. She answered weakly. The three of them walked towards the school together and ran into little Kuroko. Uchiha-kun, Momoi-san, good morning. Kuroko Tetsuya also took the initiative to greet them. And, hey? What happened to Aomine-san? Why is she so? Kuroko Tetsuya noticed Aomine Daiki's look and couldn't help but ask. Oh, it's Aj. I just had insomnia last night. Aomine Daiki replied weakly. Uchiha Zhenlong and Satsuki Momoi laughed secretly on the side, and Kuroko Tetsuya gave a polite smile. Then the four of them went to school together. Because of yesterday's game, Teikō and his team did not train. However, the opponent 3 days later is Fushun Junior High School. In order to prevent everyone from slacking off, Coach Platinum requires everyone to train after school. Uchiha Zhenlong was not late at all this time because of Satsuki Momoi's reminder. Aomine Daiki slept for a whole day and regained her energy. Everyone gathered in the stadium. Shirogane Kozo and Nijimura Shuzo came to the front of the crowd and said, in 3 days we will play against Fukuyama Junior High School. Their trump card is Hayama Kotaro, who is known as the Thunder Beast. He will be the small forward. Uchiha-san, it is your job to defend him. Uchiha Zhenlong nodded. Teik and the others had no objection, after all, they had all witnessed Uchiha Zhenlong's defense. If someone were to ask Teik who has the best defense, people would not name Atsushi Murasakibara, but Uchiha Zhenlong. Because the impact of that steel wall on everyone was too strong. There was only one person who refused to accept the decision, and that was Aomine Daiki. Fukuyama actually has an ace, so he must want to play against the ace. However, due to Coach Platinum's authority, he did not dare to say anything against it. After Coach Platinum gave the instructions, he asked everyone to divide into groups for training. During the training, Aomine Daiki's big mouth came into play, letting Akashi Seijuro and others know that Uchiha Zhenlong and Satsuki Momoi were together. This made Satsuki Momoi, who was recording the data, very shy. Coach Platinum was looking at everyone from a high place with a smile, lamenting in his heart about his lost youth. Youth, I really miss it. When Nijimura Shozo learned about this, he volunteered to set up a banquet for the two of them. However, it was cancelled after Satsuki Momoi shyly rejected it. Because Fukuda is indeed a strong team, Satsuki Momoi asked Uchiha Zhenlong if he could go to Fukuyama with her the next day to collect information. Uchiha Zhenlong naturally would not refuse his girlfriend's request and agreed immediately. It is worth mentioning that Hizaki Shogo also participated in the training. After all, he had just entered the starting substitute group, and his absence would have a very bad impact on the coach. 3 days passed quickly. Uchiha Zhenlong spends his days attending classes, training, slacking off, and dating Satsuki Momoi. Life is very comfortable. The time for the game is coming quickly. Teik and the others gathered and headed to the competition venue. After changing clothes, prepare to enter. Here it comes, Fukuyama vs Teik, I'm already looking forward to it. Yet, Fukuyama was a real headache for Teik last year. Look, Fukuyama is here. Look, it's Fukuyama's Thunder Beast, Hayama Kotaro. Fukuyama has a lot of momentum. Fukuyama players entered the field one after another. Hayama Kotaro showed his fangs and slowly walked towards the court. The whole team is in high spirits and is determined to win this game. Look, it's Teik. Teik is here. A passerby in the audience shouted, and then the audience's eyes focused on Teik and his group. Look, it's Uchiha Zhenlong. He played really well in the previous few games. As always, Teik's first years this year are outrageous. It's Nijimura. I wonder if Nijimura will play today. He didn't play in the previous games. Of course. After all, our opponent is Fukuyama. Teik and the others walked into the court, with Akashi Seijuro wearing a gentle smile. Atsushi Murasakibara followed behind him blankly, eating potato chips. Midorima Shintar held a rabbit doll, Aomine Daiki smiled excitedly, and Uchiha Zhenlong and Satsuki Momoi stood shoulder to shoulder, talking and laughing. Finally, Shirogane Kozo and Nijimura Shozo walked into the competition venue together. After warming up, both sides stood opposite each other in the midfield. Please give me your guidance. After polite greetings, the game began. The referee walked to the center line and tossed the basketball up. Center Fukuyama did not play by the rules. He gave up the fight for the ball and turned to run towards his own basket. Everyone in Fusion quickly got into defensive posture. This was arranged by their coach. After reading Teik's information, the coach knew that his center would definitely not be able to jump over Teik's Atsushi Murasakibara, so he resorted to this last resort. Atsushi Murasakibara passed the ball to Akashi Seijuro without any pressure, and Akashi Seijuro advanced to half-court with the ball. Facing the defense of Fukuyama's point guard, Akashi Seijuro made continuous fake moves, forcing Fukuyama's point guard to move left and right. Finally, Akashi Shijuro seized the opportunity to break through the Fukuyama point guard and stood near the free throw line ready to shoot. The Fukuyama center on the right quickly made up for the defense. Akashi Shijuro's eyes rolled, and his shooting posture changed to a high throw, throwing the basketball into the sky. Oh no! Looking at Akashi Shijuro's actions, center Fukuyama was startled and quickly turned around to make up for the defense. Atsushi Murasakibara caught the ball from Akashi Shijuro and dunked it into the basket. Collapse. Team Teik took the lead. Chapter 33. Fusion Middle School has the ball. Fukuyama dribbled the ball across half-court and then passed the basketball to Kotaro Hayama. Kotaro Hayama holds the ball and faces the defense of Uchiha Zhenlong. Kotaro Hayama kept testing Uchiha Zhenlong's center of gravity. Uchiha Zhenlong was not at all shaken. Knowing that Hayama Kotaro was famous for his breakthroughs, Uchiha Zhenlong placed his right hand next to Hayama Kotaro's hip to prevent him from breaking through. Kotaro Hayama looked at Uchiha Zhenlong warily because he felt his body seemed a little stiff. He saw that the ground on his left was filled with green sticky liquid. After he stepped on it with his left foot, his entire left foot became very slow and he had no strength. There was a wary gleam in Kotaro Hayama's eyes. What kind of ability is this? I feel a little weak in my left leg. But I don't know if it was because of Kotaro Hayama's recklessness. He rushed straight to the left. After stepping into the green liquid, his legs instantly became heavy and it became very difficult to move. Damn it, these liquids will block my progress. Because Uchiha Zhenlong's right hand was always placed next to Hayama Kotaro's hip, the moment Hayama Kotaro broke through, Uchiha Zhenlong immediately followed Hayama Kotaro's movements and intercepted him. Kotaro Hayama's movements became a little stiff because of Uchiha Zhenlong's defense. Uchiha Zhenlong seized this opportunity, slapped his right hand downward hard, and stole the basketball. After quickly picking up the basketball, Uchiha Zhenlong used a move similar to a quarterback's long pass to throw the basketball into the hands of Nijimura Shozo, who was fast breaking forward. That's right, Shozo Nijimura chose to play in this game. After realizing that he had lost the ball, Kotaro Hayama turned around and quickly returned to defense. Due to the huge time difference in starting, Kotaro Hayama returned to the half-court only after Shozo Nijimura dunked the basketball into the basket. Zhenlong, good shot. Nijimura Shozo returned to defense with a smile, stretched out his hand and high-fived Uchiha Zhenlong. Teik scored 2 more points, bringing the score to 4-0. Fukuyama has the ball. A mistake did not make Kotaro Hayama lose confidence. He caught the ball in the arc again. Facing Uchiha Zhenlong's defense, his expression changed slightly after seeing that the green sticky liquid was still oozing out of his left offensive route. Is this person determined to cut off my left route? But I don't just have the left side. Kotaro Hayama quickly passed the ball and used high-speed dribbling to shake Uchiha Zhenlong's center of gravity. Finally, after making a big change of direction from left to right, he quickly broke through from the right. Bang! Bang! Looking at Uchiha Zhenlong, who blocked his attack route in time, Kotaro Hayama's expression became solemn. How come this freshman is so good at defense? Kotaro Hayama kept attacking, pulling back, attacking, and pulling back. After many attempts, he was unable to break through Uchiha Zhenlong's defense, and his left-hand attack route could not be used because it was completely covered with green slime. If we attack from the left rashly, the result will be the same as before, with the ball being intercepted by Uchiha Zhenlong. Damn it, I can't even break through the first year's defense, what's wrong with him? Hayama Kotaro said angrily in his heart with an ugly face. The person who brought Teik a sense of crisis last year, now can't even break through Teik's first-year defense. This made Kotaro Hayama a little bit unbelievable. The two men were in a stalemate, and the attack time slowly passed. When Fukuyama's point guard saw that Hayama Kotaro couldn't break through for a while, he stretched out his hand to signal for the ball. Seeing that he had wasted too much time, Kotaro Hayama passed the basketball back to Fukuyama's point guard. The point guard held the ball and wanted to reorganize the game, but there were only 4 seconds left for the offense. Point guard Fukuyama had no choice but to attack on his own. Unable to make any unnecessary moves, point guard Fukuyama made an ordinary change of direction and tried to break through Akashi Shijuro, but the action was noticed by Akashi Shijuro. Akashi Shijuro blocked the offensive route of Fukuyama's point guard. Seeing that there were only 2 seconds left, Fukuyama's point guard tried his best to make a shot despite Akashi Shijuro's defense. Because it was a hasty shot, Akashi Shijuro was a little slow to react, but Akashi Shijuro didn't think it mattered. After all, a basketball shot like this would most likely not go into the basket. Perhaps it was the goddess of luck that blessed the ball. After bouncing on the rim 3 times, it finally fell into the rim. Akashi Shijuro was slightly stunned, so lucky. Momoi-san, what's the star sign of Fukuyama's point guard? Midorima Shintar narrowed his eyes and asked Satsuki Momoi on the sidelines. Midorima Shintar pushed up his glasses and thought to himself. According to today's fortune telling, Gemini has the best fortune, and Cancer has the worst fortune. This is not very favorable for me. It seems I can only do my best. Wait a minute, Midorima-san. Satsuki Momoi quickly flipped through the information and then said, Gemini. After receiving Satsuki Momoi's answer, Midorima Shintar nodded with an expression that said, as I expected. Uchiha Zhenlong secretly smiled at Satsuki Momoi on the sidelines, and Satsuki Momoi smiled back. Uchiha Zhenlong then received a pass from Akashi Shijuro and took the ball across half-court. Uchiha Zhenlong did not intend to pass the ball. He was ready to play a one-on-one game. He lowered his center of gravity and dribbled the ball quickly between his legs to mobilize Kotaro Hayama's defense. Suddenly, he kicked off with his toes and quickly broke through from the right. In an instant, Uchiha Zhenlong's figure was like black lightning, tearing through Hayama Kotaro's defense. Kotaro Hayama stood there in a daze, his eyes wide open, and said in disbelief in his heart, No. Impossible, how could it be so fast? But he quickly came to his senses, turned around and shouted, Reinforce the defense. Center Fukuyama reacted immediately and blocked Uchiha Zhenlong's attack route. Hey, when others are attacking, it's best to get out of the way, otherwise. Without stopping, he said slowly. Before he could finish his words, Uchiha Zhenlong used physical confrontation reasonably. Center Fukuyama reacted and immediately exerted force in the opposite direction to collide with Uchiha Zhenlong. Collapse. The sound of muscles colliding was heard, and a figure flew out quickly. Brush. The basketball goes into the basket. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded. Otherwise you'll be knocked away. After Uchiha Zhenlong landed, he looked down at the fallen center Fukuyama, then turned around to prepare for the free throw. He knew that this shot must be a blocking foul because center Fukuyama took the initiative to exert force. Sure enough, the referee's decision was consistent with Uchiha Zhenlong's, and he called a blocking foul on center Fukuyama. As soon as the penalty was made, the entire stadium erupted in loud noise. Chapter 34. No. No way, that's Fukuyama's center. How could he be knocked away by a first-year student? Yet, is Uchiha Zhenlong's power that strong? I don't know. I was knocked so far away. But why did the referee call it a blocking foul? Isn't this just a collision with the ball? Are you stupid? Center Fukuyama took the initiative to exert force, but it is obvious that Uchiha Zhenlong is more powerful. The audience was buzzing with discussion. After several matches, Teiko and his teammates' names had become well known to the audience. When the Fukuyama players on the field heard that the referee had called a blocking foul, they all went to confront the referee in dissatisfaction. Uchiha Zhenlong looked at the Fukuyama players who were arguing with the referee as if they were a clown. It was an obvious blocking foul, and they dared to question it. It seemed like they were going to get a technical foul for nothing. The referee also had a bad temper and did not tolerate Fukuyama's players at all. He blew the whistle and gave a technical foul to one of Fukuyama's most aggressive players. Uchiha Zhenlong smiled. Good guy, he gave away a free throw. After receiving a technical foul, Captain Fukuyama quickly grabbed his teammate to prevent the incident from going any further. Are you okay? Kotaro Hayama walked to Center Fukuyama, pulled him up and asked. Center Fukuyama shook his head and then rubbed his chest. Apart from a little pain in his chest, there was nothing wrong with him. After getting the answer, Hayama Kotaro nodded and looked at Uchiha Zhenlong with some fear. What's wrong with this guy? He can actually knock Yuechwin away, but even I can't knock Yuechwin away. Kotaro Hayama looked unhappy. Not to mention that Uchiha Zhenlong was good at defense, he didn't expect that his offensive ability was also outrageous. He was faster than himself and stronger than Tsukikawa. It's hard to imagine that a first grader can achieve such a level. Uchiha Zhenlong stood at the free throw line and after executing the free throws after the technical foul, he made another free throw for the foul. He made both free throws and scored 2 points. The score was 8-2, with Teikō leading by 6 points. Coach Fukuyama quickly called a timeout to deal with the players' problems. Kotaro, save your strength for the second quarter. You can burst out when the time is right. Kotaro Hayama nodded. Coach Fukuyama quickly arranged the tactics and the timeout ended, and both teams returned to the court. Fukuyama has the ball. Fukuyama point guard brought the ball across half court and began to play tactics. Fukuyama center and Fukuyama power forward set up the pick and roll, while Hayama Kotaro and Fukuyama shooting guard run the ball. You know what, their tactics really allowed Kotaro Hayama to run into open space. Because Atsushi Murasakibara didn't want to move, he stood behind center Fukuyama, causing Uchiha Zhenlong, who was defending him, to be blocked by the two of them. Having found an open position, Kotaro Hayama showed no mercy and threw the basketball into the basket. Done, why are you blocking me? Uchiha Zhenlong glanced at Atsushi Murasakibara speechlessly and said. Sorry, Longzai, I won't do it again next time. Atsushi Murasakibara apologized embarrassedly. Uchiha Zhenlong did not hesitate and prepared to attack again. Atsushi Murasakibara seemed to want to make up for the mistake he had just made and passed the basketball to Uchiha Zhenlong. Akashi Sejuro had no other emotions, he just smiled and ran to the front court. Now he still cares a lot about his teammates. So Uchiha Zhenlong had to dribble the ball across half court by himself. After dribbling the ball through half court, Uchiha Zhenlong still had no intention of passing the ball. He dribbled the ball in front of Kotaro Hayama and was about to launch an attack when Atsushi Murasakibara took the initiative to come forward for a screen. Uchiha Zhenlong smiled slightly. Done is quite interesting. He just did something bad and now he wants to make up for it actively. Uchiha Zhenlong was not pretentious and made a quick breakthrough with the help of Atsushi Murasakibara's pick and roll. Kotaro Hayama was blocked by Atsushi Murasakibara and had no way out. Center Fukuyama quickly switched defense, but because of the violent collision with Uchiha Zhenlong just now, Center Fukuyama is still a little scared. The distance for defending Uchiha Zhenlong was also slightly pushed back 2 steps. Uchiha Zhenlong smiled at the Fukuyama center and said, "You don't like to defend? In that case." Uchiha Zhenlong jumped up quickly, with the power transferred from his legs to his hands, and finally from his wrist, throwing the basketball out. The whole action was done in one go, without any delay. Center Fukuyama didn't even have time to react before the basketball was thrown out. Brush! The hollow ball of the basketball brushed across the net, making a pleasing sound. Uchiha Zhenlong slowly finished his words after seeing the goal. I accept this goal with a smile. After saying that, he turned around and went back to defense, leaving the grim-looking center Fukuyama alone in a daze. Kotaro Hayama was somewhat unable to hold back because Uchiha Zhenlong kept tearing his defense apart. As soon as point guard Fukuyama dribbled the ball across half-court, Kotaro Hayama clapped his hands to signal for the ball. Seeing that his ace had asked for the ball, point guard Fukuyama passed the basketball to Kotaro Hayama without hesitation. Kotaro Hayama received the ball and started dribbling. Bang! 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 The sound of the basketball hitting the floor gradually became louder and louder, and finally became deafening, and the entire stadium echoed with the sound of the basketball hitting the floor. The audience heard the loud dribbling noise and began to complain. What's going on? Why is the noise so loud? Don't you even know this? This is the ultimate move of Thunder Beast Hayama Kotaro, the thunderous dribble. I didn't expect Hayama Kotaro to use his ultimate move so quickly. It seems that the pressure from Teikō is too strong. On the court. 3 fingers. Hayama Kotaro slapped the basketball hard, staring at Uchiha Zhenlong and said. The next second, Hayama Kotaro turned into a yellow lightning and passed by Uchiha Zhenlong in an instant. Even though Uchiha Zhenlong was well prepared, the first time he encountered Hayama Kotaro's thunderous dribbling, his reaction still paused slightly. Not only him, but everyone in Teikō also failed to react. By the time they reacted, Kotaro Hayama had already put the basketball into the basket. So strong. Aomine Daiki stood up suddenly from the bench with a look of surprise on her face. She quickly turned around and said to Coach Baijin, Coach, I want to play. Don't worry, Aomine. It's not time for you to play yet. Coach Platinum said calmly while drinking tea. Aomine Daiki sat down again in frustration, staring fixedly at the field. Akashi Sejuro narrowed his eyes. Thunder Beast? Uchiha Zhenlong got up reluctantly. Since it was his first encounter, he really didn't react. However, the next time, Hayama Kotaro's thunderous dribbling could not break through Uchiha Zhenlong's defense. Well done Kotaro! Point guard Fukuyama ran over happily and high-fived Kotaro Hayama. Watch how I tear apart Teikō no 7's defense. Kotaro Hayama was a little confident, showing his fangs and said with a smile. Chapter 35. After serving again, Akashi Sejuro passed the basketball to Uchiha Zhenlong. Uchiha Zhenlong grabbed the ball with one hand, looked at Hayama Kotaro expressionlessly, and said, I'll pass you from the left. Come if you have the ability. Uchiha Zhenlong spoke suddenly, which made Yushin Kotaro stunned for a moment, and then he smiled and said. Uchiha Zhenlong's mouth corners suddenly raised, and he kicked the ground with his right leg, turning into a black lightning and breaking through Yushin Kotaro. Kotaro Hayama seemed to be fixed in place, unable to move at all. So fast. Uchiha Zhenlong broke into the inside and showed no mercy. He used his left leg to jump high and was about to dunk over the center Fukuyama. Center Fukuyama was immediately unhappy. It's bad enough that you knocked me down, but now you want to dunk on me. That's too much. The Fukuyama center roared and jumped high to block Uchiha Zhenlong. Uchiha Zhenlong had a blank expression on his face, as if the Fukuyama center didn't exist at all, and he slammed his right hand towards the basket. Collapse. Uchiha Zhenlong dunked over Fukuyama center. After both sides landed, due to the physical confrontation in the air, center Fukuyama couldn't stop moving backwards after landing, and only stopped when he hit Atsushi Murasakibara on the side. Center Fukuyama looked grim. He was actually dunked on. His self-confidence had almost collapsed. It's okay, Uechun, I will help you get revenge in the next ball. Hayama Kotaro hurried forward to comfort him. Center Fukuyama nodded with difficulty and returned to the sideline to serve. Point guard Fukuyama advanced with the ball, passed it to Kotaro Hayama after crossing half-court. After receiving the ball, Kotaro Hayama started to hit the basketball. Bang! 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 3 fingers! Kotaro Hayama roared, used 3 fingers of his right hand, turned into a yellow lightning and broke through forward. But Uchiha Zhenlong had already known his thunderous dribble and blocked his offensive path directly. How could it be? How could you be here? Hayama Kotaro said in disbelief with his pupils dilated. Kotaro Hayama quickly pulled back to the 3-point line and prepared to reorganize the offense. However, Uchiha Zhenlong did not intend to hold back. Uchiha Zhenlong blocked Hayama Kotaro's hip with his right hand. A green sticky object appeared again on Kotaro Hayama's left attack route. Kotaro Hayama looked unhappy. Now the only attack route left was the right side, but right on the right stood Midorima Shintarō, staring at him hungrily. There was no choice, so Kotaro Hayama passed the basketball to the shooting guard at the right baseline. After the shooting guard received the ball, he found that Midorima Shintarō was still 2 steps away from him. Without any hesitation, Fukuyama shot the ball. Seeing this situation, Uchiha Zhenlong gave up defending Hayama Kotaro and ran to the front court alone. Kotaro Hayama felt a strong wind passing by him. Turning around, Uchiha Zhenlong had already run across half the court. While he was still wondering, he heard a bang. Bang! Midorima Shintarō rushed back the moment Fukuyama's shooting guard received the ball and blocked Fukuyama's shot. Uchiha Zhenlong had anticipated this scene, so he gave up defense and rushed to the front court. Just kidding, Midorima Shintaro's defense is not exaggerated. Apart from Teiko himself, Midorima Shintarō is the best perimeter defender. Shozo Nijimura rushed out from the free throw line and picked up the basketball before Kotaro Hayama. The moment Nijimura Shozo picked up the basketball, Hayama Kotaro knew something was wrong, because Hayama Kotaro was the one who witnessed Uchiha Zhenlong rushing to the front court. Shozo Nijimura picked up the basketball, swung his right arm, and quickly passed the basketball to Uchiha Zhenlong in the front court. After receiving the ball, Uchiha Zhenlong suddenly exploded once and rushed towards the basket from the left side. He jumped high and spun 360 degrees in the air. That was not enough. He swung his arms in a big circle while spinning, and finally slammed the basketball into the basket with his right hand. Bang! The basketball hoop kept shaking and the basket made a mournful sound. The 360-degree windmill dunk can be said to be the first time this move has appeared in a game. Many spectators who had never seen it before covered their mouths, widened their eyes, stood up and stared at the field in surprise. The entire basketball hall was silent for 5 seconds, and then burst into loud applause and screams. Oh my God! What kind of action is this? Did I see a miracle? Am I dreaming? Quick! Slap me! Bang! Haha, it hurts, I'm not dreaming, I'm not dreaming. This is real. This is real. There were all kinds of scenes in the audience, some were crazy, and of course, some were horny. Uchiha God, I want to give birth to your baby. Where did the beaker come from? Get away from me. Uchiha male god belongs to our Uchiha cheering group. If you want to have a fever, you must join us. That's right. I want to join, I want to join. I love watching my idol play basketball the most. Uchiha Zhenlong may not even know it himself, but some of his little fans have spontaneously formed a cheering group. On the court, Teiko and Fukuyama were all stunned where they were. Even the referee stood there in a daze, not saying a word. It was also the first time they had seen this kind of action, which was violent yet beautiful. On the Teiko bench, not only the substitute players, but also Coach Shirogane and Aomine Daiki stood up, unable to believe their eyes. Such an action was actually performed by a first-grade junior high school student. Coach Baijin's dull expression gradually turned into excitement. It was because Uchiha Zhenlong's talent was too high. As long as time was given, Uchiha Zhenlong would definitely have a place in the future professional basketball arena. Coach Baijin doesn't care whether Fang Jile is an American citizen or a Sakura citizen. He only knows that Uchiha Zhenlong is his student. Ryu. That's awesome. Aomine Daiki waved the towel vigorously, excited for her brother, and shouted loudly. The towel-waving action was taught to Aomine Daiki by Uchiha Zhenlong. Uchiha Zhenlong said it was very morale-boosting, so Aomine Daiki used it. Akashi Shijuro showed a rare look of shock on the court. Midorima Shintaro's pupils dilated and he pushed his glasses with his left hand, trying to calm himself. Perhaps he didn't even notice that his left hand was trembling slightly. Nijimura Shozo opened his mouth wide and trembled as he said, "Is this really a first-year student? The young are really formidable." Kotaro Hayama was petrified on the spot. A first-year student could make such a pleasing dunk. He had seen many slam dunks before, but this was the first time he had seen such a violent yet beautiful dunk. Even some professional players cannot do this kind of move, but it was done by first-year player Uchiha Zhenlong. It was really hard for Kotaro Hayama to believe it. Chapter 36. Coach Fukuyama opened his mouth wide, reacted quickly and called a timeout. Try to avoid Teikō's number 7 and play out of position. The coach spoke quickly while holding the tactical board, and everyone in Fukuyama nodded. Kotaro Hayama bit his lip. For a genius like him, playing in a mismatched position was a form of escape. Kotaro, personal victory is important, but team victory is the real victory. The coach seemed to notice something unusual about Kotaro Hayama and said, "I understand, coach." Kotaro Hayama lowered his head and nodded helplessly. "Okay, go ahead with full enthusiasm." The coach patted Kotaro Hayama's shoulder with satisfaction and said, "Yes." Coach Shirogane was drinking tea. He guessed Fukuyama's tactics, which was nothing more than playing with a mismatch, and it was very likely that Kotaro Hayama would be playing against Akashi Shijuro. Akashi Shijuro's defense is not good at this stage, and Fukuyama will definitely take advantage of this gap, so he said, "Akashi-san will leave, Uchiha-san will take Akashi-san's position, and Aomine-san will take Uchiha's position." Akashi Shijuro obeyed his coach's order and nodded. "Haha, it's finally my turn." Aomine Daiki couldn't contain her excitement any longer. She quickly took off her coat and ran onto the court excitedly. "Shirogane Kozo, you are really cunning." Fukuyama's coach murmured with an unpleasant expression when he saw Coach Shirogane replace Akashi Shijuro. Kotaro Hayama was slightly stunned when he came on stage. "Hey? Their point guard is out." Kotaro Hayama looked at Aomine Daiki who was on the field and muttered, "Did they change positions?" "Reserve, Fukuyama has the ball." The point guard dribbled the ball across half-court and passed it to Kotaro Hayama, who received the ball and faced off against Aomine Daiki. Looking at the excited Aomine Daiki, Kotaro Hayama thought silently in his heart. "Change this guy to guard me?" Kotaro Hayama looked at Uchiha Zhenlong who took over the point guard position and continued thinking in his heart. Can he still play point guard? Aomine Daiki saw Kotaro Hayama standing in a daze in front of her, and suddenly stretched out her hand. Kotaro Hayama sensed Aomine Daiki's movements and quickly took the ball back. "This guy is pretty fast." Kotaro Hayama slapped the basketball and looked at Aomine Daiki with a serious expression. Since Akashi Shijuro is off the court, Uchiha Zhenlong is no longer guarding Hayama Kotaro, so there is no need for Fukuyama and others to play in mismatches. Kotaro Hayama signaled everyone to move away, and then prepared to fight Aomine Daiki alone. Aomine Daiki excitedly took a defensive stance, her eyes fixed on the basketball in Kotaro Hayama's hand. "Bring it on!" Bang! 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 The violent slapping sounds echoed throughout the basketball hall, and Aomine Daiki felt her ears hurt. The sound is so loud. Aomine Daiki gritted her teeth and stared at the basketball warily. 3 fingers! Kotaro Hayama shouted suddenly, used 3 fingers of his right hand, lowered his center of gravity, and broke through from Aomine Daiki's right side like a yellow lightning. What? Aomine Daiki's pupils shrank slightly. He knew that Hayama Kotaro's dribbling was very fast, but he still couldn't react when he actually defended for the first time. After breaking through Aomine Daiki, Kotaro Hayama rushed straight to the basket. Atsushi Murasakibara was slightly stunned, then took a defensive stance. Kotaro Hayama was not afraid at all and jumped high after catching the ball. Atsushi Murasakibara also jumped high, blocking Kotaro Hayama's attack route. I thought the ball was blocked, but Kotaro Hayama made other moves. He put the basketball back to his waist, curled up, passed by Atsushi Murasakibara, and then made a hook shot. Pull-up layup. After landing, Kotaro Hayama did not make any other moves and quickly returned to defense. Little Kingsley, keep an eye on your own people. Atsushi Murasakibara complained slightly. He was very unhappy that Aomine Daiki was broken through so suddenly just now. Sorry, I was careless this time. Aomine Daiki said, touching her head embarrassedly. The ball is in hand and Teiko takes possession of the ball. Atsushi Murasakibara passed the basketball to Uchiha Zhenlong, who advanced with the ball. As they advanced, he began to observe the positions and movements of each of them. Wow! Ripples spread out from under Uchiha Zhenlong's feet, instantly covering everyone on the field. The people of Teiko were already accustomed to Uchiha Zhenlong's skills, but the people of Fukuyama were encountering them for the first time. After being swept by the ripples, the people in Fusion felt as if they were seen through, and their every move was being watched by others, making them feel very uncomfortable. There it is again, Uchiha Zhenlong's rippling vision. Yes, it's surprising every time I see it. The audience cheered, and once again they were shocked to see Uchiha Zhenlong's ripple vision. Kotaro Hayama had an ugly expression on his face and was shocked in his heart. What kind of skill is this? The Fukuyama point guard stood there in a daze, watching Uchiha Zhenlong dribbling the ball in front of him, and the Fukuyama point guard swallowed. Why am I the one defending this monster? Looking at the Uchiha Zhenlong that was constantly emitting ripples, point guard Fukuyama felt as if he was carrying a mountain on his back and could not move at all. Even if Uchiha Zhenlong dribbled the basketball in front of his face, he could steal the ball by just moving his hands, but he was unable to do so due to his physical condition. Uchiha Zhenlong slapped the basketball, not paying any attention to the Fukuyama point guard defending him. He raised his right hand and shook his wrist. Brush! The basketball passed by the point guard Fukuyama like a beam of white light, creating ripples in the air. Bang! Midorima Shintar caught the basketball and jumped high. Before Fukuyama's shooting guard could react, Midorima Shintar had already shot the basketball. After landing, Midorima Shintar turned around and left without any hesitation. Uchiha Zhenlong also did not hesitate and turned back to defend. The shooting guard swallowed and followed the trajectory of the basketball with his eyes. After seeing the basketball go in, the shooting guard sighed helplessly and said, "We can't defend them at all. They're like monsters." "It's okay, the game isn't over yet, give the ball to me." Kotaro Hayama comforted in time. Fukuyama's shooting guard nodded. He didn't give up, but was impressed by the strength of Teiko's team. Kotaro Hayama holds the ball against Aomine Daiki. Bang! 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 3 fingers. As soon as he finished speaking, Hayama Kotaro quickly kicked the ball with 3 fingers, kicked his right leg hard, and turned into a yellow lightning to tear Aomine Daiki's defense. Aomine Daiki's expression changed. She had been prepared at all times, but her reaction was still a beat slow. Chapter 37. Aomine Daiki was a beat slow to react, and Hayama Kotaro had already broken through from his right side. Aomine Daiki suddenly rushed out, turned into a blue lightning, and caught up with Hayama Kotaro. They're catching up. Kotaro Hayama's pupils shrank and his face was full of surprise. Are you kidding? He caught up. Point guard Fukuyama opened his mouth wide and murmured. Aomine Daiki quickly blocked Hayama Kotaro's attacking route. Hayama Kotaro made up his mind, gritted his teeth and used the thunderous dribble again. 3 fingers. Kotaro Hayama accelerated again, once again breaking away from Aomine Daiki's defense and shooting the basketball into the basket. Aomine Daiki turned her head in surprise. Can it be accelerated? Uchiha Zhenlong narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. For the current Kotaro Hayama, it must be a heavy burden to use thunderous dribbling continuously in the offensive route. Sure enough, Uchiha Zhenlong's guess was confirmed. After landing, Hayama Kotaro's legs were trembling and his expression was very ugly. Coach Fukuyama stood up with shock in his eyes. Kotaro. Coach Fukuyama called a timeout again, and when Kotaro Hayama left the court, the coach shouted angrily, Kotaro. Who told you to use the thunder dribble in a row? Your body is not strong enough for you to use the thunder dribble twice in a row. Kotaro Hayama knew he was in the wrong, and hesitantly said nothing for a long time. The coach sighed deeply. He knew Kotaro Hayama's character. He was already feeling unconvinced after being defended by Uchiha Zhenlong. He didn't expect that another person could keep up with his speed. This made Hayama Kotaro very unconvinced, so he used 2 thundering dribbles in one attack. Kotaro Hayama's body is still in the development stage, and 2 consecutive thunderous dribbles are still too much of a burden for his current body. Taro, you should take a rest first. Coach. Without me. Kotaro Hayama raised his head in disbelief and wanted to refute. This is an order. Wait until you recover before playing, the coach said without giving in. Kotaro Hayama lowered his head helplessly, covered his head with a towel so that others could not see his expression, and sat quietly on the bench. The coach sighed deeply. He knew what it meant for Kotaro Hayama to leave the field, but there was nothing he could do about it. Compared to victory, he hoped that his players would have a healthy body. Don't worry, Kotaro, we will definitely close the score. Point guard Fukuyama gritted his teeth and said to Kotaro Hayama. Yes, Kotaro, leave it to us. Everyone in Fukuyama was holding their breath and wanted to release it, so they said one after another. Everyone, thank you. Kotaro Hayama raised his head, looked at his teammates with moist eyes, and murmured. Beep. The game continues. Everyone in Fusion gathered together to cheer each other on. Come on! The 5 people shouted and walked towards the center of the field together. There was an amazing fighting spirit in everyone's eyes, like soldiers who were ready to die. The momentum is actually stronger than before. Did that Hayama Kotaro offend them? Why did his teammates become so motivated as soon as he left the court? Aomine Daiki said, touching his head. Only you, Aomine Daiki, can have such an idea. Uchiha Zhenlong sneered and said in his heart. Be careful, the next attack may not be so smooth. Nijimura Shozo said seriously as he looked at the Fukuyama people whose momentum changed. Aomine Daiki nodded heavily, while Atsushi Murasakibara walked onto the stage with a blank expression. Midorima Shintar pushed his glasses, making it unclear what he was thinking. Teikō has the ball. Uchiha Zhenlong dribbled across half-court, and the Fukuyama point guard gritted his teeth and immediately came up to him. It is hard to imagine that the point guard Fukuyama, who had just been suppressed by Uchiha Zhenlong's momentum and unable to move, can now quickly stick to Uchiha Zhenlong and constantly interfere with Uchiha Zhenlong's dribbling. After feeling that Fukuyama's point guard was completely different from before, Uchiha Zhenlong took Fukuyama's point guard seriously for the first time. Looking at the point guard Fukuyama with fighting spirit in his eyes, Uchiha Zhenlong decided to respect him and respond to his attitude with an offense. Uchiha Zhenlong dribbled the ball quickly behind his back to disrupt the defensive rhythm of Fukuyama's point guard. He kept shifting the center of gravity of Fukuyama's point guard, and finally quickly transferred the basketball from his right hand to his left hand, pushing his right foot hard against the ground. He made a big change of direction and passed the point guard Fukuyama cleanly. The whole action was easy and comfortable, just like crossing the road in the early morning. The point guard Fukuyama did not lose heart. After being broken through by Uchiha Zhenlong, he quickly turned around and tried to steal the ball, but Uchiha Zhenlong was too fast. By the time he turned around, Uchiha Zhenlong had already rushed into the inside. Center Fukuyama quickly made up for the defense, with fire burning in his eyes and his body tense, ready for a head-on confrontation with Uchiha Zhenlong. Uchiha Zhenlong smiled slightly, his speed instantly dropped to 0, and he made a quick stop jump shot. Brush! The shooting speed was extremely fast. Before center Fukuyama could react, Uchiha Zhenlong had already shot the basketball in. When the ball possession changed, the Fukuyama players did not lose heart. Everyone cooperated with each other and finally passed the basketball to center Fukuyama, who ran to the inside, and the center used a hook shot to put the basketball into the basket. Teikō has the ball. Uchiha Zhenlong crossed half-court and did not choose to attack himself. He passed the basketball to Nijimura Shozo. After receiving the ball, Shozo Nijimura faced power forward Fukuyama. Facing the number 1 power forward in today's high school basketball world, power forward Fukuyama did not give in at all and stuck closely to Nijimura Shozo. Shozo Nijimura was not at all panicked. He seized the opportunity and quickly tore through the defense of Fukuyama's power forward. Bang! Bang! Shozo Nijimura rushed into the inside, slapping the basketball, with power forward Fukuyama following behind him to defend. Nijimura Shozo stopped suddenly and made a shooting motion. The power forward Fukuyama and the center Fukuyama, who was defending, were deceived and jumped high to block the shot of Nijimura Shozo. Bang! Bang! However, Nijimura Shozo did not pass the ball, but just made a fake move to deceive Fukuyama and the other man, facing an empty basket. Shozo Nijimura jumped high and dunked the basketball into the basket. Wow, Nijimura is worthy of being the number 1 power forward in middle school basketball. He is still going strong. Yet, it was so easy to fool 2 people with a fake move. As expected, Nijimura is still the top power forward in the middle school world. The audience became noisy. As for the first-year Teikō, whom they just met, they were more optimistic about Nijimura Shozo. After all, Nijimura Shozo had already earned the title of the best power forward in the middle school. Chapter 38. It's okay, we'll fight back. Center Fukuyama patted power forward Fukuyama on the shoulder and said. Power forward Fukuyama nodded and ran to the front court. The point guard Fukuyama took the ball, dribbled across half court, and looked at Uchiha Zhenlong and Nijimura Shozo with fear in his eyes. The two's offense was so terrifying that point guard Fukuyama couldn't find any possibility of defense. Fukuyama played the tactic again and finally passed the basketball to center Fukuyama. Center Fukuyama used his experience and footwork to bypass Atsushi Murasakibara and put the basketball into the basket. This really p'd off Atsushi Murasakibara. Scoring over his head continuously really made him angry. Longzai. Atsushi Murasakibara called out Uchiha Zhenlong. Okay. Uchiha Zhenlong turned around and noticed Atsushi Murasakibara's emotions, and nodded. Restarting the offense, Uchiha Zhenlong dribbled the ball across half-court without any tactics and passed the ball to Atsushi Murasakibara in the paint. Atsushi Murasakibara received the ball with his back to the basket, and center Fukuyama immediately rushed up to hold Atsushi Murasakibara back. I won't let you score easily. Oh. Atsushi Murasakibara said in a light tone, feeling the person behind him struggling to resist his strength. After saying that, Atsushi Murasakibara began to exert his strength, constantly hitting the center of Fukuyama. Crash! Crash! The sound of muscles colliding was very crisp. Center Fukuyama felt a dull pain in his chest after being hit by Atsushi Murasakibara. After suffering several consecutive hits, Center Fukuyama finally couldn't bear it and took a few steps back. Damn, how can the power be so strong? Atsushi Murasakibara seized the opportunity and jumped high with both legs. Center Fukuyama gritted his teeth, ignored the pain in his body, and resolutely rushed forward and jumped up, trying to stop Atsushi Murasakibara's dunk. Don't even think about it! Center Fukuyama yelled, blocked the basketball with both hands, and wrestled with Atsushi Murasakibara in the air. When Atsushi Murasakibara saw that Center Fukuyama was still trying to block him, he increased his strength angrily and his facial expression became terrifying. His eyes glow white, increasing the power of his dunk. Bang! A bursting sound was heard. Both of them fell to the ground, but one was standing and the other was lying. Kaz. The basketball hoop shook violently, making a crackling sound, and the basket kept shaking like a whale. Center Fukuyama collapsed to the ground, and was knocked to the ground by Atsushi Murasakibara. Center Fukuyama looked at Atsushi Murasakibara who was looking down at him with a painful expression, and he felt mixed emotions. I'll crush you! Atsushi Murasakibara said condescendingly with a fierce gleam in his eyes. Center Fukuyama felt the cannibalistic aura emanating from Atsushi Murasakibara. His face turned pale and he looked helplessly at Atsushi Murasakibara, who was like a beast. Fukuyama's small forward and Fukuyama's power forward quickly ran over to stop Atsushi Murasakibara. They thought that Atsushi Murasakibara and his team would have a conflict, so they ran over quickly to prevent the conflict. What do you want to do? Point guard Fukuyama quickly ran over to help Center Fukuyama up, then looked at Atsushi Murasakibara with vigilant eyes and said, I'm sorry, our player sometimes has a bad temper. Sorry. Seeing that the situation was not good, Uchiha Zhenlong hurried over, pulled Atsushi Murasakibara away, and said embarrassedly. After saying that, he pulled Atsushi Murasakibara back to defense. Seeing that there was no conflict between the two sides, the referee let go of the whistle. Are you okay? Fukuyama point guard asked. Center Fukuyama shook his head to indicate that he was fine. In the following game, Fukuyama relied on desperate defense and suicidal offense to keep the score close with Teikō. At the end of the first quarter, the score was 24-17, with Teikō leading by only 7 points. After a short break, the second quarter began. Coach Fukuyama still did not let Kotaro Hayama play, and Coach Shirogane did not play Uchiha Zhenlong, but instead let Akashi Sejuro replace Uchiha Zhenlong. The Fusion team maintained their momentum and continued to hold on to the score, but it seemed that they had played too hard in the first quarter, and their physical strength dropped rapidly in the second quarter. Mistakes also began to occur frequently on both the defensive and offensive ends. Teikō and others would definitely not miss this opportunity and would immediately counterattack when they got the chance. Atsushi Murasakibara bombarded Fukuyama's inside line, and only the power forward and center together could barely stop Atsushi Murasakibara's attack. However, due to the power forward's backup defense, Nijimura Shozo was completely left open. Then, after being silent for the entire game, Nijimura Shozo showed everyone his strength and used his flawless offense to tell everyone how he got the title of number 1 in the middle school basketball world. Akashi Sejuro used perfect vision to connect the entire team and pass the ball to his teammates in time when they were open or had opportunities. Midorima Shintar showed no mercy after catching the basketball, hitting 100% of his three-pointers and taking charge of Teikō's outside shooting. Aomine Daiki excitedly tore through the defense of Fukuyama's small forward, broke into the inside and shot quickly, and her shooting posture was also changing towards the formless shot. As the second quarter came to an end, Teikō was ahead of Fukuyama by 18 points, making the score 47-29. Kotaro Hayama looked at the coach anxiously. All the players in Teikō had already gotten into the game, but all the players in Fukuyama were exhausted and gasping for breath. In order to resist the attack of Teikō and his men, Fukuyama and his men consumed a lot of physical strength. Coach Fukuyama watched this scene with an unbearable look on his face. His own school was like being massacred and torn apart easily by Teikō. He turned to look at the anxious Hayama Kotaro and asked with difficulty, "Kotaro, are you feeling better?" "Coach, I have recovered a long time ago, please let me play." Kotaro Hayama nodded repeatedly and said anxiously. Coach Fukuyama sighed helplessly. "This is all we can do now. I hope we don't lose too badly. Kotaro will replace the small forward." He signaled the referee to call a timeout, and said this after Fukuyama and his teammates left the court. "Yes, coach." Kotaro Hayama smiled happily, showing his fangs and said with a smile. "Student Zhenlong will replace the small forward, and student Nijimura will replace the power forward." Coach Baijin glanced in the direction of Fukuyama, took a sip of tea, and said to Uchiha Zhenlong. "Yes. Beeb. The timeout is over and Uchiha Zhenlong returns to the court." "Damn it, he's on the court again." Kotaro Yama said in his heart as he watched Uchiha Zhenlong return to the court, his expression slightly frozen. Uchiha Zhenlong seemed to feel Hayama Kotaro's gaze. He turned his head and their eyes met. Then Uchiha Zhenlong smiled at Hayama Kotaro. "Shirogane. Did you do this on purpose?" Coach Fukuyama also saw Uchiha Zhenlong come on the court. He looked at Shirogane Kozo with an unpleasant expression and said angrily in his heart. Coach Platinum drank his tea leisurely, without any sign of panic. Of course he did it on purpose. Since his team had a defensive general like Uchiha Zhenlong, there was no reason not to use him. Chapter 39. Kotaro, use the tactics from the first quarter. Coach Fukuyama looked at Akashi Shijuro who was also on the court, and he quickly reminded Kotaro Hayama. Kotaro Hayama was slightly stunned, then he saw Akashi Shijuro and nodded to his coach. Both teams returned to the court and Fukuyama had the ball. Point guard Fukuyama intentionally or unintentionally slowed down the pace, trying his best to restore some strength for everyone. After halftime, Kotaro Hayama asked for the ball. After point guard Fukuyama passed the basketball to Kotaro Hayama, he quickly ran to Uchiha Zhenlong for a pick and roll. Change the defender of Hayama Kotaro to Akashi Shijuro. Uchiha Zhenlong noticed their tactics and tried to catch up with Hayama Kotaro again, but he didn't expect power forward Fukuyama to come up and set a screen. The two of them completely separated Uchiha Zhenlong. Seeing this, Uchiha Zhenlong had no choice but to give up. Kotaro Hayama is misplaced against Akashi Shijuro. Akashi Shijuro had a serious expression, staring at Hayama Kotaro, trying to prevent Hayama Kotaro's thunderous dribbling. He knew Hayama Kotaro's strength. For Akashi Shijuro now, it is impossible to defend Hayama Kotaro's thunderous dribbling. Bang! 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 Kotaro Hayama slapped the basketball vigorously, and Akashi Shijuro also experienced the deafening sound up close. Damn, it's so loud. Akashi Shijuro's expression rarely looked grim. 3 fingers. Kotaro Hayama shouted, and then his whole body suddenly turned into a yellow lightning and disappeared from in front of Akashi Shijuro. It's so fast. Akashi Shijuro stood there in a daze, saying in disbelief in his heart. Akashi Shijuro's defense is not very strong now, and he does not have the perverted second personality Emperor I. In addition, Hayama Kotaro has trained for 1 year longer than him, so he broke through Akashi Shijuro's defense in an instant. After the breakthrough, Kotaro Hayama did not choose to attack the inside, but chose to jump shot near the free throw line to avoid close contact with Atsushi Murasakibara. Brush. The basketball was thrown into the basket by Kotaro Hayama, breaking Fukuyama's scoring drought. I was actually surpassed by one step. Akashi Shijuro looked grim, he clenched his fists and then unclenched them, then clenched them again, and said in his heart. Akashi, don't think too much. You and he are not in the same position. He is in charge of offense and you are in charge of organization. You two are not in the same position, so don't worry about it so much. Uchiha Zhenlong ran over in time, patted Akashi Shijuro on the shoulder and comforted him. But Akashi Shijuro wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Uchiha Zhenlong. But what but? If a swimmer competes with a basketball player in shooting, will the swimmer worry about why he can't shoot better than the basketball player after he loses? On the other hand, if a basketball player competes with a swimmer in swimming, will the basketball player, after losing, worry about why he can't swim as well as the swimmer? Uchiha Zhenlong's question stumped Akashi Shijuro, who was silent for a moment and shook his head. No. That's right. Don't worry about it. Think about it, did you completely beat the opposing point guard? Uchiha Zhenlong smiled and said, putting his hand on Akashi Shijuro's shoulder. So let's not worry about it so much. Just focus on defense and I'll help you out when the time comes. Akashi Shijuro nodded and continued. No problem, said Uchiha Zhenlong. Seeing Akashi Shijuro smile again, Uchiha Zhenlong breathed a sigh of relief. Nana, I almost turned evil because of Akashi, luckily my brother reacted quickly. Uchiha Zhenlong glanced at Hayama Kotaro dimly and complained in his heart. You kid, you feel pretty good now, why didn't you feel good when you were criticized by Akashi in the original book? The ball is in hand and Teikō takes possession of the ball. Akashi Shijuro recovered after being enlightened by Uchiha Zhenlong, and started to organize the offense after dribbling through half-court. Midorima Shintar quickly ran to the arc position and took advantage of the basketball passed by Akashi Shijuro. The moment he received the ball, Hayama Kotaro came over. Midorima Shintar's eyes changed slightly and he glanced at Uchiha Zhenlong's position out of the corner of his eye. After seeing the shooting guard who was supposed to defend him defend Uchiha Zhenlong, Midorima Shintar understood. Fukuyama wanted to limit his three-pointers, otherwise Fukuyama would not be able to catch up. After all, three-pointers are always one more point than 2 points. However, Kotaro Hayama obviously underestimated Midorima Shintar's shooting and breakthrough abilities. Midorima Shintar is not only good at shooting and defense, he is also very strong in dribbling and offense. In the original work, Kagami was the one who broke through in the early stage. Midorima Shintar quickly passed the ball, used force on his toes, and quickly broke through from the right. The sudden breakthrough made Kotaro Hayama stiffen. He has the ability to break through. Kotaro Hayama always thought that Midorima Shintar was only good at shooting and defense, but he never expected that Midorima Shintar could dribble and attack independently. It's not surprising that Kotaro Hayama had this idea, because Midorima Shintar had never attacked independently so far, and always shot after receiving the ball. Now he suddenly showed his breakthrough ability, catching Kotaro Hayama off guard. After Midorima Shintar broke through Hayama Kotaro, he quickly stopped and threw the basketball, then turned around and returned to defense. Brush! The basketball went into the basket without any surprise. Fukuyama resumed the attack and Hayama Kotaro continued to call for a pick and roll, but this time the Fukuyama point guard failed to block Uchiha Zhenlong. Seeing this, Kotaro Hayama had to ask center Fukuyama to come out for a screen, and this time he completely blocked Uchiha Zhenlong. Kotaro Hayama was facing Atsushi Murasakibara in a mismatched position. Seeing that Atsushi Murasakibara was 2 body lengths away from him, Kotaro Hayama no longer hesitated and quickly threw the basketball out. Brush! The basketball went into the net and Fukuyama scored another 3 points. Murasakibara, why don't you defend? Aomine Daiki shouted when she saw Atsushi Murasakibara didn't move forward to defend at all. Oh, I thought he didn't have 3 points, Kingzi, I won't do it next time. Murasakibara slowly stood up, tickled the hair on the side of his body with his fingers, and said in a dull tone. Seeing this, Aomine Daiki didn't say anything more. After all, he knew Atsushi Murasakibara's character. The ball possession changed, and Hayama Kotaro was still defending Midorima's Shintar to prevent Midorima's Shintar from making a three-pointer. Seeing this, Akashi Shijuro wanted to pass the basketball to Uchiha Zhenlong, but Uchiha Zhenlong was even more ruthless. Fukuyama's power forward simply gave up defending Aomine Daiki and instead defended Uchiha Zhenlong together with the shooting guard. Chapter 40. Aomine Daiki was completely left alone because they felt that she had no three-point shooting ability. If Aomine Daiki attacked the inside, the center would provide timely backup defense, and Atsushi Murasakibara would be replaced by power forward Fukuyama. Damn it, how dare you look down on me! When Aomine Daiki saw that there was no one defending him, his expression became very ugly and a feeling of being looked down upon emerged in his heart. Akashi, give me the ball. Aomine Daiki decided to teach everyone in Fukuyama a lesson, and he stretched out his hand to signal Akashi Shijuro to pass the ball. Akashi Shijuro passed the basketball to Aomine Daiki without hesitation. After receiving the ball, Aomine Daiki quickly rushed to the inside. Seeing this, the center Fukuyama immediately stepped forward to defend, while the power forward Fukuyama quickly retreated to prevent Aomine Daiki from passing the ball to Atsushi Murasakibara. But Aomine Daiki had no intention of passing the ball at all. He only felt angry and wanted to make those who looked down on him pay the price. A faint green light began to emanate from around his body, and a beast-like aura emanated from his body. Center Fukuyama, who came up to defend, was stunned for a moment. His legs began to tremble unconsciously, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Aomine Daiki also changed, as if he was looking at a ferocious beast. Aomine Daiki's aura was not only felt by Center Fukuyama, but by everyone on the court, as if they were being locked onto by a ferocious beast. Why do I have such a strange feeling? Are all Teik monsters? Kotaro Hayama's expression changed and he said in shock. Akashi Shijuro had a blank expression on his face, his eyes fixed on Aomine Daiki. Midorima Shintar's expression didn't change much, he just carefully felt the aura emanating from Aomine Daiki. The corners of Uchiha Zhenlong's mouth rose slightly. Breath of the beast, experience this state fully. Breath of a beast. Coach Fukuyama suddenly stood up from the bench, stared at Aomine Daiki with his eyes, and muttered in disbelief with his mouth wide open. Coach Fukuyama shook his head, laughed at himself and slumped in his chair, covering his face. Teikō. Then he raised his head and glanced at Shirogane Kozo, who was also a little surprised, and said to himself as if he had accepted his fate, Shirogane Kozo, you are so lucky. Coach Fukuyama has already accepted his fate. If Aomine Daiki had not activated the aura of the beast, they might still be able to struggle a little bit. What if there was a miracle? But now that Aomine Daiki has activated the breath of the beast, that last bit of hope has disappeared, and Teik has completely become a team with no blind spots. Fukuyama cannot defeat the 5 geniuses of Teik with just Hayama Kotaro alone. Thinking of this, Coach Fukuyama smiled resignedly and prayed that Fukuyama would not lose too badly. In addition to Coach Fukuyama, Coach Platinum was also surprised. He did not expect that Aomine Daiki would exude the aura of a beast, and judging from this aura, this beast was not weak. On the court, Aomine Daiki felt that her speed and intuition were enhanced. She turned into a blue lightning like a cheetah and instantly broke through the defense of Fukuyama Center. Aomine Daiki exerted force with her right foot, jumped high, and slammed the basketball into the basket. Bang! After landing, the entire stadium fell silent. Then the audience burst into thunderous applause and discussions. Hey, did you see that? How did Aomine Daiki break through? I didn't see it clearly. He rushed in the blink of an eye. It was too fast. Yes, it seemed like I saw a flash of lightning, and I broke through in an instant. It's so scary, this year's Teik. This year's Teik truly welcomed 5 geniuses. The audience in the auditorium was talking about it, and the teams from other schools had serious expressions, because they would also face the Teik team composed of 5 geniuses later. Geniuses. I wonder what these geniuses will look like after being destroyed. In the audience, a man with black hair and gloomy eyes stared at the basketball court. He licked his lips slightly and muttered. A man behind him with slightly sunken cheeks, prominent cheekbones, and equally gloomy eyes answered, "She should be very beautiful." On the court, Fukuyama has the ball. After point guard Fukuyama brought the basketball across half court, he looked at Aomine Daiki. Feeling that Aomine Daiki was still emitting the aura of a ferocious beast, point guard Fukuyama shuddered slightly. Quickly passed the basketball to Kotaro Hayama. After Kotaro Hayama received the ball, center Fukuyama came up to screen and let Kotaro Hayama face Atsushi Murasakibara. Kotaro Hayama slaps the basketball against Atsushi Murasakibara. Bang! 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 3 fingers. A yellow lightning bolt passed through Atsushi Murasakibara and rushed towards Teik's basket. Atsushi Murasakibara was stunned and was immediately broken through by Hayama Kotaro. Atsushi Murasakibara is not very fast now, so he can't stop Kotaro Hayama, who is dribbling with 3 fingers. Fukuyama scored 2 points. Attack and defense transition. Akashi Sejuro quickly passed the basketball to Aomine Daiki. After Aomine Daiki received the ball, she ran around the court as quickly as a cheetah. No one in Fukuyama could keep up with Aomine Daiki's speed, and they could only watch Aomine Daiki put the basketball into the basket. The second quarter also came to an end. Both sides returned to the lounge to rest. In the lounge, Aomine Daiki's wildness slowly disappeared, and then a feeling of fatigue came over her instantly. Everyone noticed that something was wrong with Aomine Daiki. "Coach, what happened to Aomine just now?" Akashi Sejuro asked first. Nijimura Shuzo, Midorima Shintar, and others raised their heads, waiting for Coach Platinum's answer. Hizaki Shogo, who had not played yet, also raised his head. Even the person involved, Aomine Daiki, pricked up her ears, wanting to know what was happening to her. "The breath of the beast," Coach Platinum said slowly. "Breath of the beast." Teik and the others were all confused. What was the breath of the beast? Coach Platinum explained the wildness to everyone. Simply put, it is an ability cultivated through experience in a world where the strong prey on the weak, and possesses animal-like intuition and speed. Aomine Daiki's wildness is that of a black panther. After listening to the coach's explanation, everyone in Teik was happy for Aomine Daiki. Fukuyama Lounge. Coach Fukuyama also told everyone about the changes in Aomine Daiki. Kotaro Hayama covered his head with a towel and thought silently. The breath of the beast? He recalled the panther-like aura emanating from Aomine Daiki, and his heart was slightly touched. He felt as if he also possessed the same beastly aura as Aomine Daiki. Chapter 41. Kotaro, let's end this game here. The coach patted Kotaro Yama's shoulder and said earnestly. "Coach, what did you say?" Kotaro Hayama raised his head in disbelief. "Coach, you want us to give up the game?" Everyone in Fusion looked at the coach in disbelief and said. "We have no hope in this game." The coach sighed helplessly. Kotaro Hayama looked grim. He bit his lips tightly with his teeth, clenched his fists, and his nails dug deeply into his palms. He ignored the Fukuyama crowd's dissuasion of the coach and stood up alone and walked outside. "Kotaro, where are you going?" Fukuyama's point guard stopped him and asked. "Go to the bathroom." Kotaro Hayama walked around the point guard and said without looking back. Fukuyama's coach looked at the lost Kotaro Hayama and clenched his fists. "Don't blame me, Kotaro, you really can't get hurt anymore." In the toilet. Kotaro Hayama walked into the empty single room. He could no longer suppress his emotions and pounded the toilet wall frantically. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Why? Why can't I be stronger? Why can't I use 4 fingers? If I could use 4 fingers, would the coach not let us give up? Kotaro Hayama felt that it was all his own problem and thought that if he could be stronger, his coach's thoughts might be different. Boom boom boom. Kotaro, are you in there? Boom boom boom. Open the door, Kotaro. I know you're in there. The game isn't over yet. Can we face it together? Boom boom boom. Open the door, Kotaro. Boom boom boom. The point guard's voice came from outside the toilet. Hayama Kotaro pushed open the toilet door in a daze. He looked up at the point guard and said in a very sad tone, Toya, am I very weak? If I were stronger, maybe I wouldn't. As Hayama Kotaro spoke, he actually started crying. How could that be, Kotaro? We can't win the game without you. The game isn't over yet. Even if the coach gives up, we can't give up. Seeing this, Totani quickly put his hand on Kotaro Hayama's shoulder and comforted him. Toya. Kotaro Hayama raised his head and looked at Toya with a complicated expression. You're right, Totani, the game isn't over yet, I won't give up. Then, Hayama Kotaro wiped his tears, showing his signature smile and said. Well, Kotaro, let's go together. Toya smiled happily and nodded. The two held hands tightly together. The halftime break ended and both sides returned to the field. Because Aomine Daiki activated her wildness for the first time, she lost a lot of physical strength, so Coach Platinum put Aomine Daiki on the bench to rest. He was replaced by Shuzo Nijimura. Before everyone in Fukuyama went on stage, Kotaro Hayama gathered everyone together. Everyone, the game is not over yet. Don't give up. Let's go all out and continue playing. Even if we lose, we have no regrets. Everyone in Fusion nodded heavily, with fighting spirit burning in their eyes. Everyone, be careful. Coach Fukuyama saw this scene, with tears in his eyes, but he did not stop it. He just said softly before everyone went on the court. The players nodded heavily and returned to the field. The game restarts and Fukuyama has the ball. Totani brought the basketball across half-court and quickly passed it to Kotaro Hayama. Facing Uchiha Zhenlong's defense, Kotaro Hayama did not call for a pick and roll. Instead, he focused his eyes and took a deep breath. Hey? No more pick and roll. Uchiha Zhenlong said puzzledly in his heart. Kotaro Hayama took a deep breath and began to hit the basketball with his right hand. At the same time, his body emitted bursts of yellow light, and an aura similar to Aomine Daiki gradually emerged. What? This belongs to Aomine. Midorima Shintar felt this breath and showed a surprised expression. He didn't expect that Hayama Shintar also had wildness. Uchiha Zhenlong, sensing the beast's aura, frowned slightly, and his defensive actions became more serious. Kotaro Hayama felt the changes in his body. Is this wildness? This feeling is really so wonderful. Hayama Kotaro said in his heart. He felt that his intuition and speed were enhanced, and he seemed to have tremendous power. Bang! 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 A huge clapping sound echoed in the stadium. Hayama Kotaro's eyes narrowed, and he used 4 fingers on his right hand and shouted. 4 fingers! Kaz! In an instant, Hayama Kotaro turned into a yellow flash and quickly broke through from the right side of Uchiha Zhenlong. Uchiha Zhenlong reacted and moved quickly to the right, and Hayama Kotaro's pupils dilated slightly. He actually caught up with me. These are 4 fingers. Kotaro Hayama didn't expect that even with his wild self and the thunderous 4-finger dribble, he couldn't break through Uchiha Zhenlong's defense. But the current situation was like an arrow that had to be shot. Kotaro Hayama gritted his teeth and changed direction without slowing down, changing the direction of his attack. Hey! Uchiha Zhenlong was stunned. He didn't expect that Yushin Kotaro would ignore his own body and forcibly change direction. Kotaro Hayama broke through Uchiha Zhenlong, quickly rushed to the basket, dodged Atsushi Murasakibara's block in the air, and once again put the basketball into the basket with a layup. After landing, Kotaro Hayama lifted his legs and found that there was no other problem except that they were a little weak, so he turned around to defend. Cut! Atsushi Murasakibara was very unhappy after landing. He was scored on the head by Kotaro Hayama continuously, which made him feel a little unhappy. The ball possession changed. Akashi Sejuro dribbled the ball across half-court and passed the basketball to Nijimura Shuzo, who conducted the attack. Shuzo Nijimura quickly broke through the defense of Fukuyama's power forward and shot from the free throw line. Wrong! Suddenly, a feeling of being stared at by a wild beast came into Nijimura Shuzo's mind. He wanted to retract his shooting hand, but the basketball had already been thrown and could not be retracted. Oops! Nijimura Shuzo thought to himself, oh no, but what happened next confirmed that his feeling was correct. A body suddenly jumped out from the side of Nijimura Shuzo, jumped high, and slammed Nijimura Shuzo's basketball away. Bang! Kotaro Hayama gritted his teeth and fanned away the ball thrown by Shuzo Nijimura. Chapter 42. Fast break. Totani quickly picked up the basketball that was blown away and shouted. Call! A yellow figure rushed out quickly. It was Kotaro Hayama. So fast! Akashi Sejuro's pupils shrank. Midorima Shintar reacted and quickly chased after him. After landing, Nijimura Shuzo immediately turned around and chased after Hayama Kotaro. However, because Hayama Kotaro turned on his wildness and didn't care about his own physical strength at all, he stepped on the accelerator too low. Nijimura Shuzo and Midorima Shintar really couldn't outrun Hayama Kotaro for a while. Suddenly, a black flash passed between the two of them and quickly ran towards Kotaro Hayama. Kotaro Hayama received the ball from Totani and jumped up quickly to prepare for a layup. Kotaro, be careful! Totani's pupils dilated as if he had seen something horrible, and he shouted quickly. What should I be careful about when I'm on a fast break alone? Kotaro Hayama was very confused when he heard Totani's shout. The next second, a dark shadow told him the answer. Uchiha Zhenlong jumped high, flying over Hayama Kotaro's head, and slapped the basketball hard with his right hand. Bang! The basketball was slammed hard onto the backboard by Uchiha Zhenlong, and it bounced back and landed in the hands of Midorima Shintar. Midorima Shintar was slightly stunned after getting the basketball, then quickly reacted and rushed towards Fukuyama's basket. Bang! How could it be? He actually caught up with us. Kotaro Hayama fell to the ground. He lay on the ground looking at Uchiha Zhenlong, who was looking down at him, and said with a horrified expression. Uchiha Zhenlong breathed a sigh of relief after landing. Fortunately I caught up with him. Then Uchiha Zhenlong stretched out his hand and said, Are you okay? It's okay. Kotaro Hayama came back to his senses, shook his head and said. He grabbed the hand that Uchiha Zhenlong extended and stood up again. After standing up, Hayama Kotaro praised, You are very strong. You too. Uchiha Zhenlong said with a slight smile. Brush. 3 points are effective. Midorima Shintar also made a 3-pointer into the basket. Are you okay, Zhenlong? Midorima Shintar ran to Uchiha Zhenlong and asked. Uchiha Zhenlong shook his head to indicate that he was fine. Kotaro Hayama looked at Uchiha Zhenlong with a complicated expression, then prepared to attack again. The ball possession changed. After Kotaro Hayama received the basketball from Totani, he no longer confronted Uchiha Zhenlong head-on, but asked the center to do a pick and roll and faced Atsushi Murasakibara again in a mismatch. Kotaro Hayama went into full force, with his wildness and forefinger thunderous dribbling, quickly breaking through Atsushi Murasakibara and putting the basketball in the net. Atsushi Murasakibara looked extremely ugly, because Hayama Kotaro had already scored a lot of points on his head, and the anger in his heart was growing more and more intense. In the next attack, Atsushi Murasakibara showed no mercy and bombarded the inside line frantically, making the Fukuyama center suffer. After the ball possession changed, Kotaro Hayama still chose to play against Atsushi Murasakibara, and broke through Atsushi Murasakibara again to score a goal. Atsushi Murasakibara vented all his anger on center Fukuyama, leaving him speechless. In this way, the score between the two sides remained deadlocked, with Teikō always leading Fukuyama by more than 20 points. Seeing that the score was not being caught up, Kotaro Hayama knew that it was time for them to change their tactics. So he no longer started to play against Atsushi Murasakibara in a mismatch, but instead played against Akashi Seijuro. After breaking through Akashi Seijuro, he let Uchiha Zhenlong come forward to defend, and then passed the basketball to Totani. Totani finished with a three-pointer. After scoring 2 goals in a row using this method, Uchiha Zhenlong felt a little depressed. "No buddy, do you really think you have no strength? It's time for you to see how Teikō shocks you." Uchiha Zhenlong closed his eyes, then took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. He no longer thought about anything else and focused his attention on the court. In the eyes of outsiders, Uchiha Zhenlong's body at this moment burst into bursts of milky white light, and his whole temperament began to change. Everyone in Fusion felt the change in Uchiha Zhenlong and their expressions became serious. Hayama Kotaro looked the most serious, watching the changing Uchiha Zhenlong with vigilant eyes, and asked in his heart, "What is this time?" Everyone in Teikō was delighted when they sensed the familiar atmosphere. "Muigo. I didn't expect Ryu to be able to use Muigo in the game," Aomine Daiki said excitedly. Coach Baijin looked expressionless on the surface, but in fact, his heart was in turmoil. "I never expected that Zhenlong could actually use Wuvo in an official competition." The ball changes. After Akashi Seijuro knew that Uchiha Zhenlong had entered the state of Wuga, he passed the ball directly to Uchiha Zhenlong. Uchiha Zhenlong slapped the basketball and stared at Hayama Kotaro expressionlessly. Kotaro Hayama opened his arms, bent his legs slightly, and defended himself with a serious expression. "Come on! Show me your skills this time. Since you all can imagine yourself, I'll let you think for yourself." Uchiha Zhenlong slapped the basketball with his right hand and said to himself. Afterwards, Uchiha Zhenlong's hitting the basketball gradually increased in force. Bang! 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 The sound of basketballs exploding echoed throughout the basketball hall. Hearing the familiar sound of the ball exploding, everyone in Fusion showed a look of astonishment in their eyes. They felt familiar with Uchiha Zhenlong's actions, and they begged Uchiha Zhenlong not to do the actions that they remembered. As the person involved, Kotaro Hayama's face was already full of shock, and his heart became very confused after hearing the sound of the ball explosion. No. Impossible. How could this be possible? I must be overthinking. Kotaro Hayama kept comforting himself, hoping that Uchiha Zhenlong just hit the ball a little too hard. But then Uchiha Zhenlong's actions completely shattered his self-comfort. 4 fingers. Uchiha Zhenlong uttered 2 words softly, and then he used 4 fingers of his right hand to quickly hit the ball, and the whole person was like a black lightning. He instantly tore through Kotaro Hayama's defense, rushed straight to the opposite basket, and jumped high after getting close to the basket. The Fukuyama center immediately jumped up with his hands raised high, trying to stop Uchiha Zhenlong's layup. Uchiha Zhenlong was not at all panicked. He retracted his hands, curled up into a ball, passed by the center of Fukuyama, and finally shot the basketball into the basket with a hook shot. The whole move is exactly the same as the one that Hayama Kotaro used to score on Atsushi Murasakibara's head at the beginning. Are you kidding? It's really, that thunderous dribbling. Totani was stunned with his mouth wide open, his face full of disbelief, as if everything he had just seen was an absurd nightmare. Center Fukuyama fell straight to the ground as if he was under a spell, his eyes wide open like bells, his mouth trembling, and he stood there in a daze, his face full of fear, as if time had frozen at this moment. Kotaro Hayama stood quietly in the same position as a sculpture, with his head lowered, as if he was thinking about something, or having a silent conversation with himself. Chapter 43. Da-da-da. There was a crisp sound, and Uchiha Zhenlong landed steadily. The basketball made a dull and powerful sound in the stadium, as if a heavy hammer hit everyone's heart. The entire stadium fell into deathly silence in an instant. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open, unable to believe what was happening before their eyes. Kotaro Hayama lowered his head with an ugly look on his face. His eyes were empty and confused, as if he had lost his soul. My thunderous dribble was used by him so easily. Kotaro Hayama muttered to himself, his voice full of bitterness and despair. The scene just now kept appearing in his mind. Uchiha Zhenlong actually performed his proud skills so easily, which made him feel extremely frustrated and lost. My unique skills, the signature ability that I rely on for survival, the skills that I have mastered with so much difficulty, were used by him so easily. Yishin Kotaro's heart was filled with resentment. He could not understand why the skills that he had worked so hard to master seemed so vulnerable in front of Uchiha Zhenlong. On the offensive end, he ignored the subsequent physical consumption and used all his strength to perform the four-finger thunder dribble, thinking that he could use the four-finger thunder dribble to catch up for the team. However, he didn't expect that Uchiha Zhenlong would catch up with him the first time he used the four-finger thunder dribble. If he hadn't ignored the risk of injury and forced himself to change direction without slowing down to catch Uchiha Zhenlong off guard, he might have been stopped by Uchiha Zhenlong. It would have been bad enough that he was blocked on the offensive end, but now, on the defensive end, he was broken through by Uchiha Zhenlong using his proud special move, and the thunderous dribble that Uchiha Zhenlong used was even easier than when he used it himself. This heavy blow completely shattered Kotaro Hayama's state of mind. He seemed to have lost his support and exuded endless despair. His body was shaking slightly, as if he would fall down at any moment. His eyes were full of confusion and helplessness, as if he could no longer see the direction of the future. At this moment, he seemed to have become a person abandoned by the world, standing alone and desperate on the court, enduring the unbearable pain and blow alone. After a long period of silence, the stadium erupted into thunderous noise, and the audience shouted and screamed, all cheering for what had just happened. Oh my god! Uchiha Zhenlong actually used the thunder dribble. Isn't that Hayama Kotaro's special move? Yeah, I think I'm dazzled. How can I fight like this? My special moves were learned by others in just one game. There is no way I can beat them. It's so scary. It's so scary. The atmosphere in the stadium was completely ignited by this goal, and everyone was discussing the previous goal. Amidst such noise, Kotaro Hayama's despair became even stronger, and he lost all his fighting spirit. Toya snapped back to his senses in shock, his thoughts brought back to reality. After waking up, he was full of worry and immediately turned his eyes to the direction of Kotaro Hayama. When he looked over, he saw that Kotaro Hayama was emitting despair from head to toe. Kotaro, are you okay? Totani's heart tightened and he quickly ran to Kotaro Hayama and comforted him. Kotaro Hayama stood there quietly, his eyes empty and lifeless, and shook his head slightly. At this time, the coach stood up with a worried look on his face. He looked at the court and decisively asked the referee for a timeout. With a crisp whistle, the voice of Beep Fukuyama requests a timeout, rang out. The players of the Fukuyama team walked off the field tiredly. The shock that Uchiha Zhenlong had just brought to them was really too great. Kotaro Hayama sat weakly on the bench. The coach looked at him distressedly, sighed deeply and said, "Kotaro off, Suzuki on." Kotaro Hayama still didn't say anything, but just sat quietly on the bench with a towel covering his head, making it impossible to see his expression at the moment. "Don't give up, Kotaro. We can't be defeated like this." Totoni was very anxious when he saw this scene. He gritted his teeth and shouted loudly. However, Kotaro Hayama still did not respond. Totoni was stunned. He knew that Kotaro Hayama had lost his mentality. If he didn't adjust his mentality in time, he might not even be able to play basketball anymore. Thinking of this, Totoni's heart hardened, as if he had made some kind of decision. He would never allow Kotaro Hayama to give up basketball, absolutely not. He was just about to tell other players his thoughts, but he found that his teammates nodded at him with firm eyes. Totoni immediately understood that his teammates were thinking the same thing as he was. He smiled slightly and nodded to his teammates. Next, they had to fight hard. The break was over quickly and teammates from both teams returned to the court. "Please, everyone." Before going on the court, the coach said to everyone as if he knew what they were thinking. "Okay." Everyone in Fusion turned around and nodded firmly to the coach. The game continues and Fukuyama has the ball. After Totoni brought the basketball across half-court, he immediately called for a pick and roll, and Suzuki stepped forward to set a pick and roll for Totoni. Totoni's defender also became Uchiha Zhenlong, who did not show any fear but exuded a high-spirited temperament. Uchiha Zhenlong was slightly stunned. The game has reached a desperate situation, but you can still burst out with such fighting spirit. You're a man." Uchiha Zhenlong praised Toguya in his heart. If he were an ordinary person, he would have given up the game long ago after being beaten like this. But Totoni didn't do that. Not only did he not do that, he also burst out with amazing fighting spirit. Totoni took a deep breath, calmed himself, then started suddenly and quickly broke through to Uchiha Zhenlong's right side. Uchiha Zhenlong did not hold back because of the praise. He reacted quickly, blocking Totoni's offensive route, and at the same time quickly stretched out his hand to prepare for a steal. However, Totoni did not intend to confront Uchiha Zhenlong head-on. After taking a step forward, Totoni quickly passed the basketball in his hand to Suzuki. Uchiha Zhenlong's outstretched hand therefore came back empty-handed. After receiving the ball, Suzuki did not hesitate at all, and used his left leg to quickly break through from the right side of Akashi Seijuro. Akashi Seijuro reacted quickly and adjusted his position quickly, preparing to block the direction of Suzuki's attack, but just as he was about to move, he felt as if he had bumped into someone. Akashi Seijuro instantly knew what was going on and he was shocked. Oops, it's a pick and roll. Chapter 44. The power forward stepped forward in time to screen and stop Akashi Seijuro. Suzuki seized the opportunity and quickly ran to the right, bypassing the power forward. It was impossible for Nijimura Shizo to let Suzuki break through so easily. He hurried to make up for the defense, but Suzuki did not choose to break through. Instead, he moved away and moved outside the three-point line. Since Shizo Nijimura ran over with power forward Fukuyama to provide backup defense, Shizo Nijimura was still some distance away from Suzuki. When he saw Suzuki retreat to the three-point line, he rushed over to block his shot. Suzuki stood outside the three-point line and raised his hand to shoot. Nijimura Shizo jumped up quickly and wanted to block the shot, but Nijimura Shizo was still a step too slow. The basketball flew over his fingertips and then steadily entered the basket. After the basketball went in, Suzuki clenched his fists and shouted excitedly, "Yeah!" Totoni stepped forward and high-fived Suzuki, "Well done Suzuki!" The ball is in hand and Teikō takes possession of the ball. Akashi Seijuro continued to pass the ball to Uchiha Zhenlong, and Uchiha Zhenlong also intended to continue attacking with what they called thunderous dribbling. Since the Fukuyama players have shown such a tenacious fighting spirit, Uchiha Zhenlong must also respect their opponents with their strength. Letting them win on the court is disrespectful to the enemy. Of course, if the difference in strength is too big, it is still okay to let them win appropriately, after all, that's the way of the world. 4 fingers. Uchiha Zhenlong said calmly, and then a black lightning instantly tore through the defense of Fusion people, and the basketball steadily went into the basket. However, the Fukuyama players did not give up the game. They turned around and scored another goal through cooperation. Each of them burst out with amazing fighting spirit. They did not choose to fight alone, but chose to use strategy and cooperation, relying on the courage in their hearts to score the goal. It was Teiko's turn to attack. Atsushi Murasakibara was still angry because Fukuyama kept scoring goals against him. He stood under the basket, blocking Fukuyama's center position, and then reached out for the ball. Center Fukuyama showed a difficult look on his face. He clenched his teeth, supported his legs firmly on the ground, and struggled to hold off Atsushi Murasakibara with his hands. The gap between his strength and Atsushi Murasakibara's was too great, and just blocking Atsushi Murasakibara had consumed a lot of his energy. Akashi Shijuro from the outside passed the ball to Atsushi Murasakibara, who caught it firmly. After realizing that the person behind him had wasted a lot of energy just to block him, Atsushi Murasakibara muttered, "Tisk." Then Atsushi Murasakibara started to exert his strength. Collapse, collapse, collapse. The sound of muscles colliding rang out on the court. The Fukuyama center took a deep breath, then held it suddenly, preparing for the impact from Atsushi Murasakibara. With every collision, the Fukuyama center would be pushed back a step until he was pushed back to the basket. At this time, center Fukuyama's face looked extremely ugly. He felt that he had been hit so hard that he could hardly breathe. But he did not give up and still tried his best to prevent Atsushi Murasakibara's impact. Atsushi Murasakibara also felt the difficulty. The Fukuyama center, who used to be able to score with just 2 hits, was now firmly holding on until now, and a feeling of anger arose in his heart. Atsushi Murasakibara suddenly increased his strength. Collapse. With a loud bang, center Fukuyama finally couldn't hold on and took several steps back. Seeing this, Atsushi Murasakibara jumped without hesitation, ready to dunk the basketball into the basket. Ah! Suddenly, center Fukuyama rushed back, jumped high, roared, and wrestled with Atsushi Murasakibara in the air. But how could his strength match that of Atsushi Murasakibara? With a bang, center Fukuyama fell to the ground. However, the basketball bounced out because of the desperate defense of center Fukuyama. Atsushi Murasakibara's dunk missed. Beep, out of bounds, Fukuyama has the ball. The referee blew the whistle. Atsushi Murasakibara was extremely angry when he realized that he had dunked the basketball away. After he landed, he stared at center Fukuyama. But center Fukuyama was not afraid at all. He stood up and looked at Atsushi Murasakibara. Murasakibara. Uchiha Zhenlong's voice sounded, and when Atsushi Murasakibara heard it, he said "Oh" and then turned back to defense. After seeing Atsushi Murasakibara return to defense, center forward Fukuyama slowly breathed in, touched his chest with an unpleasant look, and whispered, "It hurts." "How strong is he? Are you okay?" Toya ran over and asked in time. Center Fukuyama shook his head to indicate that he was fine. Totani then breathed a sigh of relief and resumed his attack. On the bench, Kotaro Hayama saw what was happening on the field and his teammates' determination to not give up. A glimmer of light returned to his lifeless eyes, and he murmured, "Everyone." In the subsequent games, Fukuyama and his team relied on desperate offensive strategies and engaged in crazy physical confrontations with Teiko and his team. Since they are 1 year older than Akashi Shijuro and others, their bodies are better developed than Akashi Shijuro and others. So they can rely on the misalignment and use of strength to gain a slight advantage. On the defensive end, they stuck to Teiko and his teammates like a dogskin plaster, following them closely even when they didn't have the ball, not giving Teiko any space at all. This kind of defense that disregards the loss of physical strength makes Midorima Shintar and Akashi Seijuro feel a little uncomfortable, because they have not yet blossomed, and their strength will be more or less restricted when encountering this kind of defense. Of course, Fukuyama's defense also has its drawbacks, which is that physical strength is consumed very quickly. In addition, there is another person in Teiko that they cannot stop, and that person is called Uchiha Zhenlong. Uchiha Zhenlong took over the banner of Teiko's offense, constantly using Hayama Kotaro's thunderous dribbling to tear through Fukuyama's defense, still keeping the score around 20 points. Beep. The referee blew the whistle, and the third quarter officially ended. The Fukuyama players dragged their tired bodies off the court, slumped on the bench, gasping for breath, and tried hard to restore their strength. Kotaro Hayama looked at his teammates who were panting on the benches. Their faces were covered in sweat, but their eyes revealed their fighting spirit. A complex emotion surged in Kotaro Hayama's heart. He questioned himself in his heart, "My friends are fighting hard on the court, fighting for victory. They are sweating and working hard. But I have been avoiding it off the court, not daring to face the challenge, not daring to fight side by side with them. What is this? Am I just going to be a bystander? Am I really willing to watch them fight on the court while I do nothing? No. I'm not a coward. I don't want to be a bystander. I want to fight alongside my teammates." After going through these thoughts, Kotaro Hayama's expression began to become firm, his eyes re-emerged with fighting spirit, and he said to the coach, "Coach, I want to play." When Hayama Kotaro's firm voice came out, Toya and others raised their heads and looked at Hayama Kotaro. I saw that Kotaro Hayama's eyes were burning with fighting spirit and his expression was determined. Chapter 45. Coach, I want to play. The coach saw the look on Hayama Kotaro's face, nodded and said, "Okay." Next period, Suzuki off, Kotaro on. When Suzuki heard that he was going to be eliminated, he did not look depressed, but instead looked surprised. Not only him, but everyone in Fukuyama felt the same way. After hearing what Kotaro Hayama said and the coach's substitution, everyone showed expressions of surprise. "Let's work hard together," Totani said to Kotaro Hayama with a smile. "Okay." Kotaro Hayama showed his signature fangs and said with a smile. On Teiko's side, Coach Shirogane was drinking his tea without any panic. He looked at the first-year students. Except for Uchiha Zhenlong and Aomine Daiki, everyone else was breathing heavily. Aomine Daiki was rotating with Nijimura Shozo all the time, so he didn't show any signs of being too tired. But it was different for Uchiha Zhenlong. Uchiha Zhenlong basically never went off the court to rest. He only took a break in the second quarter and was on the court the rest of the time. Shirogane Kozo was not worried because Uchiha Zhenlong's training was several times that of others and his physical strength was the best among everyone. Finally, Shirogane Kozo selected the players and said, "For the fourth quarter, point guard Uchiha Zhenlong, shooting guard Midorima Shintar, small forward Yuzaki Shogo, power forward Aomine Daiki, and I'll trouble Nijimura to fill in the center position. I never thought that one day I could become a center forward, haha." Nijimura Shozo nodded, then made a helpless joke and said with a smile, "Beep." The fourth quarter begins. Before going on the court, Kotaro Hayama deliberately looked at the score. At this time, the score was 80-63. Thanks to his teammates' desperate defense, he was only 17 points behind. Kotaro Hayama turned his head and looked at his teammates. At this moment, his main teammates were still gasping for breath, while on Teiko's side, except for Midorima Shintar who was a little out of breath, everyone else was fine. Aomine Daiki and Nijimura Shozo were not breathing. Hayama Kotaro expressed his understanding, because they had been rotating all the time and their physical exertion was definitely not as great as that of Akashi Seijuro and others who had been on the field all the time. As for Yuzaki Shogo, Kotaro Hayama has never seen him play, so it is understandable that his physical strength has not been consumed at all. But what is Uchiha Zhenlong all about? Kotaro Hayama looked at Uchiha Zhenlong in surprise, feeling very confused. Won't he get tired? Uchiha Zhenlong was almost on the court all the time, and he used thunderous dribbling many times in the third quarter. Logically, he should have been out of energy long ago, but now it seems that Uchiha Zhenlong not only still has energy, but also a lot of it. Thinking of this, Kotaro Hayama's expression became serious. If Uchiha Zhenlong stayed on the court, his attack would become very difficult. What's more, Teiko's lineup includes the number 1 power forward in the basketball middle school world, Nijimura Shuzo, the wild Aomine Daiki who has already unleashed his wild side, the almighty Uchiha Zhenlong, Midorima Shintarō who currently has a 100% 3-point shooting rate, and a newcomer, Shirajai. This lineup is so terrifying. This white-haired guy hardly played in Teiko's previous games, and his strength seems to be average. The next breakthrough point for scoring will be that white-haired guy. Hayama Kotaro stared at Yuzaki Shogo. He had already made up his mind. The breakthrough point for the offense had been found, and he had to fight hard next. The game resumes and Teiko has the ball. Uchiha Zhenlong took over Akashi Shijuro's position as point guard. After receiving the ball, Uchiha Zhenlong began to observe the positions of everyone. Ripples also spread out from under Uchiha Zhenlong's feet and instantly spread to the entire stadium. The people in Fusion once again felt like they were being seen through, but they did not panic and continued to stick closely to the players they were defending. Uchiha Zhenlong dribbled the ball slowly across half-court. As soon as he crossed half-court, Totani immediately approached him. Uchiha Zhenlong sighed slightly and said, "You are really strong." After saying that, Uchiha Zhenlong pushed the ground hard, accelerated and instantly broke through Toya. Hayama Kotaro hurried forward to make up for the loss. Kotaro Hayama would rather let go of Yuzaki Shogo to stop Uchiha Zhenlong's attack because Uchiha Zhenlong's attack efficiency is too high. Seeing that Hayama Kotaro was standing in front of him, Uchiha Zhenlong did not hesitate and decided to let Hayama Kotaro use his brain again. When Toya saw Uchiha Zhenlong being stopped by Hayama Kotaro, he immediately went to help Yuzaki Shogo. Bang! 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 Kotaro Hayama stared at Uchiha Zhenlong and thought silently in his heart. Another four-finger thunder dribble. Wrong! Kotaro Hayama's pupils dilated and he revealed a look of fear, because in his eyes, at this moment, there were faint flashes of black electricity beside Uchiha Zhenlong. A strong sense of oppression came over him, which was completely different from the previous four-finger thunder dribble. This, isn't it, impossible? A glimmer of possibility flashed through Kotaro Hayama's mind, and then Uchiha Zhenlong's words told him the answer. 5 fingers. Uchiha Zhenlong said calmly, then he used all 5 fingers of his right hand to shove the basketball towards his left hand, breaking through Hayama Kotaro like lightning. In the eyes of Kotaro Hayama, Uchiha Zhenlong instantly turned into a black lightning and disappeared in an instant. When he came to his senses, Uchiha Zhenlong had already put the basketball into the basket. The stadium fell silent again, and then broke into passionate applause. Awesome! Uchiha Zhenlong is so awesome! Too scary! 5 fingers! That's the 5-finger thunder dribble, even Hayama Kotaro himself can't do it. On the court, everyone in Fukuyama stood on the field, looking at Kotaro Hayama worriedly. After all, thundering dribble is the unique skill that Kotaro Hayama is proud of. Even the founder of thundering dribble can only use 4 fingers. But the people who came later learned the founder's unique skill in an instant, and used it better than the founder. Anyone would be upset. Just when everyone in Fukuyama was still worried, Hayama Kotaro came back to his senses, showing his signature tiger teeth and smiled, "The game is not over yet, let's continue." When everyone in Fukuyama saw that Kotaro Hayama was not hit, they all nodded in surprise. But is this really the case? Only Hayama Kotaro himself knows. Only Hayama Kotaro himself knows the pain of seeing his signature skills being used easily by others with greater power than his own. Only he himself knows the sorrow of having to try his best to use 4 fingers while others can easily use 5-finger thunder dribbling. Chapter 46. The game continues and Fukuyama has the ball. The point guard brought the ball across half-court and immediately passed it to Kotaro Hayama, who faced Hizaki Shogo after receiving the ball. Kotaro Hayama looked at Hizaki Shogo carefully and saw that Hizaki Shogo had white hair and a strange smile on his face. He's a dangerous man. Kotaro Hayama muttered to himself, but now was not the time to think about these things. Bang! 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 The roar of the slapping sound echoed throughout the court, and Hizaki Shogo's expression changed slightly. Your voice is really loud. Hizaki Shogo thought to himself, then smiled evilly and prepared to deal with Hayama Kotaro's thunderous dribble. 4 fingers. In an instant, Kotaro Hayama broke through Hizaki Shogo, and after breaking through Hizaki Shogo, he immediately made an emergency stop and shot the basketball. Brush. After the basketball was shot in, Kotaro Hayama turned around and returned to defense. When he returned to defense, he looked back at Hizaki Shogo. Originally, he thought Hizaki Shogo would be a little shocked. But unexpectedly, Hizaki Shogo was not shocked at all, but had a wicked smile on his face. Kotaro Hayama was stunned, a little confused. Thunderous dribbling, sooner or later I will take it away. Hizaki Shogo smiled wickedly and said silently in his heart. The game continued. In the next round, Uchiha Zhenlong dribbled across half-court and found that Hizaki Shogo was in the best position. So Uchiha Zhenlong passed the basketball to Hizaki Shogo without hesitation. Uchiha Zhenlong is not a person who brings his own conflicts to the court, not to mention that he and Hizaki Shogo don't have much conflict. After teaching Hizaki Shogo a lesson, Uchiha Zhenlong no longer has any interest in Hizaki Shogo. Hizaki Shogo was flattered to touch Uchiha Zhenlong's pass. He was a little confused. The two of them clearly had a conflict, but Uchiha Zhenlong still passed the basketball to him. He looked at Uchiha Zhenlong doubtfully, and when Uchiha Zhenlong gave him an encouraging look, Hizaki Shogo nodded seriously. One reason was the shadow cast by Uchiha Zhenlong on him, and the other was that he really wanted to attack on his own once. Hizaki Shogo held the ball with both hands and looked at Hayama Kotaro with a wicked smile on his face. Hizaki Shogo is only honest in front of Uchiha Zhenlong, he is still the lawless despicable in front of others. Hizaki Shogo continued to hit the basketball, gradually increasing in strength. Bang! Is it really impossible? Hizaki Shogo gave up after dribbling hard once because he found that he had no way to control the basketball while dribbling hard. Since thunder dribble can't be robbed, then rob the others. Thinking of this, Hizaki Shogo began to dribble quickly and then broke through from the left. Kotaro Hayama was not fooled and quickly caught up with Hizaki Shogo. Seeing Kotaro Hayama catching up, Hizaki Shogo suddenly stopped and retreated, then started shooting. Hizaki Shogo's sudden step back made Hayama Kotaro slow to react. Hayama Kotaro himself did not expect Hizaki Shogo to suddenly choose to step back. After reacting, Kotaro Hayama quickly rushed forward to block the shot. But Kotaro Hayama was a step too slow, and the basketball was thrown out by Hizaki Shogo and successfully went into the basket. The 2 points were valid, and Kotaro Hayama was not discouraged and prepared for the next attack. But Fukuyama's shooting guard was stunned, because Hizaki Shogo's action just now was exactly the same as the one he used against Midorima Shintarō before. Is it a coincidence? Fukuyama point guard thought silently in his heart. In the next round, Kotaro Hayama continued to use the 4-finger thunder dribble, effortlessly breaking through Hizaki Shogo and scoring the basketball. Uchiha Zhenlong was not to be outdone, and continued to use five-finger thunder dribbling to tear apart Fukuyama's defensive lineup. The court became a solo show for two people, or to be more precise, a solo show of Lei Ming's dribbling. Fukuyama's yellow lightning and Teiko's black lightning continued to bloom in the arena. The score remained deadlocked. Teiko and his team were not in a hurry at all because they were leading, but Fukuyama and his team had to panic because if they continued like this, they would definitely not win the game. So they changed their tactics and no longer focused solely on breaking through the inside, but instead chose to shoot from the outside and use three-pointers to widen the gap. After making 3 consecutive three-pointers, Fukuyama's team narrowed the gap a little, but then they fell into despair. Because Uchiha Zhenlong no longer used thunderous dribbling, but instead used his super-fast shooting from the outside, ignoring Totani who was defending him, and shot three-pointers over Totani's head, creating waves. After everyone in Fukuyama found out, they immediately chose to double-team Uchiha Zhenlong, wanting to prevent his shooting. But in doing so, Teiko's second shooter was freed. After being double-teamed, Uchiha Zhenlong took advantage of the opportunity to pass the basketball to Midorima Shintar. Midorima Shintar lived up to expectations and made one three-pointer after another, hitting the heads of the people in Fukuyama like a sledgehammer. This is not the end. With 3 minutes left in the fourth quarter, Aomine Daiki no longer restrained himself and released his wildness, improving his speed and intuition. In these 3 minutes, Aomine Daiki continued to tear apart Fukuyama's inside line, and Uchiha Zhenlong and Midorima Shintar made three-pointers from the outside, setting off waves. The outburst of the three completely killed the game. Beep. The whistle sounded at the end of the fourth quarter. The score was 124-97. Teiko defeated Fukuyama by 27 points. When the whistle sounded at the end of the game, Kotaro Hayama smiled weakly. This game had such a huge impact on him that only he knew the real sadness. But he still walked up to Uchiha Zhenlong and extended his hand. "You are very strong. Next time, I will beat you. I'm looking forward to it." Uchiha Zhenlong looked at the hand extended to him, smiled gently, and said while shaking hands with Hayama Kotaro. The two shook hands in a friendly manner and then left the venue, each following their coach back to their own school. Kotaro Hayama walked over to his teammates who had been waiting for him and said, "Let's go, everyone." Everyone in Fusion nodded and followed the coach to the locker room. Uchiha Zhenlong returned to the Teiko group and went back to the locker room with everyone else. During the fight, Aomine Daiki kept waving her fists, muttering excitedly, "Haha, this is so cool. This is the first time I've had so much fun playing. Coach Platinum really didn't lie to me. That Kotaro is really strong, haha. Indeed, he did cause us a lot of trouble." Akashi Sejuro said with a smile and nodded. "Yeah, it's really strong." Aomine Daiki said with a never-ending smile on her face. Chapter 47. Ryu, let's have a one-on-one duel when we get back. Aomine Daiki suddenly hooked Uchiha Zhenlong's shoulders and said with a smile. "No." Uchiha Zhenlong refused decisively. "Why?" Aomine Daiki continued to ask with a look of regret. "No reason." Uchiha Zhenlong said casually. "Ryu, are you scared?" Aomine Daiki suddenly had an idea and said in a provocative way. "Ada, provocation has no effect on me." But Uchiha Zhenlong didn't buy it at all and refused directly. Aomine Daiki was stunned. She didn't expect Uchiha Zhenlong to be so stubborn, so she had to give up. "Okay, everyone get in the car and go back to have a good rest. We have another game in 5 days." Coach Platinum said at this time. "Coach, which school are we playing against in 3 days? Is they strong?" Aomine Daiki asked excitedly when she heard there was a game. "Because it is the preliminary round, our strongest opponent is Fukuyama. So far, Fukuyama has been defeated by us, and the subsequent schools are not very strong." Coach Platinum shook his head and said. "The coach is right. I didn't have to play against the remaining schools last year, Nijimura Shuzo added. Oh, so that's how it is. After hearing this, Aomine Daiki's excitement turned into frustration, and she became listless. After changing their clothes, everyone took the bus back to school. The first thing to do when returning to school is to make up for the lessons. The extra classes were of no concern to Uchiha Zhenlong, because he didn't need to attend at all, and these classes were a piece of cake for him. It didn't matter to Akashi Shijuro and Midorima Shintar because they both had good grades and listened attentively in class. Atsushi Murasakibara sat in his seat in a daze, thinking about what to eat after class. However, there is one exception, and that is Aomine Daiki. Ah, why do I need to take extra classes? I want to die. Aomine Daiki's face turned black, and she lay on the desk as if she had been sucked dry. For Aomine Daiki, attending classes is the most torturous thing. One class is longer than 6 basketball games. Finally the get out of class was over, Aomine Daiki was instantly revived, holding the basketball and ready to rush to the court, but was stopped by a female classmate. Aomine-san. Don't run. It's your turn on duty today. When Aomine Daiki heard that she still had to be on duty, she fell into depression again. He turned to look at Midorima Shintar who was packing his school bag and asked, Midorima, can you? No, I helped you last time, you have to clean it yourself this time. Midorima Shintar refused decisively. After saying that, Midorima Shintar packed up his things and left the classroom. I see. Aomine Daiki answered, then reluctantly picked up the broom and started cleaning. On the other side, Satsuki Momoi had already found Uchiha Zhenlong's classroom. After discovering that Uchiha Zhenlong also had to be on duty, she took the initiative to help Uchiha Zhenlong clean up. Uchiha Zhenlong saw his partner coming to help him, and smiled and thanked him. Ayu, thank you. You're welcome. It's what I should do. Satsuki Momoi nodded gently and said softly. After they finished cleaning together, they prepared to leave. On the way out, they met Aomine Daiki, who was sweeping the floor in frustration. Ada, what's wrong with you? Satsuki Momoi asked. Great. Ryu, Momoi. You came at the right time. Aomine Daiki was instantly surprised when he heard Satsuki Momoi's voice. After turning around and seeing Uchiha Zhenlong and Satsuki Momoi, he said excitedly. Not good. Uchiha Zhenlong saw Aomine Daiki's expression and tone and thought to himself that something was wrong. He quickly took Satsuki Momoi's hand and prepared to leave. Ryu, help me. Please do my duty today and I will treat you to a meal later. But Aomine Daiki took the lead to stop them. After stopping Uchiha Zhenlong and Satsuki Momoi, Aomine Daiki clasped her hands together and said humbly. Uchiha Zhenlong was about to open his mouth to refuse, but Aomine Daiki had already stuffed the broom into Uchiha Zhenlong's arms, then picked up the basketball and rushed out. As he rushed out, he shouted, Thank you, Ryu, you are such a good person. I will treat you to a meal some other day. There's really nothing I can do about you. Uchiha Zhenlong twitched his mouth speechlessly, looked at the broom in his hand, and said helplessly. Then I walked into Aomine Daiki's classroom and started cleaning. Satsuki Momoi chuckled secretly, followed Uchiha Zhenlong's footsteps, walked into Aomine Daiki's classroom, and helped Uchiha Zhenlong clean up, while she thought to herself. Ada is really something. He even needs Ryu's help on duty. Haha, Ryu came at the right time. He showed up when I was worrying about the duty. We really have the same thoughts. Aomine Daiki, who ran out, was in a very happy mood and ran towards the court with a carefree smile. Aomine-san. Aomine Daiki was running when he suddenly heard someone calling him. He stopped in confusion and looked around to see who was calling him. But after looking around, he couldn't find who was calling him. Just when Aomine Daiki was puzzled, the voice came again. Aomine-san, I'm here. Aomine Daiki turned her head towards the direction where the voice came from, and saw Kuroko Tetsuya standing next to her, looking at her with her azure eyes. Oh my god! When did it appear? Aomine Daiki was startled and took a few steps back. After seeing that it was Kuroko Tetsuya, he came to his senses and said, "It's Tetsuya. You scared me. When did you get here?" "I've always been here." Kuroko Tetsuya's expression never changed, always keeping a dull and calm expression, and said, "Really? Tetsuya, your presence is too weak." Kuroko Tetsuya didn't show any expression when she heard this, and continued to ask, "Aomine-san, are you going to the ball bar?" "Yeah, Tetsuya, are you going too?" Aomine Daiki smiled and raised the basketball in her hand. "Well, I want to go to the gym too, but Aomine, didn't you just finish your game today?" Kuroko Tetsuya nodded and said, "It's not like we can't play basketball after the game. Stop talking so much and let's go." Aomine Daiki touched his nose and laughed. After saying that, Aomine Daiki took Kuroko Tetsuya and ran to the gym. "Tetsuya, run faster." "Aomine-san, you're running too fast." "Really? I'll run slower then." On the other side, Uchiha Zhenlong and Satsuki Momoi walked out of the school, holding hands and strolling leisurely on the street. "Ryu is so amazing, he can even use the thunderous dribble," Satsuki Momoi said happily as he walked. Uchiha Zhenlong smiled and didn't expose her, just listened quietly to Satsuki Momoi's praise for him. Chapter 48. Suddenly, two uninvited guests walked towards him. Uchiha Zhenlong carefully looked at the two people in front of him. The one on the left is a man with black hair and gloomy eyes, and the one on the right is a man with slightly sunken cheeks, prominent cheekbones, and similarly gloomy eyes. "Hanamiya, it looks like we've met a friend." "Indeed, this friend is a genius," Hanamiya Makoto said with a slight smile on his face. When Uchiha Zhenlong heard the other party's words, he immediately knew the identities of the two people. One was one of the 5 uncrowned generals, Hanamiya Makoto, and the other was Hanamiya Makoto's junior high and high school teammate, Sito Kentaro. Although Hanamiya Makoto is a little dark in his dealings with people, one has to admire his intelligence, which is as high as 160. The IQ of Sito Kentaro next to him is also a genius with an IQ of 160. In fact, both of them like reading, and reading is their hobby. However, because the courses taught in school are too simple for them, they often skip classes. Because the two have extremely high IQs, it is said that they can calculate each other's passing routes when playing basketball, and then cooperate with each other to steal the ball. These two geniuses like to use despicable means to achieve victory. Is there anything wrong? Seeing the other party walking towards him, Uchiha Zhenlong was not afraid of the two people causing trouble. He pulled Satsuki Momoi behind him, and faced Hanamiya Makoto and Sito Kentaro alone, and said, "Nothing, I just came to see you in advance." Hanamiya Makoto licked his lips and said with a wicked smile. Uchiha Zhenlong felt Hanamiya Zhen's eyes, which were the look of a ferocious beast looking at its prey. "You think of me as prey? Interesting." Thinking of this, Uchiha Zhenlong's eyes condensed slightly, and his entire aura began to change. An intense feeling of oppression suddenly emanated from Uchiha Zhenlong's body, an aura that could only be emitted by a predator at the top of the food chain. After feeling this aura, Hanamiya Makoto and Sito Kentaro's faces changed and became very ugly. The two felt that breathing was becoming difficult, and their bodies were frozen in place, not daring to move rashly, because they felt that if they moved, they might not see the sun tomorrow. "Next time before you choose your prey, open your eyes first, otherwise you won't know whether you are locking onto the hunter or the prey." Seeing that the two did not move, Uchiha Zhenlong pulled Satsuki Momoi and passed directly between Hanamiya Makoto and Sito Kentaro, saying at the same time. After saying that, Uchiha Zhenlong took Satsuki Momoi away, leaving Hanamiya Zhenlong and Sito Kentaro standing there in a daze. After Uchiha Zhenlong left, the aura from the top predator slowly dissipated. Hanamiya Makoto and Sito Kentaro finally came to their senses and began to breathe heavily. Who? 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 Hanamiya, what on earth is going on? Sito Kentaro turned around and asked Hanamiya Makoto. Even though he had an IQ of 160, he still didn't know what had just happened. Hanamiya Makoto turned pale, his expression became very ugly, and anger flashed in his eyes. He did not answer Sito Kentaro's words, because Uchiha Zhenlong's last words were repeating in his mind. Next time you choose your prey, open your eyes first, otherwise you won't know whether you are targeting a predator or prey. Hanamiya Makoto kept repeating these words in his mind. Feeling looked down upon, he thought resentfully in his heart. Predator, hey? Then I, Hanamiya Shin, will really hunt down predators to see who is stronger, you or me. Thinking of this, Hanamiya calmed himself down. After a long while, Hanamiya said, "Let's go, Kentaro." Sito Kentaro nodded and followed Hanamiya Makoto out of here. Uchiha Zhenlong continued walking on the street holding Satsuki Momoi's hand, thinking silently in his heart along the way. Have I stayed here for too long? How come I have become so immature? Ryu, who are they? Satsuki Momoi interrupted Uchiha Zhenlong's thoughts and asked in a worried tone. She was a little afraid that the two people just now would retaliate against Uchiha Zhenlong in the future. If Uchiha Zhenlong knew what Satsuki Momoi was thinking, he would definitely laugh. Uchiha Zhenlong was not afraid of revenge from the two. Because even if there were 10 Hanamiya Zhen, they would not be able to defeat Uchiha Zhenlong in a head-on fight. After all, Uchiha Zhenlong had practiced some boxing in his previous life. Coming here and beating up junior high school kids is like playing. It's okay, just two mean talented players. Satsuki Momoi tilted her head in confusion. It was the first time she heard Uchiha Zhenlong describe a player like that. She didn't plan to ask too many questions, because she knew that if Uchiha Zhenlong wanted to tell her something, she wouldn't need to ask, and if Uchiha Zhenlong didn't want to tell her something, she probably wouldn't be able to get the answer no matter how much she asked. Satsuki Momoi is a very sensible person and won't ask questions. She chuckled and said jokingly, I didn't expect that I could actually hear Ryu praising someone. I praise people often, don't I? Uchiha Zhenlong turned his head and looked at Satsuki Momoi and said. Really? How come I didn't know? Satsuki Momoi said with narrowed eyes and smiled. Of course, I often praise people. Uchiha Zhenlong said unconvinced. Then praise one for me. You're so beautiful. Satsuki Momoi raised the corners of her mouth happily, waiting for Uchiha Zhenlong to continue speaking, but after a long while she found that Uchiha Zhenlong had not continued speaking, so she asked, That's all? No more? Uchiha Zhenlong nodded blankly. Satsuki Momoi looked at Uchiha Zhenlong helplessly and complained in his heart. Ryu really doesn't know how to praise people. Time passed quickly, and Teikō and his team quickly finished the first few games of the preliminary round. Since the preliminary rounds were not very difficult, the strongest one was Fukuyama Junior High School, but for Teikō, Fukuyama was only slightly stronger. In the next few games, Uchiha Zhenlong didn't even put in much effort, and the opponents couldn't stop their attacks and surrendered early. Soon there were only 2 games left in the preliminary round. After the last 2 games, the national competition would follow. This was the real competition. The preliminary round was just a means to select the teams for the competition. At Teikō Junior High School. After Teikō and the others finished training, they were changing in the locker room. While they were changing, Akashi Shijuro suddenly said, Today is the promotion test. Ah? Is the promotion test today? Aomine Daiki did not change his clothes. He was wearing a black vest and a white towel around his neck. He asked in confusion. Yes, it should be carried out among the 2nd and 3rd armies. Maybe a few people will be promoted to the 1st army. Akashi Sejuro took off his clothes and continued. Is that so? That's great. Aomine Daiki said as she stood up. Ryu is such a jerk. He went out with Momoi after training. What a jerk. Aomine Daiki said indignantly. Chapter 49. What's it to you if someone goes out with his girlfriend? For some reason, Yuzaki Shogo did not skip training today, so he was changing clothes in the locker room at the moment. He said directly after hearing what Aomine Daiki said. What did you say? Aomine Daiki turned her head and stared at Yuzaki Shogo. Forget it if you didn't hear it clearly. Yuzaki Shogo said after changing his clothes and combing his clothes. After saying that, he turned and left the locker room. That guy. Even though he was speaking for Ryu, his tone really made me angry. Aomine Daiki said with an unhappy expression on her face. Well, it's been so long and you still don't know him. Except Zhenlong, he is not afraid of anyone and he does not submit to anyone. Akashi Sejuro said with a smile. Yeah, I don't know why, but it seems like no one can control him except Ryu. Aomine Daiki took 2 deep breaths, calmed herself down, and said. After saying that, Aomine Daiki stood up and walked out. When she reached the door, she met Atsushi Murasakibara. Atsushi Murasakibara ate his ice cream and asked blankly, Hey, little Kingsley, do you still want to train? Yes, I must defeat Ryu. Aomine Daiki stopped and said. Oh, come on. Atsushi Murasakibara replied calmly, then turned around and saw Midorima Shintar spraying something at the cabinet, and asked, Hey, what are you doing again, little Midorima? I always feel like there's a strange smell lately. Midorima Shintar said as he kept spraying deodorizer on the cabinet. Ah, that one. Atsushi Murasakibara took a bite of the ice cream and prepared to continue. At this moment, Aomine Daiki, who was standing next to Atsushi Murasakibara, suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and quietly moved outside. After Atsushi Murasakibara ate the ice cream, he said vaguely, because little Aomine and little Yuzaki both piled up unwashed t-shirts in the closet. Aomine Daiki ran outside immediately after hearing this. Aomine. Midorima Shintar turned around angrily and roared when he saw Aomine Daiki running away. I won't do it again next time. Aomine Daiki ran towards the gym without looking back. After hearing Midorima Shintar's roar, he laughed embarrassedly and shouted. In the stadium. Aomine Daiki was training hard when suddenly footsteps were heard. Tetsuya, you're here. You. Aomine Daiki turned his head and greeted happily when he found it was Kuroko Tetsuya. What's wrong with you? Aomine Daiki asked hesitantly after noticing Kuroko Tetsuya's frustrated face. Aomine-san, Kuroko Tetsuya lowered her head and said with a very depressed look, I want to quit the basketball club. Why? Aomine Daiki was shocked by this and asked with an expression of disbelief on her face. Sure enough, I'm not strong enough to play with Aomine-san. I can't even make it to the second team. Kuroko Tetsuya shook her head and said self-deprecatingly. Aomine Daiki stood there blankly, listening to Kuroko Tetsuya telling her situation. I love basketball, but I haven't made any progress even though I've been in the club for so long. Sure enough, there is no way to deal with things that are not suitable for you. Besides, I can never make any contribution to the Teikō junior high basketball team. Kuroko Tetsuya clenched her fists tightly, closed her eyes and spoke with difficulty. There is no such thing as a player who is not needed by the team. Even if they can't play in the game, the people who train later than anyone else are useless compared to the first team. I don't agree with this statement. Aomine Daiki was silent for a long time before speaking. I admire you for who you are, and it is because of your training that I am constantly motivated to practice. I won't say that as long as you don't give up, you will definitely get it, but if you give up, you will get nothing. I don't want you to give up basketball. When Kuroko Tetsuya heard what Aomine Daiki said, Her clenched fists loosened slightly, and her inner thoughts began to waver. Aomine. At this time, Akashi Shijuro's voice suddenly came. Aomine Daiki looked up and saw Akashi Shijuro, Atsushi Murasakibara, and Midorima Shintar walking towards her. Are you training here? Akashi Shijuro asked after coming over. Yes, there are too many people in the gym across the street, so I had to come here to train. Aomine Daiki replied. Xiao Kingzi, you practice so hard on your own. Atsushi Murasakibara said vaguely while eating something. I'm not alone. Aomine Daiki was slightly stunned, then turned to look at Kuroko Tetsuya and said. At this time, Akashi Shijuro and the other two turned around and saw Kuroko Tetsuya who had been standing there. After seeing Kuroko Tetsuya, Akashi Shijuro's expression was visibly surprised. Ah? Is this true? When did you stand here? Atsushi Murasakibara also showed a surprised expression on his face and said in a surprised tone. Aomine, who is this? Akashi Shijuro looked at Kuroko Tetsuya, and suddenly an idea came to his mind, and he asked. His name is Kuroko Tetsuya, and he's the one who has been training with me. Aomine Daiki walked over to Kuroko Tetsuya and introduced him to the three of them. Having been training with Xiao Kingze? Then he must be very strong, but, is there such a person in our department? Atsushi Murasakibara said slowly. Because he's not from the First Army, he's only from the Third Army. Aomine Daiki explained. What? It turns out it's just 3 armies. Let's go. Longze has already found a restaurant. When Atsushi Murasakibara heard that Kuroko Tetsuya was just 3 armies, he immediately lost interest and yawned. Xiao Kingzi, you should also go and change your clothes. Longze is waiting for us. What are we going to do later? Aomine Daiki asked after being slightly stunned. Of course Longze is treating us to a meal. He has already found a restaurant and is waiting for us to come over, Atsushi Murasakibara said slowly. Wait a minute, I'm a little interested in him. Akashi Shijuro stopped him. Midorima Shintar was stunned for a moment, a little bit unable to believe that Akashi Shijuro would be interested in such a person. How interesting! This is the first time I've seen this type. Maybe, she has hidden talents that are completely different from ours. Akashi Shijuro walked up to Kuroko Tetsuya and said with a gentle smile. Chapter 50. Kuroko Tetsuya was slightly stunned. He knew the identity of Akashi Shijuro in front of him. Being able to serve as the vice-captain of Teikō, his strength must be very strong. Such a powerful person actually said that he had different talents. But Kuroko Tetsuya herself doesn't even know what hidden talents she has. Midorima, you guys go ahead, I'll talk to this classmate alone. Akashi Shijuro continued. Midorima Shintar pushed his glasses, nodded and walked out of the gym. Atsushi Murasakibara followed Midorima Shintar's steps and walked out. After Aomine Daiki learned that there was going to be a dinner party, she also ran back to the locker room to change clothes. At this time, only Akashi Shijuro and Kuroko Tetsuya were left in the gym. Classmate, can you dribble and shoot the ball? Akashi Shijuro said to Kuroko Tetsuya. Kuroko Tetsuya nodded, and then began to conduct the test according to what Akashi Shijuro said. This is the first time I've seen someone working so hard but to no avail. After a long time, after Kuroko Tetsuya missed the basketball again, Akashi Shijuro finally couldn't help but said with emotion. Kuroko Tetsuya was petrified instantly after hearing this. I'm sorry, I'm really shocked by what you said. Sorry, I don't mean to hit you, I just feel emotional. Akashi Shijuro raised his hand and explained quickly. His motor skills aren't bad, and his experience and training are also quite impressive. After all, anyone who can train with Aomine can't be too bad. But even so, I can't feel anything from you. As he spoke, Akashi Shijuro's tone became serious and his expression began to become stern. That is extremely special. Anyone who has been engaged in a certain sport for a long time will inadvertently reveal the unique temperament of an experienced person. For example, Zhenlong exudes a unique temperament even when he is walking on the street. But your presence is too weak, but this is by no means just a shortcoming, but your unique advantage. If you make use of it, you will definitely become a powerful weapon in the team. Can such a thing really be done by taking advantage of the weak sense of presence? Kuroko Tetsuya asked with some disbelief as she listened to what Akashi Shijuro said. Sorry, that's all I have to say. If you find the answer, come and find me. Akashi Shijuro did not give a direct answer. He picked up the backpack on the ground and said. After saying that, Akashi Shijuro walked outside, leaving Kuroko Tetsuya alone in the gym to think. As Akashi Shijuro stepped out of the arena, Midorima Shintaro's voice suddenly rang out. Is he the follow-up member you mentioned? It turns out that Akashi Shijuro had discussed this with Midorima Shintaro before, and Akashi Shijuro felt that although the current team was very strong, the strength of the bench was still a bit weak. Yuzaki Shogo is the only strong substitute on the bench, but he doesn't listen to anyone else's orders except Uchiha Zhenlong. Even coach Shirogane and Nijimura Shuzo can't control him. In Akashi Shijuro's eyes, the strength of the bench is not strong at all, and there are few substitute players who can keep up with their pace. So Akashi Shijuro wants to find a member to connect the team. One is to strengthen the strength of the bench, and the other is to allow the bench to keep up with the rhythm of the starting lineup. Akashi Shijuro found this possibility in Kuroko Tetsuya, so he said these words to Kuroko Tetsuya. Back to the present. Midorima? Didn't you go to the restaurant first with Murasakibara? Akashi Shijuro was slightly stunned and asked when he found that Midorima Shintaro was still waiting for him. I'm waiting for you to join me. Midorima Shintaro nodded and said. Then the two of them started walking out together, and Midorima Shintaro asked as they walked out, do you really think that guy will change? Who knows, I see possibilities in him. Akashi Shijuro said coldly. It's just the first time we met, and we're not even friends. I have no obligation to give him more guidance. Midorima Shintaro seemed to sense something, turned his head and looked at Akashi Shijuro beside him, with a hint of surprise on his face. I just lowered the vertical line for him. As for whether he can climb up, it depends on himself. At this time, Akashi Shijuro, with the cold aura emanating from his body, continued to speak coldly. At this time, Midorima Shintaro felt that Akashi Shijuro seemed to have become a different person, becoming very cold. Midorima Shintaro could no longer tell which one was Akashi Shijuro. When Kuroko Tetsuya was leaving school, she ran into Aomine Daiki who had just changed her clothes and was also leaving school, and the two of them walked out together. While walking together, Aomine Daiki asked Kuroko Tetsuya about what he and Akashi Shijuro talked about, and Kuroko Tetsuya told Aomine Daiki about what he and Akashi Shijuro talked about. After listening, Aomine Daiki said, "What can you do for the team? That's all you guys talked about." "Yes, my shooting is very bad, so I can only rely on passing or assists." Kuroko Tetsuya nodded as he walked. "I see, that's true, there must be something that only you can do." Aomine Daiki said as she walked beside Kuroko Tetsuya. "For example, what?" Kuroko Tetsuya asked, glancing at Aomine Daiki out of the corner of her eye. "For example, the kind of ball that can turn, the kind that turns with a whoosh dot." Aomine Daiki said, drawing a circle in the air with her hand. "Forget it, I'll figure it out myself." Kuroko Tetsuya shook her head speechlessly. Aomine Daiki laughed twice. "Don't worry, Jet. If it doesn't work, we can go ask Ryu. Ryu will definitely explain it to you. Come on, Jet, let's go find Ryu together." After saying that, Aomine Daiki prepared to take Kuroko Tetsuya to find Uchiha Zhenlong. "Forget it, Aomine. This is your dinner party. It would be intrusive if I go. But Kuroko Tetsuya shook her head and rejected Aomine Daiki's invitation. Aomine Daiki stood there and thought for a while, then found that what Kuroko Tetsuya said seemed to be fine, so she gave up. Okay, I'll leave first then. Aomine Daiki waved to Kuroko Tetsuya and said. Bye, Aomine-san. Kuroko Tetsuya nodded and waved to Aomine Daiki. After Aomine Daiki left, Kuroko Tetsuya walked into a bookstore alone, ready to pick out some books to study. Then Kuroko Tetsuya seemed to see something suddenly, his pupils dilated as he looked at the name of the book. He reached out and took out the book, his eyes fixed on the title of the book in his hand. Chapter 51. Sorry, I'm late. Aomine Daiki rushed into the restaurant, panting. It's not too late. Akashi and the others just arrived. Come over quickly. Uchiha Zhenlong sat next to Satsuki Momoi and said. Little Kingzi, you're too slow. Atsushi Murasakibara sat on the stool, his tone carrying a hint of resentment. Since Aomine Daiki had not arrived yet, Uchiha Zhenlong did not allow Atsushi Murasakibara to eat first. Aomine Daiki nodded and came over to sit next to Midorima Shintarō. Longzai, can we eat now? After seeing Aomine Daiki take a seat, Atsushi Murasakibara turned his head and looked at Uchiha Zhenlong and asked. Now that everyone is here, let's get started, said Uchiha Zhenlong. Very good. Atsushi Murasakibara was immediately excited and began to sweep up the food on the table. Everyone had a happy meal together and shared interesting things on the court. During the meal, Midorima Shintarō mentioned what happened tonight. By the way, do you know that guy Zhenlong? Who is it? Uchiha Zhenlong asked after he had swallowed his food. Is that the one from the Three Armies? Atsushi Murasakibara said vaguely while shouting about food. Midorima Shintarō nodded. When Uchiha Zhenlong heard the Three Armies, he immediately understood who Midorima Shintarō was talking about. It seems that Ach has already talked to Acheng. Uchiha Zhenlong thought to himself, nodded and said, You are talking about Kuroko, right? I know her, what's wrong? It's nothing serious. I just talked to him today. Whether he can change depends on him. Akashi Sejuro said. Is that so? Uchiha Zhenlong nodded and said. Longzai, I'm not full. Atsushi Murasakibara suddenly interrupted everyone's conversation and spoke to Uchiha Zhenlong. Uchiha Zhenlong smiled helplessly and called the waiter to order some more dishes. Because of Atsushi Murasakibara's interruption, everyone did not continue the next topic, but discussed other things and finished the meal together. After eating, Uchiha Zhenlong went home with Satsuki Momoi and Aomine Daiki, and the others also returned to their own homes. After sending Satsuki Momoi home safely, Uchiha Zhenlong also returned home. After pushing the door open and entering, I found my father talking to someone on the phone. Is it urgent? Can't you stay a few more years? I see. I'll tell you when the time comes. Seeing that his father was chatting enthusiastically on the phone, Uchiha Zhenlong did not disturb him too much. He took off his clothes, went into the bathroom to take a shower, and then lay down on the bed to rest. After Uchiha Long's father hung up the phone, he looked at Uchiha Zhenlong's room and sighed helplessly. 5 days passed quickly, and the day for the follow-up matches of the preliminary round also arrived. Uchiha Zhenlong and others came to the competition venue one after another. Here it comes. It's Teikō. As expected of Teikō, your aura is so strong. Yes, the momentum is too terrifying. Ah! Lord Uchiha! I want to give birth to your child. After several games, Uchiha Zhenlong and others have also gained a certain fame. Everyone knows that Teikō has several perverted first-year students, especially the 5 regular first-year students, whose strength is even stronger. Uchiha Zhenlong and the others looked calm. Having experienced the previous matches, they were no longer nervous about this kind of situation. I walked calmly into the locker room, changed my clothes and started warming up. After the warm-up, Teiko still had 5 starters: Atsushi Murasakibara, Aomine Daiki, Uchiha Zhenlong, Midorima Shintarō, and Akashi Sejuro. Because of his father, Shuzo Nijimura basically spends most of his time with his father except for very important competitions. So Nijimura Shuzo did not come to this game. Even without him, Teiko's 5 men were still able to crush the enemy with overwhelming force because the enemy was too weak. Only 1.5 quarters had passed and the score had already widened by more than 30 points. The opposing players chose to give up the game and did shuttle run training on the court. Upon seeing this, the coach immediately replaced 5 players from Uchiha Zhenlong with Yuzaki Shogo and 4 substitutes. It's so boring. I can't get interested in this kind of opponent at all. Aomine Daiki sat on the stool indifferently, yelling. Aomine, don't be too proud and complacent. Midorima Shintarō said, drinking the water in his hand. Yes, yes, yes. Aomine Daiki waved her hand and answered perfunctorily. At this time, Aomine Daiki was not proud and complacent, but simply felt that her opponent was boring. Because of the elimination of Uchiha Zhenlong and others, Yuzaki Shogo got ample playing time in this match, and he used his opponent's moves crazily, beating his opponent until his mind was broken. The opponents chose to stand still and play badly, and the game ended in this situation. Teiko was ahead by a full 50 points, making everyone else realize that Teiko's substitutes should not be underestimated. After this game, there is only 1 game left in the preliminary round. The last game is 7 days later, as other teams will eliminate the teams that enter the national competition during these days. Teiko had already secured a spot early on because he hadn't lost a single game. Teiko's men also resumed training. After 4 days passed like this, there were only 3 days left until the last game. Teiko Basketball Club. Uchiha Zhenlong was tanking, and Akashi Sejuro was standing on the other side of the court talking to someone else. Suddenly, a player from the first team ran in and said, Akashi, someone's looking for you. Then, a thin figure walked into the gym. It was Kuroko Tetsuya. It's been a week since we last met, Kuroko-san, have you come up with the answer? Akashi Sejuro said with a smile when he saw that the person looking for him was Kuroko Tetsuya. Yeah, got it. Kuroko Tetsuya nodded and said. Well, let's test it out. Akashi Sejuro said softly. After saying that, Akashi Sejuro turned around and prepared to test. If possible, can we test it through a competition? Kuroko Tetsuya stopped him and said. Nijimura-senpai. Akashi Sejuro stood there thinking for a while, then walked over to Nijimura Shuzo who was playing ball. Nijimura Shuzo turned around in confusion. That's the person I mentioned before. Akashi Sejuro looked at Kuroko Tetsuya and said to Nijimura Shuzo. Oh? That's the guy you were talking about. Nijimura Shuzo said, following Akashi Sejuro's gaze. Here you are, Aj. Uchiha Zhenlong heard the conversation between Akashi Sejuro and others. He stood up and walked to them. After seeing Kuroko Tetsuya outside the door, Uchiha Zhenlong was surprised for a moment, then said with a smile. Student Zhenlong, do you know him? Nijimura Shuzo was slightly stunned and asked. Yes, I know him. Uchiha Zhenlong nodded. So is there anything special about him? I heard from Akashi Sejuro before that he said he would give me a surprise, asked Nijimura Shuzo. Don't worry, Senior Nijimura. Aj will definitely surprise you. Uchiha Zhenlong did not answer, but kept the question in suspense. Chapter 52. Then I really have to take a good look at it, so let's start the test. After hearing this, Nijimura Shuzo also became interested in Kuroko Tetsuya outside the door. Senior Nijimura, I think we can test it through a competition. Akashi Sejuro interrupted. Yeah, I'll go talk to the coach. Nijimura Shuzo touched his chin and thought for a while, then nodded after a moment. Shozo Nijimura turned around and walked to the assistant teacher and said something to him. Training is usually supervised by the assistant coaches. Coach Platinum either stands on the podium to watch or handles other things. He rarely watches everyone's training. The coach listened to what Nijimura Shozo said, turned his head slightly to look at Kuroko Tetsuya outside the door, and after learning that Kuroko Tetsuya was recommended by Akashi Seijuro and also knew Uchiha Zhenlong, he nodded and agreed to the method of testing through competition. Soon, the coach organized 2 teams and arranged Kuroko Tetsuya to take the test. At first, Kuroko Tetsuya did not have a brilliant performance and had a lack of presence, which made the coach lose interest at all. But then everything changed after Kuroko Tetsuya said something to her teammates. Things started to get weird on the court with Tetsuya's offense. The basketball would always turn inexplicably and fall accurately into the hands of the right person. The turn the basketball made shocked everyone on the court, and not just those on the court. The coach and Nijimura Shozo who were watching from the sidelines were also very shocked. It was the first time they had seen someone play like that. He doesn't possess the ball at all, and he doesn't even hold the basketball in his hands. He relies on his weak presence to slap the basketball into the hands of the right teammates. It would have been bad enough if the pass was inexplicable, but what was even stranger was that Kuroko Tetsuya seemed to have disappeared from the court. It is precisely because of this ability that Kuroko Tetsuya has become a special presence on the court. Hey, what on earth is going on? Nijimura Shozo was shocked and said in disbelief. Induction technique is a method often used in magic, a means of guiding people's vision. Akashi Seijuro explained. For example, before passing the ball, through sight and action, you can guide the defender's eyes to the ball or the player. In this way, he, whose presence is already weak, will disappear from the court like a dream. So you had anticipated this kind of thing? Nijimura Shozo said. No, it's better than I thought. Akashi Seijuro said with a smile. Beep. The game ended quickly and Kuroko Tetsuya's team won. The coach and Uchiha Zhenlong and others walked over to Kuroko Tetsuya who was panting. The coach said, "Congratulations, you passed the test. I hope you work hard in the first team." Kuroko Tetsuya raised the corners of her mouth happily when she heard that she had entered the first army, and then nodded heavily. What happened, Ryu? Aomine Daiki and others also came to the court at this time, and came to Uchiha Zhenlong and others and asked. Ach has already joined the first army. Uchiha Zhenlong pointed at Kuroko Tetsuya and said. Really, Ach? Aomine Daiki turned his head and said excitedly when he saw it was Kuroko Tetsuya. Kuroko Tetsuya nodded. Aomine Daiki smiled even more happily when he saw this. He was happy for Kuroko Tetsuya from the bottom of his heart, because only he knew how much effort Kuroko Tetsuya had put in and how much hardship she had suffered in order to enter the first army. Oh, you're the one from that night? Atsushi Murasakibara said lightly while eating potato chips and looking down at Kuroko Tetsuya. Murasakibara, don't eat snacks on the training ground. Midorima Shintar said, pushing up his glasses. I'm hungry. Murasakibara said indifferently. Yuzaki Shogo finally walked into the court, chewing gum, and walked to Uchiha Zhenlong and stood still. When he got to Uchiha Zhenlong, he took out a piece of gum from his pocket, handed it to Uchiha Zhenlong and asked, would you like to eat it? No, thank you. Uchiha Zhenlong refused. For some reason, Yuzaki Shogo seemed to have great respect for Uchiha Zhenlong ever since he was beaten that day, and Uchiha Zhenlong didn't think it was because of the fight. Because in the original work, Yuzaki Shogo is not the type of person who would change after being beaten once, and currently Uchiha Zhenlong doesn't know what exactly is going on with Yuzaki Shogo. But this is also good, at least it won't cause trouble for Uchiha Zhenlong. Ach, welcome to the first army. Uchiha Zhenlong extended his hand to Kuroko Tetsuya and said with a smile. Yeah. Kuroko Tetsuya smiled, stretched out her hand and shook hands with Uchiha Zhenlong, then nodded. At this time, due to the intervention of Uchiha Zhenlong, Akashi Sejuro did not have only the thought of winning in his mind, so he did not say that winning was his only mission. Everyone happily welcomed Kuroko Tetsuya, and Uchiha Zhenlong even suggested having a meal together after school. Aomine Daiki and Atsushi Murasakibara were 100% in favor of the dinner party, and Akashi Sejuro had no objection to having dinner with everyone. Midorima Shintar trusted Uchiha Zhenlong very much because of what Uchiha Zhenlong said before, "I believe you," so he would not refuse Uchiha Zhenlong's invitation. For some reason, Hizaki Shogo never refused Fang Jile's request. It was even simpler for Satsuki Momoi. How could she refuse an invitation from her boyfriend? So, after training, Uchiha Zhenlong and others went straight to a nearby barbecue restaurant. After entering the store, we ordered some yakiniku to celebrate Kuroko Tetsuya's joining us. Kuroko Tetsuya felt everyone's care for him and his eyes became red for the first time. This was a friendship other than that between him and Agiwara Shigehiro, and he cherished this friendship very much. Everyone ate the barbecue with big mouthfuls and talked to Kuroko Tetsuya about interesting things in the past while eating. Kuroko Tetsuya listened to everyone with a smile on her face. He would not interrupt rashly, but just feel the enthusiasm of the crowd. After finishing her meal, Kuroko Tetsuya said hello to Atsushi Murasakibara, Akashi Sejuro, and Midorima Shintar before turning around and going home with Uchiha Zhenlong and others. "Ach, you may play in the next game, so you must be well prepared," Aomine Daiki said to Kuroko Tetsuya while walking on the road. "Aomine-san, I will," Kuroko Tetsuya said with a firm nod. Chapter 53. Soon, the last game of the preliminary round arrived. Teikō Junior High School vs Nanfan Junior High School. Shuzo Nijimura walked into the stadium with Uchiha Zhenlong and others. Kuroko Tetsuya in the team was very nervous, and her whole body was shaking slightly. "Kuroko-san, don't be nervous, just relax." Akashi Sejuro noticed Kuroko's discomfort and spoke to comfort her. Kuroko Tetsuya nodded dumbly, but the tension did not ease with Akashi Sejuro's words. "Coach, let Ach start." Uchiha Zhenlong glanced at Kuroko Tetsuya and said to the assistant coach. "Okay, I understand." The teaching assistant thought for a while, then nodded and said. Teikō and the others changed their clothes and walked into the stadium together. The stadium was already full of people at this time, because this was the last game of the preliminary round. Although they already knew that Teikō would definitely win this last game, the audience still wanted to watch Teikō's last game. "Here we go, Teikō. Maybe, Teikō might win this year. I don't know. After all, there are still many strong people in other schools. I'm kind of looking forward to Teikō at the national competition." Kuroko Tetsuya stepped into the stadium and looked at the huge crowds of spectators above him. He was already nervous and became even more nervous. Even his steps were a little shaky. But at this time, what the coach said made him extremely nervous. "Kuroko-san, you will start in place of Uchiha-san." Upon hearing this, Kuroko Tetsuya broke out in cold sweat and became visibly restrained. After warming up, both sides' starting players came on the court. When the people in Nanfan saw that Teikō only had 4 people on board, they all had puzzled expressions on their faces. The captain of Nanfan raised his hand to signal the referee. "Referee, Teikō only has 4 people on the field. Where's the other one?" Nanfan glanced at Uchiha Zhenlong with fear. It was obvious that Uchiha Zhenlong's strength made them feel scared. The audience outside the venue also raised questions because they also only saw 4 people. "Yeah, isn't Uchiha Zhenlong coming? Ah, my idol is not going to play? I came here specifically for him." "What do you mean, Teikō only had 4 people? Classmates, why are there only 4 of you here? Where is the other one?" The referee only then noticed Teikō's players and said after confirming. "Referee, there are 5 of us." Akashi Shijuro said with a gentle smile. When these words were spoken, everyone in Nanfan and the referee were stunned, because they clearly only saw 4 people. I'm here. Kuroko Tetsuya raised her hand tremblingly, and because she was too nervous, she stuttered a little. Hey, when was he on the field? I don't know. I didn't see him at all. So, he can actually replace Uchiha Zhenlong as the starting player. Everyone in Nanfan looked in the direction of the voice, and after seeing Kuroko Tetsuya clearly, everyone in Nanfan said in surprise. Not only the people in Nanfan were confused, but even the audience was confused. Has that person been there all along? Why don't I have any impression of him? I don't know. Why should he replace my male god as the starting player? By the way, can he really play basketball? Everyone was talking and there was a lot of noise. The referee was shocked for a moment, then came to his senses, gathered everyone together, and after a friendly greeting before the game, started the jump ball. Ach, don't be nervous, it's just. While preparing for the jump ball, Aomine Daiki turned around and comforted Kuroko Tetsuya. Aomine Daiki, who was still talking, turned around and saw Kuroko Tetsuya's appearance, and couldn't help but complain, it's over, he can't even stand steadily like a newborn deer. It turned out that Kuroko Tetsuya was so nervous that she couldn't even stand steadily. The referee tossed the basketball high into the air. Nanfan Center jumped up with all his strength, but still failed to win the jump ball from Atsushi Murasakibara. The basketball was successfully thrown into the hands of Akashi Shijuro by Atsushi Murasakibara. Don't be nervous Kuroko-kun, take your time. Akashi Shijuro said to him as he dribbled the ball through half-court, relaxing him. Before Akashi Shijuro could finish his words, a bang sound was heard from behind. Akashi Shijuro looked back and saw Kuroko Tetsuya had fallen to the ground. Teikō and the others all stood there in a daze, some of them dazed. Sorry, I just tripped, it's okay. Kuroko Tetsuya stood up again by herself and said apologetically. That being said, the blood coming out of Kuroko Tetsuya's nose showed that there was something wrong with him. No, you don't look like you have any problems. Akashi Shijuro shook his head and said. There was no other way, so the assistant coach had to call a timeout and let Kuroko Tetsuya go off the court to stop the nosebleed. It's unbelievable. Atsushi Murasakibara sighed. Ach. Aomine Daiki murmured with a worried look on her face. I didn't expect to be substituted in just 1 second. Midorima Shintar said to Kuroko Tetsuya. This is indeed unexpected. Akashi Shijuro replied helplessly. There's no other choice. Uchiha, you have to take the court. The assistant coach had no choice but to say to Uchiha Zhenlong. Uchiha Zhenlong shook his head. There was really no need for him, Uchiha Zhenlong, to take the field against a cannon fodder school like Nanfan. Coach, let Yuzaki play first, and then replace him after Ach's bleeding stops. Uchiha said to the assistant coach. Then let Yuzaki go on stage. The assistant coach nodded and said to Yuzaki Shogo. Because of Uchiha Zhenlong, Yuzaki Shogo has not missed any game, and even basically has not missed any training. Yuzaki Shogo nodded, licked his lips and stood up. The game resumes and Teikō has the ball. There was no doubt that the game was completely in Teikō's rhythm from the start, with Atsushi Murasakibara's attack to the basket, Aomine Daiki's tearing defense, Yuzaki Shogo's steal goal, Midorima Shintar's accurate three-pointer, and Akashi Shijuro's pass assist. Nanfan was completely unable to cope with the situation and the score of the game became completely one-sided. As expected, Nanfan Middle School has no chance of competing with Teikō. Teikō is too strong, no one can stop him. The audience was impressed by Teikō's strength. Kuroko, has your nosebleed stopped? The coach said to Kuroko Tetsuya as he saw that the game was almost over. It has stopped. Kuroko Tetsuya nodded and said. That's good, you can replace Yuzaki later said the assistant coach. Kuroko Tetsuya nodded and prepared to continue playing. As the basketball went out of bounds, Teiko also made a substitution, replacing Yuzaki Shogo with Kuroko Tetsuya. Because when he was off the court, Uchiha Zhenlong gave Kuroko Tetsuya a lot of guidance, which made Kuroko Tetsuya less nervous. He stepped onto the court firmly, ready to make his own contribution to the team. Chapter 54. Kuroko Tetsuya walked onto the court and the crowd began to talk. Why is that guy on the field again? What on earth was Teiko's coach thinking, that such a weak guy would be a member of the starting lineup? Yet, I really don't understand why such a person would be in the army. Not necessarily. What if the other person is very strong? Let's see first. The game resumes with Teiko in possession of the ball. Akashi Shijuro dribbled across half-court and passed the ball to the unattended Kuroko Tetsuya. The person guarding Akashi Shijuro was slightly startled and thought to himself. Was it a mistake? There was clearly no one there. The audience was also very confused and asked, was it a mistake? There was clearly no one there. Akashi made a mistake? That's rare. Hey, wait a minute, why did the ball turn? On the court. When everyone thought Akashi Shijuro had made a mistake, the basketball suddenly turned and flew straight towards Atsushi Murasakibara. Why did the ball turn? Nanfan's point guard said in surprise. Atsushi Murasakibara ran in the direction of Kuroko Tetsuya's pass and reached out to grab the basketball, but the basketball flew out from under his arm. Beep. Out of bounds, Nanfan has the ball. Judgment Sentry. I say, what's the matter with that ball you just scored? Are you kidding me? Atsushi Murasakibara put his hand on Kuroko Tetsuya's head and said angrily. I'm not kidding you. Kuroko Tetsuya said seriously. I'll crush you. Please don't crush me. In fact, I'm going to crush you is just Atsushi Murasakibara's catchphrase. He is not really angry, but his tone is slightly sarcastic. In the next few balls, Kuroko Tetsuya kept making mistakes in passing, and the ball was always a beat late before it reached the hands of Teiko. I see. I think I understand his playing style, except that he makes too many mistakes. Midorima Shintarō looked up at Kuroko Tetsuya and thought to himself. Uchiha Zhenlong watched the situation on the court quietly, then turned his head to look at the assistant coach. At this time, the assistant coach was staring at the game on the field with a serious expression. Uchiha Zhenlong knew that the assistant coach had already thought about kicking Kuroko Tetsuya out of the team when he first started. Seeing the assistant coach's look, he asked, Coach, what do you think? Too many mistakes? The assistant coach thought for a moment and said. Assistant coach, one game can't say much. Ash just hasn't adapted to the rhythm of the first team yet. Once he adapts, he will contribute to the team. Uchiha Zhenlong said. I understand, Uchiha-san. The teaching assistant did not respond, but fell into deep thought, then nodded after a moment. After seeing his assistant coach nod, Uchiha Zhenlong knew that there would be no situation in the future where Kuroko Tetsuya was asked to resign and Aomine Daiki tried her best to prevent it. Ach, you have to thank me very much. Uchiha Zhenlong looked at Kuroko Tetsuya deeply and said. Beep. At the end of the first half, Teiko led Nanfan by 30 points, 60-30. Everyone also returned to the locker room. Ach! Uchiha Zhenlong called out. Kuroko Tetsuya raised his head, looking a little frustrated because he didn't contribute much to the team in the first half. Ach! The first army is very fast, you need to correct your passing speed. If you don't act quickly, it will be too late. Your main problem now is timing. Also, you need to control your presence so that the induction technique can work. To do this, you need to control your emotions and not express them in words. You have to have fighting spirit, but you have to keep it in your heart. Do your best in the second half of the game, Ach. I will always support you. Uchiha Zhenlong saw that Kuroko Tetsuya was very depressed, so he patted Kuroko Tetsuya on the shoulder and said. Kuroko Tetsuya was deeply touched by Uchiha Zhenlong's words. He took a deep breath, his eyes became firm, and he nodded and said, I understand, classmate Zhenlong. I will work hard in the second half. Wake up, Aj. Uchiha Zhenlong raised the corner of his mouth and nodded and said in his heart. The second half of the game begins. Teikō has the ball. Akashi Shijuro heard what Uchiha Zhenlong and Kuroko Tetsuya said. He felt from the bottom of his heart that Uchiha Zhenlong was very powerful and immediately found the problem with Kuroko Tetsuya. Even Akashi Shijuro didn't figure out how to solve Kuroko Tetsuya's problem, but Uchiha Zhenlong saw it right away. Zhenlong is really awesome. Akashi Shijuro sighed in his heart, and then passed the basketball. Everyone in Nanfan looked in the direction of the basketball and found that there was no one in the direction of the pass. They all thought the ball would go out of bounds, so they relaxed their vigilance. Sudden bang! In an instant, the basketball suddenly turned and fell straight into the hands of Midorima Shintar. Midorima Shintar showed a shocked expression on his face. The ball actually turned towards me. Although it was shocking, the shot was not ambiguous. Midorima Shintar quickly jumped up and shot a three-pointer. Brush! 3 points are effective. After the basketball was shot in, Midorima Shintar still couldn't recover. He looked at his hand and then looked at Kuroko Tetsuya's position. Is it because of him? Focus Midorima, the game is going to be interesting. Akashi Shijuro walked over and patted Midorima Shintar on the shoulder. I understand. Midorima Shintar pushed his glasses with his fingers, his expression became serious again, and he nodded. In the subsequent games, everyone discovered that whenever Teikō attacked, the basketball would inexplicably turn. And it will be passed strangely to Atsushi Murasakibara, Aomine Daiki, and Midorima Shintar. The inexplicable turn made the Nanfan players have no idea how to defend. They also didn't know who to defend because they didn't know where the basketball would turn. This resulted in Nanfan being like a headless fly in subsequent games, with no idea how to defend at all. The entire defensive system was completely torn apart, and the points were getting bigger and bigger. In the end, Teikō won with a huge score difference of 104 to 52. Teikō thus qualified for the national competition. We've made it to the national competition. Haha. Aomine Daiki jumped up excitedly and laughed. Yes, thanks to everyone's help. Akashi Shijuro said with a smile. You guys are really awesome. I didn't even do anything, said Nijimura Shuzo. What are we going to eat later? Atsushi Murasakibara said, returning to his lazy state after the game. Murasakibara, could you please stop thinking about eating all day long? Midorima Shintar complained helplessly. If I don't eat, then what should I eat? Asked Atsushi Murasakibara. Midorima Shintar couldn't do anything about Atsushi Murasakibara, so he stopped talking. By the way, Ach, you made an indispensable contribution to the game just now. Aomine Daiki hugged Kuroko Tetsuya's neck and praised. Chapter 55. Yet, Kuroko's pass was very unexpected. Atsushi Murasakibara praised. It's what I should do. Kuroko Tetsuya said with a smile. Okay, let's go back to school and pack up, then we'll go celebrate, said Uchiha Zhenlong. Yeah, let's go celebrate. I want to eat barbecue, Longzai. When Atsushi Murasakibara heard about a big meal, his eyes lit up and he kept nodding his head. Yes, Ryu, let's go eat barbecue. Aomine Daiki said excitedly. Everyone, how about eating barbecue? After hearing this, Uchiha Zhenlong also began to ask for other people's opinions. I have no problem with that. Akashi Shijuro said. I have no objection either. Midorima Shintar pushed up his glasses and said. Hizaki Shogo nodded and had no opinion. Senior Nijimura, you can't be absent today. You haven't come despite being invited several times. After making sure that no one had any objections, Uchiha Zhenlong turned to look at Nijimura Shozo and said. Zhenlong, I may not be able to go. Nijimura Shozo was slightly stunned, and stood there with a difficult expression, saying. Uchiha Zhenlong was stunned for a moment, then he remembered that Nijimura Shozo's father was seriously ill at this time. Perhaps after this national competition, Nijimura Shozo would go to the United States to accompany his father for treatment. Maybe it was for this reason that he stopped playing basketball. Helplessly, Uchiha Zhenlong had to give up the idea of inviting Nijimura Shozo. Okay, then Senior Nijimura, let's make an appointment next time. After dinner with the rest of Teikō, everyone returned to their own homes. In the afternoon, the coach announced that Kuroko Tetsuya was officially selected as the starting player and became the 8th player of the team. After having dinner with others, Kuroko Tetsuya took out her mobile phone on the way home and shared her joy with her childhood friend. The childhood friend on the other side was also happy for Kuroko Tetsuya. The other side. When Uchiha Zhenlong pushed open the door and returned home, he saw his father sitting in the living room watching TV and asked, Dad, don't you have work today? There's not much work to do. But did you win the game? Uchiha said with a chuckle. Don't you believe in my strength? Uchiha Zhenlong waved his hand and said easily. No, just a normal question, haha, said Uchiha Longfu with a laugh. Uchiha Zhenlong looked at his father speechlessly. He knew that his father had always been like this. By the way, Dad, can I ask you something? Uchiha Zhenlong asked. Uchiha Longfu put away his smile. Generally speaking, if Uchiha Zhenlong asked himself a question, it meant that he had encountered something that he could not solve. You ask. Dad, do we have any assets or connections like hospitals in the United States? Uchiha asked. Are you injured? Or is your friend sick? Uchiha Ryafo was stunned after hearing this, and then asked. Uchiha Zhenlong nodded. From the moment Nijimura Shozo refused the dinner, Uchiha Zhenlong had been thinking about this matter. He understood Nijimura Shozo's character very well, and even sent Nijimura Shozo's father to the beautiful country and arranged for professionals to take care of him. Shozo Nijimura will still follow his father to the United States, so Uchiha Zhenlong cannot stop Shozo Nijimura from leaving. Because Japan doesn't have the technology to treat Nijimura Shozo's father, we can't tell Nijimura Shozo to give up his father and stay to play basketball, right? Since we can't keep Nijimura Shozo, we should at least let him live a better life in the beautiful country, right? Yes, I invested in several large hospitals when I was investing in the United States. If you have any needs, just tell me. Uchiha Long's father said when he saw his son nodded. Thank you very much, Dad. Uchiha Zhenlong nodded and said with a smile. After saying that, Uchiha Zhenlong went to take a shower. Uchiha Ryuo looked at his son's back, his eyes flashing with peace. This brat. In the following time, Teikō and his team resumed normal training. Except for Uchiha Zhenlong, everyone else completed the training plan designated by Shirogane Kozo conscientiously. Even Yuzaki Shogo was no exception and completed the training plan. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was time for the national competition. Schools from all over the country came to compete for the championship trophy. The first match Teikō faced was against a team that was not very strong, and only made it to the national competition with great luck and a little strength. They won without a doubt, winning by more than 40 points. Won the first national championship victory. There were no surprises in the second game either, with a big win of more than 30 points. In the third match, Teikō faced the Meisei Junior High School team of Hanamiya Shin and Seto Kentaro, who were known as the Bad Boys. Are they so dirty? Aomine Daiki said angrily while holding the report Satsuki Momoi gave to everyone. Teikō and the others gathered together, their expressions a little grim, their eyes fixed on the datasheet in Aomine Daiki's hand. The data table showed that both teams playing against Mingcheng Middle School had 3 to 4 players leaving the field due to injuries, which was a very scary injury statistic. This is Hanamiya Makoto's style. He always likes to win the game by maliciously injuring others. Nijimura Shozo said from the side. His expression was very serious and his tone was full of disgust for Hanamiya Makoto. Because just last year, Hanamiya Makoto not only committed a flagrant foul on Nijimura Shozo, but also thoroughly injured several players of Teikō. What a bad personality! Midorima Shintar pushed his glasses with his fingers, with a hint of anger in his tone. Akashi Shijuro looked indifferent and said nothing. Uchiha Zhenlong's expression was calm, because he had already prepared a way to deal with it. Okay, be careful in the next game and don't get hurt. Shirogane Kozo walked to the crowd and said. Go home and have a good rest, and concentrate on the next game. Shirogane Kozo said in a serious tone, because he knew that if everyone did not concentrate on the next game, they might be injured by Mingcheng's malicious foul. At present, the referees in the land of Sakura are not very professional. Sometimes, when players commit fouls in a covered way, the referees hardly notice. It's finally started, Teikō Junior High vs Meisei Junior High School. I'm already looking forward to it. I'm a little worried. I heard that the players at Mingcheng Middle School don't play very cleanly. Indeed, 2 people were injured in Teikō last year. I don't know what will happen this year. I just hope my idol doesn't get hurt. Since Mingcheng Middle School played dirty, why didn't they disqualify him from the competition? I don't know either. Chapter 56. The stadium was packed because everyone wanted to see the competition between Teikō Junior High and Mingcheng Junior High School. Whether Teikō could continue their winning streak or be interrupted by Mingcheng was what everyone was looking forward to. Contestants from the 2 schools entered the venue one after another. When the Mingcheng players entered the stadium, there was almost no spectator cheering for them. It was completely silent until Hwagong really appeared in the audience, only then could a few girls' shouts be heard sporadically. But it was different when Teikō appeared. As soon as Teikō and his group appeared, the people in the audience immediately started shouting. Teikō, come on! Teikō will win! Teikō, come on! Teikō will win! The contrast between the 2 teams' appearances is already very obvious. Tisk, I really don't know what there is to cheer for. Mingcheng's small forward said disdainfully, but his face was full of jealousy. Come on, let's see who is the prey and who is the hunter. Hanamiya Shin said to Uchiha Tsurugi with a wolf-like look on his face. After Teikō and the others entered the venue, they began to warm up. Midorima Shintar sat on a chair, put the water cup beside the chair, bent down and began to tie his shoelaces. Midorima Shintar has always had a habit of tying her shoelaces from the right side. While tying his shoelaces, Mingcheng's small forward was still in a state of jealousy. He threw the basketball that was originally prepared for warm-up towards Midorima Shintar's position. This scene was so fast that no one noticed it. Because everyone's attention was focused on warming up, no one noticed Mingcheng's small forward's little move. But Midorima Shintar noticed it. He quickly stood up and tried to dodge, but the cup was knocked away by the basketball and hit Midorima Shintar. Midorima Shintar subconsciously raised his hand to block the cup, but the impact of the cup still hit Midorima Shintar's hand. Moreover, after the cup fell to the ground and broke, the fragments also scratched Midorima Shintar's left index finger, and the finger was bleeding. Everyone heard the sound of breaking glass and looked towards where Midorima Shintar was. Midorima, what's wrong? Uchiha Zhenlong asked as he ran to Midorima Shintar's side. When he saw Midorima Shintar's left index finger bleeding, he quickly shouted, medical staff. Midorima Shintar's face looked very ugly at this moment. He attached great importance to his fingers because they were his weapons. Now that his weapons were injured and damaged, he would not be able to play in this match. What Midorima Shintar was concerned about was not the wound on his left index finger, but the impact of the cup. Because of the impact of the cup, he felt that his left hand was slightly powerless at the moment. Damn it, how could this happen? Midorima Shintar said, gritting his teeth. The injury to his left hand was extremely fatal to him. Midorima. When the others heard the noise, they all ran to Midorima Shintar. Midorima, your hand. Akashi Sejuro said when he saw Midorima Shintar covering his left hand as if he had discovered something. I feel like I can't use my left hand right now. It might be injured. Midorima Shintar said with difficulty. How could that be? Aomine Daiki was stunned and said. Then he turned to look at the small forward from Ming Cheng, his eyes filled with anger. I don't know what happened. The ball accidentally slipped out of my hand. If you want to blame you, blame the cup. After all, he wouldn't have been injured without the cup. Ming Chen's small forward pretended to be ignorant and said indifferently. UBD. Aomine Daiki yelled, and then prepared to rush up to have a good argument with the small forward. But Uchiha Zhenlong stopped him in time. Ryu, let me go and let me have a good talk with him. Aomine Daiki said angrily. Ada, calm down and don't be impulsive now, said Uchiha Zhenlong. How do you ask me to calm down? Aomine Daiki said angrily. Don't fall into his trap. His goal is to make you angry. If you attack him, you will be disqualified from the competition and his goal will be achieved. Uchiha Zhenlong quickly pulled Aomine Daiki over and said in a low voice. But I can't stand this. Aomine Daiki said angrily, her anger still unabated. I can't swallow this either, said Uchiha Zhenlong. Then why are you so calm? Aomine Daiki said. But I won't take action now. Uchiha Zhenlong said in a calm tone. What do you mean? Aomine Daiki was slightly stunned and asked. We're playing on the court, but it may not be the same off the court after the game. Uchiha Zhenlong's tone became gloomy, and his whole temperament changed, exuding an aura of indifference as he spoke. 0, request flowers 0. You mean? Aomine Daiki shuddered and said hesitantly. 0146043035 Philo 1401036061. Hi Zaki, there will be work later after this. Uchiha Zhenlong nodded, then let go of Aomine Daiki and turned around to shout. Hizaki Shogo was stunned at first, then he looked at Mingchen's small forward, then looked at Uchiha Zhenlong's sinister eyes, and instantly understood something. He licked his lips with an evil smile and said, I know, Brother Long. Ryu, I'll follow you. Aomine Daiki also understood what Uchiha Zhenlong meant, temporarily suppressed the anger in her heart, and said. Let's all go back to the team. Uchiha Zhenlong said with a smile. Akashi Sejuro had been paying attention to Uchiha Zhenlong and others. He knew what they were thinking, but he did not bid. Nijimura. Shirogane Kozo seemed to know what Uchiha Zhenlong and others were thinking, but he did not say anything. Instead, he pretended to know nothing. He turned his head and said to Nijimura Shozo beside him. What's wrong, coach? Nijimura Shozo heard his coach calling him and turned around to ask. After the game, don't go home yet. Follow Uchiha Zhenlong and the others. If any problems arise, remember to take action and don't let them get hurt. Shirogane Kozo said. Injured? Nijimura Shozo looked confused. Injured after a fight? But he quickly reacted. These junior students are quite interesting. I understand coach, I promise they won't get hurt while I'm here. That's good. If you are injured, you should double your training volume. Shirogane Kozo nodded calmly. Ah? Coach, what should I do if I'm injured? Nijimura Shozo exclaimed. You are injured? If you are injured, you should consider your own reasons and whether you have worked hard, said Shirogane Kozo. Stop, stop, stop. Coach, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said too much, said Shozo Nijimura. That's good. Okay, let's warm up properly. Shirogane Kozo said with a slight smile on his face. Yes. As the medical staff took Midorima Shintar back to the lounge for bandaging, everyone in Teikō was holding their breath and warming up quickly. There is no way, the game has not even started yet, and the main player of the team has been maliciously injured by the opponent and carried off the field. Anyone would be angry. Chapter 57. Referee Tanaka. Uchiha Zhenlong looked at the nameplate hanging on the referee's chest and walked forward and said. The referee heard someone calling him and turned in the direction of the voice in confusion. After seeing that it was Teiko's player, the referee was visibly stunned and asked, "Classmate, do you know me?" Of course, referee Tanaka is the most fair referee in the national competition. I have always remembered you. Uchiha Zhenlong laughed and praised. Yamato was slightly startled. This was the first time a player said he knew him. In the past, not only could they not call out his name in the gym, they couldn't even remember his face. And during the game, people often complain about their whistle-blowing skills. What happened to Tanaka? Another referee thought something had happened and came over to ask. Nothing, just chatting with this player. Tanaka shook his head and said. Chatting? With the players? Another referee looked at Uchiha Zhenlong carefully with a puzzled expression. It was the first time he saw a player come to chat with a referee. Yes, referee Jace-han, I just come here to chat. Uchiha Zhenlong said with a smile. After hearing this, Tanaka was even more confused, and pointed at Gao Shan and asked, Do you still know Gao Shan? Gao Shan was also confused. He couldn't remember any intersection between him and Uchiha Zhenlong. Yes, of course I know them, because both of you are very fair referees, and you treat each other like brothers in private. To be honest, I envy your brotherhood. If possible, I even want to invite you two to dinner. Uchiha Zhenlong said with a smile on his face. Takayama and Tanaka looked at each other. It was the first time that a player called out their names and knew their relationship. What does this mean? It means that the player must have paid attention to both of them, otherwise he wouldn't know so much about their relationship. Since the player knows them so well, what comes out of his mouth must be from the heart. So when the two heard Uchiha Zhenlong say that they were very fair referees, a feeling of recognition burst out from their hearts. In the past, they were either scolded by the players or the players' coaches, but this time they were suddenly recognized, which made them very happy. That, classmate, your name is? Takayama and Tanaka said at the same time with smiles on their faces. My name is Uchiha Zhenlong, you can just call me Zhenlong. Uchiha Zhenlong said with a smile. Uchiha Zhenlong? Last name Uchiha? Wait. Could it be that? Gao Shan said in a low voice. Jace-han suddenly turned his head and looked at Tanaka. When he saw that Tanaka also had a surprised expression on his face, he immediately understood something. Mr. Uchiha, Zhenlong, are you also a player of Teikō? Takayama and Tanaka said hurriedly with a smile, a little embarrassed. Yes, I am the starting player of Teikō, and you are? Uchiha nodded and said with some confusion. Don't worry, Zhenlong. I will make sure this match is fair and just, and I guarantee you will be satisfied. Tanaka and Shang Shan never stopped smiling, and they looked at each other and said quickly. Tanaka patted his chest to assure. Zhenlong, don't worry and fight me boldly. I also know the reputation of Mingcheng Middle School. Don't worry, I will be fully focused today and I promise that I won't let you get hurt. Gao Shan, who was standing next to him, was no exception and quickly made the assurance. Me too. Tanaka continued, unwilling to be outdone. The referees in the Sakura country competitions are actually not very professional. They are just trying to make a living. In addition, the Sakura country's rules have some flaws. So unless the competition is particularly important, the referees will not take the call very seriously. This resulted in the referee being unable to see many of the players' small movements, and this was taken advantage of by Hanamiya Makoto, which is why there were so many injuries in the game. Shouldn't the referees take these things more seriously? Actually, that's not the case. The general idea among referees is that the salary is so little, so why should they take it too seriously? What does your player's injury have to do with me? I don't know you, why should I increase Taiga's workload because of a stranger? What's more, these players not only don't know the referee, but also often insult the referee, which makes the referee even less willing to take the whistle seriously. And now a man has appeared, Uchiha Zhenlong. After hearing about the injury yesterday, he investigated who the referee was and got to know the two of them in depth, so he came to them today and praised them, which led to a change in their mood. They decided to keep an eye on Uchiha Zhenlong, and whenever a Mingcheng player fouled Uchiha Zhenlong, the two would blow the whistle immediately. Wow! Both sides assemble. Tanaka blew the whistle and asked the two teams to stand face to face at the center line for a pre-match friendly. Please give me your guidance. People from both sides greeted each other. Mingcheng's small forward looked at Teik and the others with an evil smile, his eyes full of mockery. When Aomine Daiki saw this look, her anger suddenly rose again. A hand suddenly held him down. Ada, calm down, we'll talk later. I understand. Aomine Daiki calmed down and said. Huagong Zhen looked at Uchiha Zhenlong with a sinister look, and no one knew what he was thinking. After greeting each other, both sides stood in their respective positions and prepared for the jump ball. Since Midorima Shintarō was unable to attend the game due to an injury to his left hand, Aomine Daiki was the shooting guard, Akashi Shijuro the point guard, Uchiha Zhenlong the small forward, Nijimura Shizo the power forward, and Atsushi Murasakibara the center. Tanaka walked to the center line with the basketball and glanced sideways at Uchiha Zhenlong. Don't worry, young Master Long, I will protect your safety. Call. Yamada threw the basketball into the air. Atsushi Murasakibara and Seto Kentaro jumped at the same time, and unsurprisingly, the basketball was headed to Atsushi Murasakibara's own backcourt. Uchiha Zhenlong rushed to the opponent's front court with Kazuma as soon as Tanaka threw the ball. Akashi Shijuro received the ball from Atsushi Murasakibara and passed it to Uchiha Zhenlong with a long pass at an accurate 2.1. Uchiha Zhenlong took 2 quick steps as soon as the basketball came into contact with him, then jumped up and slammed the basketball into the basket. Collapse. The Teik team took the lead with 2 points. Teik, 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 Teik. The audience kept shouting the word Teik, as if they were cheering for the overlord. The ball changes. Hanamiya Shin dribbled the ball through half court, looked at Akashi Shijuro with gloomy eyes, licked his lips and quickly broke through to the right. Akashi Shijuro quickly followed and stretched out his hand to interfere with the dribble. Seeing Akashi Shijuro reaching out his hand, Hanamiya Makoto raised a wicked smile on his face, and quickly moved the basketball from his right hand to his left hand. Then he swung his free right hand outward and hit Akashi Shijuro's outstretched hand. Akashi Shijuro's face changed, and he froze for a moment. Chapter 58. Hanamiya Shin seized the opportunity to break through Akashi Shijuro and scored a jump shot. The score is 2-2. Akashi, are you okay? Uchiha Zhenlong saw that Akashi Shijuro was not in good condition, so he quickly stepped forward and asked. It's okay. Akashi Shijuro shook his head and said. Switch places, Akashi. I'm blessed by a lucky star today. Uchiha Zhenlong said with a sigh of relief upon seeing this. The two referees did not notice Hanamiya's little trick just now because most of their attention was focused on Uchiha Zhenlong. Akashi Shijuro nodded and agreed to Uchiha Zhenlong's request to change positions. The ball changes. The two switched defenses on the defensive end, but there was no switch on the offensive end, so the point guard is still Akashi Shijuro. Akashi Shijuro brought the basketball across half court and passed it to Uchiha Zhenlong. I will make you regret offending us. Uchiha Zhenlong grinned after receiving the ball and said to the Ming Cheng small forward with a playful look in his eyes. Come on, let me see how you make me regret it. Ming Cheng small forward was stunned, then said viciously. Uchiha Zhenlong's expression changed after hearing this, and the entire temperament of the 03 people changed, emitting a cold aura. Uchiha Zhenlong turned his back to Ming Cheng small forward and then started to post up. Bang! 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 The small forward Ming Cheng gritted his teeth and tried to resist Uchiha Zhenlong's back to the basket attack, but his resistance seemed very weak in front of Uchiha Zhenlong. Little by little, he was pushed into the inside by Uchiha Zhenlong, and Seto Kentaro hurried back to defend when he saw this. Small forward Ming Cheng's face looked very ugly at this time, and he felt a little breathless. After Uchiha Zhenlong broke into the inside, he suddenly jumped up, turned half a circle in the air, and held the ball with both hands to prepare for a dunk. Small forward Ming Cheng and Seto Kentaro jumped up quickly to intercept, but the two failed to stop Uchiha Zhenlong, and were knocked to the ground by Uchiha Zhenlong's dunk. D. At the same time, the referee's whistle sounded. Ming Cheng number 8, foul, 2 points valid, 1 free throw. Tanaka had been keeping an eye on Uchiha Zhenlong. When he saw Ming Cheng and the other man approaching Uchiha Zhenlong, he became nervous. After noticing that small forward Ming Cheng's hand touched Uchiha Zhenlong's hand, he quickly blew the whistle. Gao Shan reluctantly let go of the whistle. Damn it, Tanaka got there first. No. Next time I have to blow first. After Uchiha Zhenlong dunked the ball, he landed directly on the chest of Ming Cheng small forward. Ah! Ming Cheng small forward suddenly screamed. What are you doing? Ming Cheng power forward quickly rushed towards Uchiha Zhenlong and pushed him away. Aomine Daiki couldn't help but rushed forward, but Uchiha Zhenlong pulled him back in time. Calm down, this is not the time. Trademark beep, beep, beep. Gao Shan saw the opportunity and blew the whistle quickly. Ming Cheng number 23, technical foul. How the hell did you blow that? Power forward Ming Cheng was stunned on the spot, turned his head and cursed angrily. Seeing that power forward Ming Cheng still had a temper, Gao Shan immediately prepared to call another technical foul and send him home. But Hanamiya stopped him immediately and said, Referee, he is a little ignorant. I apologize to you here. Gao Shan was obviously still angry, and he shook off Huagong Zhen who was pulling him, and prepared to whistle. Wait a minute. Uchiha Zhenlong shouted hurriedly. Gao Shan turned his head and looked at Uchiha Zhenlong in confusion. Uchiha Zhenlong shook his head at him, and then Gao Shan put down the whistle. Uchiha Zhenlong was relieved when he saw this. If Gao Shan blew the whistle on Ming Cheng's power forward, how could he play? How could he get revenge? Uchiha Zhenlong doesn't want them to die so early. Feng Zhibolong wants to put them in fear and pain. Don't you guys like to play dirty? Uchiha Zhenlong has plenty of tricks up his sleeve. And if you play dirty, you will be called off, but he won't. Uchiha Zhenlong is now buffed. It can be said that Uchiha Zhenlong is the rule on the field now. Don't be stupid. After finding out that the referee was not going to impose a penalty, Hanamiya breathed a sigh of relief and walked up to Ming Cheng's power forward and said viciously. I understand. Power forward Ming Cheng nodded quickly. Uchiha Zhenlong made free throws, and after scoring both the technical foul and the hand foul, the score came to 6-2. Ming Cheng has the ball. Shin Hanamiya dribbled the ball across half court and passed it to Kentaro Seto. Seto Kentaro turned his back to Atsushi Murasakibara and then smiled viciously. Seto Kentaro stepped on Atsushi Murasakibara's right foot with his right foot, and then hooked the basketball into the basket. Atsushi Murasakibara had his right foot stepped on and could only watch the basketball go into the basket. After the ball went in, Seto Kentaro loosened his feet and ran back. I'll crush you, said Atsushi Murasakibara with an angry expression on his face. After saying this, Atsushi Murasakibara's entire temperament changed, and the air around him became hot. Akashi Shijuro noticed this and passed the ball to Atsushi Murasakibara in the next round. Atsushi Murasakibara was not to be outdone. He pushed Seto Kentaro away with a back-to-back shot and then scored a dunk. Actually, it really hurts a bit, Seto Kentaro said while rubbing his chest. It doesn't matter, just destroy it, Hwagong Zhen said on the side. The ball changes. Hanamiya Makoto dribbled the ball slowly to the half-court, because he wanted to give Seto Kentaro time to get into position. Seto Kentaro wanted to get a position, but found that he was not as strong as Atsushi Murasakibara, so he winked at the power forward. The power forward received the message and rushed over, standing behind Atsushi Murasakibara and blocking him. The two men attacked Atsushi Murasakibara from the front and back and trapped him. After being surrounded by two people, Atsushi Murasakibara was about to get out again, but then he found that his knee was hit by someone. Ming Cheng power forward sneakily kneed Atsushi Murasakibara behind the knee. The sudden collision caused Atsushi Murasakibara's legs to lose strength instantly, and he almost fell to the ground. Hanamiya Shin seized the opportunity and passed it to Seto Kentaro. Seto Kentaro received the ball and prepared to shoot, but Nijimura Shuzo quickly came to defend. Seto Kentaro had a blank expression on his face. Instead of shooting, he passed the basketball to power forward Ming Cheng. Power forward Ming Cheng stepped on Atsushi Murasakibara's foot and put the basketball into the basket. Atsushi Murasakibara once again watched the ball go into the hoop. Done, we'll take you one tonight. Atsushi Murasakibara clenched his fists angrily, and Uchiha Zhenlong stepped forward to comfort him. What do you mean? Atsushi Murasakibara obviously didn't understand what Uchiha Zhenlong meant and asked angrily. Uchiha Zhenlong whispered to Atsushi Murasakibara about their plans for the evening. Then Longzi, you must call me. After hearing this, Atsushi Murasakibara's anger gradually disappeared and he said slowly. Don't worry, I'll make you work hard later. By the way, be gentle. Uchiha Zhenlong nodded and chuckled. I understand, Longzi. Atsushi Murasakibara nodded and said. Chapter 59. The ball changes. Akashi Shijuro dribbled the ball across half-court and began to observe the positions of his teammates. Aomine Daiki was constantly blocked by Mingchen's shooting guard, and at the same time, Mingchen's shooting guard kept using small tricks on Aomine Daiki. Mingcheng's small forward also used tricks on Uchiha Zhenlong, but then he was dumbfounded. Because Uchiha Zhenlong also used small moves to continuously hit his calves, and his strength was several times that of his, he was already unable to resist. Bang! Small forward Ming Cheng fell to his knees, he was pushed to his knees by Uchiha Zhenlong. He raised his head with a grim expression and met Uchiha Zhenlong's cold eyes. A feeling of being stared at by a wild beast suddenly filled his mind. He felt that he was not facing a human, but a man-eating beast. His body began to tremble slightly, and his lips began to tremble uncontrollably. Uchiha Zhenlong stared at him intently, and uttered a few words softly and slowly. Don't worry, it's just the beginning. Others couldn't hear what Uchiha Zhenlong said, but small forward Ming Cheng heard it clearly. Hanamiya Makoto looked towards Uchiha Zhenlong, then looked at the referee, and found that the referee had no intention of stopping the game. Hanamiya Makoto made a cut sound, and then passed the basketball to the shooting guard. After passing the ball, Hanamiya Makoto started running quickly towards the inside, with Akashi Shijuro following closely behind him. Ming Cheng, the shooting guard, smiled evilly, stepped on Aomine Daiki's right foot to block Aomine Daiki behind him, and caught the ball passed by Hanamiya Makoto. That guy! Aomine Daiki looked grim, suppressing the anger in her heart. Shooting guard Ming Cheng did not take any other action. After receiving the ball, he quickly passed it to Seto Kentaro. After receiving the ball, Seto Kentaro thrust his right elbow backward and hit Atsushi Murasakibara's waist. Atsushi Murasakibara felt a sudden pain in his waist and took a step back. Seeing this, Seto Kentaro immediately turned around and hooked the ball into the goal. Tanaka and Takayama didn't notice any of this because their attention was not on the ball but on Uchiha Zhenlong. Atsushi Murasakibara's eyes were burning with fire as he stared at Seto Kentaro's back. If he hadn't known Uchiha Zhenlong's plan, he would have just taken action without caring about anything else. In the following games, Ming Cheng kept using small moves to interfere with Teikō, but when Ming Cheng's small forward interfered with Uchiha Zhenlong, the referee always noticed it and blew the whistle. When Uchiha Zhenlong used a small move to attack the Ming Cheng small forward, the referee acted as if he was blind and did not make any whistle. Uchiha Zhenlong even lowered his shoulders and knocked the Ming Cheng small forward away during another attack. But the referee still did not make any penalty. Instead, he called a blocking foul on small forward Ming Cheng, which made small forward Ming Cheng very uncomfortable. Wow! Teikō signals for a pause. More than half of the first quarter had passed when Platinum Kozo called for a timeout. The score was now 19-9, with Teikō leading by 9 points. Damn it, how can you play basketball like this? Teikō and the others returned to their benches to rest. Aomine Daiki took the water handed over by the substitute player and said angrily after taking a sip. Atsushi Murasakibara was also very angry because he was guarding the inside to grab rebounds and was subjected to the most tricks. This is their character. I experienced it deeply last year. Nijimura Shozo took a sip of water and said with a hint of anger in his eyes. Akashi Shijuro looked indifferent and said nothing. Akashi. Uchiha Zhenlong sat next to Akashi Shijuro and said. Akashi Shijuro turned his head and looked at Uchiha Zhenlong. He seemed to understand what Uchiha Zhenlong was thinking. He nodded and stopped talking. Coach, let Yuzaki come on and replace Akashi. Seeing this, Uchiha Zhenlong smiled slightly, then turned to Shirogane Kozo and said. Well, then Zhenlong will play as the point guard, and Yuzaki will replace Zhenlong's position. Shirogane Kozo and Uchiha Zhenlong looked at each other, understood Uchiha Zhenlong's idea, nodded and said. Yes, coach. Yuzaki Shogo smiled evilly, covered his neck, shook his head twice, and said. Be careful. By the way, be gentle. Jin Kozo said to everyone while drinking tea. Yuzaki Shogo licked his lips, smiled evilly and nodded. Ming Cheng on the other side. Coach, I don't want to face that devil anymore. Small forward Ming Cheng said with a look of horror that he had been frightened by Uchiha Zhenlong. Only about halfway through the first quarter, he already felt that his left hand was a little out of control. And the referee was obviously blind. When Uchiha Zhenlong touched him, the referee refused to call the foul, but when he fought back, he was directly called for a foul. In such a short time, small forward Ming Cheng has already committed 4 fouls, and if he commits another foul he will be sent off the court directly. The coach was a little hesitant, not knowing whether to replace the small forward. No. Suddenly, Hua Gongzhen came out, shook his head and said. Why? Hanamiya. Why? Ming Cheng, the small forward, was a little overwhelmed, and he roared. How many chances do you have left to commit a foul? Hanamiya Makoto asked. Once, but I really don't want to face that devil anymore. I will be called for a foul if I make the slightest movement. Ming Cheng, the small forward, said with a slight delay. Who told you to use some tricks? Hua Gongzhen said viciously. Hua Gong, it's not you. Ming Cheng small forward was stunned and said. SHH. Hanamiya Makoto raised a finger to his lips, signaling Ming Cheng small forward to be quiet, and said, I want you to make good use of this foul, preferably. Hanamiya Shin suddenly paused, glanced in Teiko's direction, and continued, it would be best to just destroy him. I understand. Small forward Ming Cheng was stunned for a few seconds, then his face changed and he said with gritted teeth. At this moment, Ming Cheng, the small forward, was filled with anger mixed with the unwillingness of being targeted so many times, all gathered together, of money, to form hatred. The game starts again. As soon as he came on the court, Chen's Haibo Zhenlong noticed that the small forward Ming Cheng looked at him with a strange look. The look in Ming Cheng's eyes when he was looked at was full of undisguised hatred. Seeing this, Uchiha Zhenlong grinned and said, "It seems that the lesson is not enough. Teikō writes element." Uchiha Zhenlong dribbled across half-court. "Did that red-haired guy go down? What a pity." Hanamiya-shin defended Uchiha Zhenlong calmly, glanced at Akashi Sejuro who was sitting on the sidelines, and said in his heart. Uchiha Zhenlong had no interest in him at the moment and motioned Yuzaki Shogo to come over for a pick and roll. Yuzaki Shogo quickly stepped forward to block Hanamiya-shin, and Uchiha Zhenlong dribbled to the left and faced Ming Cheng's small forward again. Ming Cheng, the small forward, stared at Uchiha Zhenlong with gnashing teeth, hatred emanating from his eyes without any concealment. Chapter 60. Are you ready? Uchiha Zhenlong stared at the Ming Cheng small forward, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and said. What? Small forward Ming Cheng exclaimed. The next second, small forward Ming Cheng felt as if he was hit by a truck and flew out. It turned out that after Uchiha Zhenlong finished speaking, he started attacking from the right side directly, but Uchiha Zhenlong's attack was a little different. Uchiha Zhenlong physically confronted the Ming Cheng small forward and directly knocked him out. There was no one in the paint. Uchiha Zhenlong quickly gathered the ball and prepared to jump for a dunk. The small forward Ming Cheng, who was knocked to the side, had a ferocious look on his face. He quickly rushed towards Uchiha Zhenlong and then hung on Uchiha Zhenlong. Die! Hey? What's going on? No. Ming Cheng small forward thought he could pull Uchiha Zhenlong down and destroy Uchiha Zhenlong. But when Ming Cheng small forward really hung on Uchiha Zhenlong, he found that Uchiha Zhenlong was only slightly affected. The impact was that Uchiha Zhenlong's dunk turned into a layup. Everyone thought it was over, but Uchiha Zhenlong suddenly lost his balance and fell backwards, lying flat on his back and falling from the air. Don't forget, behind Uchiha Zhenlong, 340 is Ming Cheng small forward. You like it dirty, right? Goodbye. Uchiha Zhenlong raised the corner of his mouth, and changed his falling posture from lying flat to lying on his side, and quickly raised his elbow, aiming directly at the face of Cheng the small forward. Boom! Ah! The sound of someone falling to the ground was heard, followed by the screams of Ming Cheng small forward. D. Yamada quickly blew the whistle to stop the game. Everyone rushed towards Uchiha Zhenlong's position. Ryu! Are you okay? Aomine Daiki and others ran to Uchiha Zhenlong and asked. Atsushi Murasakibara and Yuzaki Shogo reached out and pulled Uchiha Zhenlong up. I'm fine, but the guy below me may not be fine. Uchiha Zhenlong held their hands and said with a smile. Aomine Daiki and others looked at Ming Cheng small forward who was lying on the ground, covering his face and screaming in confusion. Small forward Ming Cheng was seen covering his face tightly, blood constantly flowing out from between his fingers, and he was screaming in agony. Ah! Ming Cheng's players and coach also came to the court. The coach gently took away Ming Cheng's small forward's hands and looked at the injury. The moment he saw the injury, Coach Ming Cheng showed a shocked expression on his face, then turned around and questioned Uchiha Zhenlong, saying, How can you play basketball like that? Akashi Sejuro ran over and saw the injury of Ming Cheng small forward. After seeing the injury, his pupils contracted instantly and a shocked expression appeared on his face. Teikō and the others looked in the direction of the voice, and then showed surprised expressions. There was no other reason, because at this moment, Ming Cheng, the small forward, had a big crack on the right corner of his eye, and blood was constantly flowing out of it. His entire face was covered in blood, and he looked like a bloody man. Come on, he was the one who committed a flagrant foul on me. I just accidentally lost my balance. If he hadn't fouled me, would he have been injured? We can only blame him for fouling me. Facing the accusations from Coach Ming Cheng, Uchiha Zhenlong spread his hands indifferently, and gave him a taste of his own medicine, speaking in the same tone as the Ming Cheng small forward did before. You are simply making excuses. Coach Ming Cheng pointed at Uchiha Zhenlong angrily. I think you are the one making excuses. We all saw it, he fouled Ryu maliciously, he deserves this. Aomine Daiki interrupted. Aomine is right, this is all his own fault. Akashi Shijuro nodded and said. Yes, Shize is right. Atsushi Murasakibara agreed. We haven't held you accountable yet, but you're holding us accountable first. Nijimura Shuzo stood up and said. You guys. Coach Ming Cheng stood up angrily and pointed at Teik and the others. He, do we have any problems? Adba, before Coach Ming Cheng could finish his words, Yuzaki Shogo stood in front of him with a wicked smile on his face. Said. Coach Ming Cheng looked at Yuzaki Shogo, and after feeling the dangerous aura emanating from Yuzaki Shogo, he took a few steps back. He turned his head to look at his students and found that Hanamiya Makoto and Seto Kentaro were standing far away, observing silently, with no intention of stepping forward to help. Hanamiya, are you just? Coach Ming Cheng said angrily. Coach, we always hate those who commit malicious fouls, even if they are our teammates. But before he finished speaking, he saw Hanamiya waved his hand and said with a smile. Is that right? Then Hanamiya Makoto turned his head and looked at the Ming Cheng team members behind him and asked. That's right. Seto Kentaro nodded first. Yes. We hate this kind of players the most. The other players of Ming Cheng did not speak at first, but hesitated. However, when they saw Hua Gongjin's eyes, they immediately nodded and answered. You guys. Coach Ming Cheng felt like his heart was not feeling well at the moment. He stretched out his trembling hands and pointed at Hanamiya Makoto and others, unable to utter even a complete sentence. Referee, look at Teiko's players. Why keep such players without sending them off? There was no other way, Ming Cheng coach Song Hokeo said to referee Yuzhong. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten it. Tanaka nodded coldly. Then Tanaka blew the whistle in his mouth. Coach Ming Cheng thought Tanaka was going to send Uchiha Zhenlong off the court, and he looked at Uchiha Zhenlong with a smug expression on his face, as if he was showing off. But he was soon disappointed because he saw that Uchiha Zhenlong was not panicked, but instead showed a strange smile. He was so angry that he reacted instantly. This accident was obviously caused by Ming Cheng's small forward's malicious foul. The referee would never send Uchiha Zhenlong off the field. On the contrary, he might. He turned his head and looked at Tanaka in horror, and then Tanaka's words confirmed his thoughts. Because Tanaka has already said that he will expel Ming Cheng, the small forward. Coach Ming Cheng stood there blankly, because he knew that things might not be over yet. Gao Shan came out at this time, blew the whistle, and gave Coach Ming Cheng a technical foul. This made Coach Ming Cheng stunned. He stood quietly on the court, as if he had been abandoned. At this moment, he felt like the loneliest person on the court. The medical staff quickly took small forward Ming Cheng away for treatment, while Coach Ming Cheng sat on the bench in a daze. Idiot! Hua Gongzhen glanced at Coach Ming Cheng and cursed in his heart. Then he turned his head and looked at Uchiha Zhenlong with an unpleasant expression. Hua Gongzhen has already noticed something is wrong, because the referee of this game seems to have opened his clairvoyance. This book is just a fan fiction, please forgive me if there are any mistakes. Chapter 61. Although the referee has opened the third eye, it seems that this third eye only exists in Uchiha Zhenlong, and not in other people in Teik. When he knew that he couldn't hurt Uchiha Zhenlong, Hanamiya's face turned extremely ugly, but there was nothing he could do because the referee of this match was too outrageous. Don't foul Uchiha Zhenlong again. After realizing this, Hanamiya Zhen took a deep breath, turned his head and said in a deep voice to the players. Everyone in Mingchang exclaimed in surprise, not knowing what was going on. However, they did not dare to raise any opinions and could only follow Hanamiya Makoto's wishes and continue the competition. Among all the people, only Sito Kentaro knew why, because he also noticed the strangeness of the referee. Except him, everyone else, leave it to me. Huagong didn't care about everyone's emotions, he gritted his teeth and slowly uttered a few words. Everyone in Mingchang nodded to show that they understood. The game restarted and Mingchang had the ball. Huagong saw that there was only 1 minute left in the first quarter, and he was already 11 points behind. Hanamiya Makoto knew that he could only shoot 3-pointers in this attack, so he faced Uchiha Tsurugi after crossing half-court. Hanamiya Makoto used continuous probing steps to try to shift Uchiha Zhenlong's center of gravity, but Uchiha Zhenlong was not shaken at all. Hanamiya Makoto made a tisk sound and then passed the basketball to the shooting guard. There was no way. Hanamiya Makoto couldn't break through Uchiha Zhenlong's defense, and he couldn't use any tricks either, because just now when Hanamiya Makoto was facing Uchiha Zhenlong, he glanced at the two referees with his peripheral vision. He found that when he just started to dribble between his legs, the two referees were already staring at him and had their whistles in their mouths. Hanamiya really had a premonition that he might be called for a foul if he used the ball protection method during his breakthrough. Huagong Zhen's face looked extremely ugly. He stared at Uchiha Zhenlong with resentment and was very confused. What on earth did you do? The shooting guard received the ball and faced Aomine Daiki. Aomine Daiki had a serious look on her face as she half-crouched to defend the shooting guard. Mingchang shooting guard turned his head slightly and looked at Huagong Zhen, waiting for Huagong Zhen's eye signal. Hanamiya Makoto immediately glanced at the two referees and found that their eyes were still on him, so he nodded and winked at the shooting guard. Mingchang shooting guard started attacking only after receiving the hint. Mingchang shooting guard did not break through immediately after the ball was passed. Instead, he dribbled the ball with his right hand and kept moving his left foot forward. Aomine Daiki didn't make any moves at first, but then he discovered that the positions that Mingchang's shooting guard was testing were all his feet. So Aomine Daiki moved a little bit afterwards, and that was it. Mingchang shooting guard quickly broke through. Aomine Daiki reacted and quickly caught up, but then Mingchang's shooting guard swung his left hand to the side. Aomine Daiki quickly dodged. Because she dodged the attack, Aomine Daiki was a beat slower, allowing Mingchang shooting guard to break into the inside. Aomine Daiki's face was filled with anger, and she quickly chased after him to make up for the loss. After seeing this, Hanamiya Makoto winked at Sito Kentaro. Sito Kentaro understood what he was trying to do and ran out from the inside. Atsushi Murasakibara originally wanted to follow, but Mingchang's shooting guard had already rushed in, so Atsushi Murasakibara had no choice but to go up for defense. Sito Kentaro successfully ran to Uchiha Zhenlong's side and then made a pick-and-roll move. After Sito Kentaro took his position, Hanamiya Tsune quickly rushed from the left. When Mingchang shooting guard saw Hanamiya Makoto running into an open space, he passed the basketball. Hanamiya caught the ball in a vacuum position, curled his lips slightly, and then threw the basketball out. Uchiha Zhenlong made a pick-and-roll and quickly passed by Sito Kentaro, but when he passed by, Sito Kentaro's feet moved slightly. This movement caused Uchiha Zhenlong to trip slightly, causing him to be a beat late in his defense, and he could only watch Hanamiya Zhen throw the basketball. Brush. 3 points are effective. The score is 20-12. Uchiha Zhenlong didn't care because Sito Kentaro's movements just now were very subtle and his steps were very small. If Uchiha Zhenlong had gone around a little bit bigger, he wouldn't have been tripped. However, in order to quickly make up for the defense, Uchiha Zhenlong almost stuck to Sito Kentaro. Sito Kentaro seized this opportunity and made a move that deceived the two referees. To be honest, Uchiha Zhenlong couldn't even tell whether it was intentional or accidental. 014604303 Fila 140113261. What a talented person! Uchiha Zhenlong sighed slightly and said as he looked at Seto Kentaro's back as he returned to defense. 0. With more than 30 seconds left, Uchiha Zhenlong received the ball and rushed over quickly. With a change of direction, he broke through Hanamiya Makoto, and then facing Seto Kentaro's backup defense, Uchiha Zhenlong used physical confrontation to knock Seto Kentaro away. After knocking it away, Uchiha Zhenlong lightly picked up the ball and put it into the basket. There are still 28 seconds left in the game, and this is what Uchiha Zhenlong is preparing to do in order to save one last chance for himself. Hanamiya knew what Uchiha Zhenlong was thinking. At this moment, the ball would belong to Teikō in the final shot, unless he missed the shot intentionally and Seto Kentaro grabbed the rebound. However, the possibility of this was very small. Because at this moment Atsushi Murasakibara was completely angry and kept physically colliding with Seto Kentaro. Seto Kentaro's strength is definitely not comparable to Atsushi Murasakibara's. It's already a bit difficult for him to just resist Atsushi Murasakibara's strength, not to mention stepping on Atsushi Murasakibara's feet to grab the rebound. So Hanamiya gave up this idea and decided to drag out this attack a little longer so that Teiko's final attack would be shortened. Hanamiya Makoto controlled the ball and stood 2 steps away from the 3-point line, waiting for the time to pass. Finally, when there were only 8 seconds left for the attack, Hanamiya Makoto winked at his players. Seto Kentaro and the shooting guard immediately ran over and stood on the right side of Uchiha Zhenlong. Uchiha Zhenlong immediately broke through. Knowing that there were 2 people on his right side doing pick and roll, he gave up the chase and waited for Aomine Daiki and Atsushi Murasakibara to make up for the defense. Aomine Daiki wanted to rush over, but suddenly a pulling force came over her. Aomine Daiki turned her head and saw that the shooting guard was grabbing her clothes. However, this action only lasted for a short time. When Aomine Daiki turned her head, Ming Chang's shooting guard let go of her hand. He used Seto Kentaro and Uchiha Zhenlong to block the referee's view. The referee's attention was always on Uchiha Zhenlong and Seto Kentaro, so he ignored him. Aomine Daiki remembered Uchiha Zhenlong's words, so Aomine Daiki suppressed her anger in her heart and watched Hanamiya Zhenlong rush to the inside. This book is just a fan fiction. Please forgive me if there are any errors or similarities with other works. Chapter 62. Atsushi Murasakibara stood under the basket with his arms open, ready to stop Hanamiya Makoto. Facing Atsushi Murasakibara, Makoto Hanamiya did not choose a layup, but instead chose to score with a high throw. Atsushi Murasakibara jumped high, trying to block the shot, but because the arc was too high, Atsushi Murasakibara couldn't touch the basketball at all. Brush. 2 points are valid. The score was 20-14. There are 8 seconds left in the first quarter. Atsushi Murasakibara served to Uchiha Zhenlong. Uchiha Zhenlong dribbled the ball across half court with 3 seconds left. Uchiha Zhenlong moved. Without any hesitation, he shifted into third gear and started rushing towards the basket. Hanamiya Shin opened his arms, trying to defend against Uchiha Zhenlong, but with his strength, he was simply unable to do so. Because Uchiha Zhenlong's speed is really too fast. Uchiha Zhenlong was like a cheetah, 450 quickly tore through Kai Mingchen's defense, broke into the penalty area and dunked the basketball into the basket through Seto Kentaro. Collapse. The basketball hoop kept shaking, as if it had endured a huge impact. Seto Kentaro retreated quickly and finally lost his balance and fell to the ground. This is a monster. Seto Kentaro widened his eyes and looked at Uchiha Zhenlong hanging on the basket with a hint of fear. Seto Kentaro had just tried his best, but he still couldn't stop the power of Uchiha Zhenlong. Trademark beep. The referee blew the whistle to end the first quarter. The score was 22-14, with Teikō leading by 8 points. Players from both sides returned to the bench to rest. The audience outside the stadium were discussing the game that had just happened. Too strong, did you see that? My male god just broke through in one go. I saw my sister, the male god is so amazing. It's a shame that Midorima Shintar didn't play. I really like watching him shoot three-pointers. That shows that Ming Cheng is really strong. He was only 8 points behind in the first quarter. Tisk, even though they are only 8 points behind now, they will definitely fall behind more later. What else can they do besides playing dirty? Inside the venue, Teikō and the others drank water to replenish their strength. Damn it, they can't play basketball without using dirty tricks. Aomine Daiki cursed angrily. In the first quarter, he didn't know how many times he was stepped on and pushed. Now Aomine Daiki is like a volcano, ready to erupt at any moment. Ada, hold on. You'll have a chance to vent your anger after the game, Uchiha Zhenlong reminded. I understand, Ryu. Aomine Daiki squeezed the water bottle in her hand and sighed. Yuzaki Shogo sat next to Uchiha Zhenlong, licked his lips, and was already looking forward to the battle after the game. I feel annoyed too, Longzai, you should leave one for me. Atsushi Murasakibara took out the potato chips, opened them, and said while eating. Don't worry, Adun, you will definitely get a share. Uchiha Zhenlong said with a laugh. When did these junior students become crooked? Nijimura Shozo held his forehead and complained secretly. Hey, everyone, please be careful later. I have a feeling they might go even further later on. Nijimura Shozo continued. Uchiha Zhenlong and others nodded. Ryu, I noticed that the referee seemed to have a special whistle on you. Akashi Shijuro interjected. Teikō and the others were attracted by Akashi Shijuro's words. Yeah, Ryu, why is the referee paying so much attention to you? Aomine Daiki asked. I told you, I have a cheat bonus. Uchiha Zhenlong looked at everyone's expectant eyes and said with a laugh. Okay, in the second half, Nijimura will be replaced by Akashi. Aomine will replace the power forward, Zhenlong will replace the shooting guard, and Akashi will replace the point guard. Shurokane Kozo interrupted the conversation and said at this time. Be safe. Teikō and the others nodded. Mingcheng Middle School on the other side. After leaving the field, Hanamiya Makoto angrily snatched the water bottle given by the substitute player and drank it. After drinking, anger appeared on his face and he felt very unconvinced. Damn it, damn it, damn it. What the hell are those two referees? Is Uchiha Zhenlong his dad? They're paying so much attention to him. Because of the referee's excessive attention, Hanamiya Makoto had no way to use any tricks on Uchiha Zhenlong, which made him very angry. His purpose of this game was to destroy Uchiha Zhenlong. But now, except for the green-haired guy who was disabled, everyone else is fine. On the other hand, not only did the small forward have his elbow broken, but the coach was also heartbroken. But there is no other way. It's Coach Mingchen's fault for being so stupid. Hua Gongzhen didn't want this coach anymore. We'll do this in the second half, this and that. Hanamiya Makoto snatched the tactical board next to the coach and started talking to Mingcheng and the others. Hanamiya Makoto kept talking about tactics. After he finished talking about the tactics, his face became ferocious and he said in a deep voice, remember this in the end, if you can destroy them, then destroy them. Everyone in Mingcheng nodded and then walked back to the field. The second quarter of the game begins. Teikō and the others stood up and walked onto the field. When Hanamiya Makoto saw Akashi Shijuro among the people coming on stage, his angry expression eased a little. The person has changed, so don't blame me. Mingcheng has the ball. Shin Hanamiya dribbled the ball across half-court, facing the defense of Akashi Shijuro. Hua Gongzhen did not attack immediately. He looked at the two referees. He noticed that the two referees' eyes were basically not on him, but on the substitute small forward who was defending Uchiha Zhenlong. The small forward will still be called later, as the small forward who injured the player has already been carried away. Hanamiya Zhen showed an expression of as expected. He now understood that the two referees of this match were very caring towards Uchiha Zhenlong for some reason. If this is the case, it is almost impossible for Uchiha Zhenlong to be injured in this battle. Unless he attacks directly, it is impossible for Uchiha Zhenlong to receive any damage. 4.0 Thinking of this, Hua Gongjin's mentality suddenly became unbalanced. Why? Why is this happening? Hanamiya Makoto was filled with anger and stared at Akashi Seijuro in front of him. Since I can't destroy you, then I'll destroy your teammates. Hanamiya Makoto suddenly accelerated, made a big change of direction and broke through from the left side of Akashi Seijuro. Akashi Seijuro quickly followed without losing his position, and at the same time, Akashi Seijuro stretched out his hand to steal the ball. I've been waiting for this moment. Hanamiya Makoto noticed the movements of Akashi Seijuro, his face was grim, and he thought to himself. Hanamiya Shin suddenly raised his left hand and swung it fiercely at the hand that Akashi Seijuro stretched out. Die. This book is just a fan fiction. Please forgive me if there are any mistakes or similarities with other works.